Hello and welcome back to my channel What If Deku 2.0. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today we're kicking off part 2 of our series, What If Villain Deku Had Telekinesis Quirk. If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is Lindyxwo from Archive of Our Own. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now let's dive into the fanfic. It's been a long day at UA. Katsuki sat on the couch frozen, his mind struggling to process what he was hearing. The newscaster's words echoed in his mind. Ren was missing and another friend brutally murdered. Though he didn't particularly care about Ren, he couldn't shake the eerie feeling creeping into his chest. Ren might have been just a middle school classmate, nothing more, but the brutal nature of it all struck a nerve. His mother glanced over from her phone, her expression somewhere between concern and disbelief. "Say, wasn't that boy your classmate in middle school?" she asked, breaking the silence. Katsuki gave a quick nod, eyes still fixed on the screen as the details replayed. "Yeah, he was," he muttered, barely recognizing his own voice. He didn't want to admit it, but something about the whole story made his skin crawl. His father, who had been reading a book, set it down to look at the screen. The unspoken worry between his parents was clear in their faces, casting a weighty silence over the room. His mother's voice softened. "It's just awful, isn't it? He was so young." "Yeah, but what's he doing in an alley late at night?" Katsuki grumbled, more to himself than to them. His frustration was a thin veil, hiding the unease stirring inside him. There was something too familiar about it, a darkness he didn't want to acknowledge. As the newscast continued, Katsuki's hands balled into fists. He didn't have a reason to feel guilty. Ren had never meant much to him, and hadn't even contacted each other after graduation. But the sight of Ren's terrified family, the gruesome details of the crime, it dredged up old memories he had tried to bury, memories he didn't want to face. The next day, Katsuki made his way to UA, his mind surprisingly clearer after a restless night. As he walked into the classroom, he noticed the subtle buzz of anticipation among his classmates. Today was finally the day they'd get into practical combat training, something he'd been waiting for since the start of high school. Katsuki didn't care much for the theory classes so far. He'd signed up to be a hero, not a bookworm. But combat? That was something he understood. He glanced around the room, noticing the quiet awkwardness that still hung between everyone. It was only the third day after all, and they'd hardly had any time to get to know each other. Katsuki hadn't made any friends, but that didn't bother him. He wasn't here to make small talk. The bell rang and the rest of the students quickly settled into their seats. A sudden booming voice echoed down the hallway. "I am here." The entire room turned toward the door as a huge figure stepped inside. Katsuki's eyes widened as he took in the sight of the unmistakable symbol of peace himself, All Might. "No way. All Might is teaching here?" Kirishima blurted out, his shock mirroring the surprise on everyone else's face. There was a ripple of excitement and disbelief spreading through the class. Katsuki's heart raced as he stared at the hero he'd admired since childhood. The rest of the class was just as stunned, whispering to each other and stealing glances at the towering figure standing before them. Katsuki clenched his fists, feeling a surge of excitement but also something else. An edge, a spark of competitive fire. "Change into your hero costumes, class. And let's go plus ultra." All Might's booming voice rang out, filling the room with an electric energy. A short while later, everyone gathered, now dressed in their hero costumes for the first time. They exchanged looks, some grinning with pride, others in awe. Each costume reflected their unique personalities and quirks, designs they'd carefully chosen themselves. Katsuki stood confidently in his explosive gear, casting glances at the others as he sized up the competition. All Might stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. "Today we'll be doing combat training, an exercise to teach you to think on your feet. You'll be split into teams of 2. One team will play the villains, defending a weapon hidden in their building. The other team, the heroes, will attempt to infiltrate and secure it. Heroes, your job is to capture the villains and secure the objective. Villains, your goal is to defend your weapon at all costs." A murmur spread through the class as they absorbed the rules, excitement mixing with a bit of tension. All Might drew lots for the teams. Katsuki's name came up, paired with Ida, and they would play the villains. Their opponents? Uraraka and Shinso, both determined but with quirks Katsuki didn't know well yet. He glanced over at Ida, who stood with rigid composure and a serious expression. Katsuki smirked. This was his chance to show just how far he was willing to go to win. Everyone gathered in a room filled with excitement, eyes fixed on the large screen showing live footage from inside the training building. Cameras positioned at various angles displayed every corner, so the class could watch their classmates' moves in real time. First up, All Might announced, grinning. Ashido and Aoyama as heroes, against Sato and Koda as villains. Katsuki leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he watched the screen. While he'd seen hints of everyone's quirks during the quirk apprehension test, this was a rare chance to witness his classmates in a full-blown combat scenario. He watched every move with intensity, calculating and sizing them up. This was his chance to figure out who'd be the toughest to beat, and who'd just be in his way. Ashido's flexibility and Aoyama's flashy moves were on full display as they took on the villains. Sato and Koda tried to defend, but they struggled to match the aggressive coordination of their opponents. In a short but intense burst, the heroes claimed victory. Nicely done, Ashido and Aoyama. All Might praised as the match wrapped up, a satisfied smile on his face. Katsuki sat back, frowning slightly. He took note of their quirks, cataloging their strengths and weaknesses in his mind. He'd already started forming his own ranking, eyeing the screen with a fierce determination. Each match was a step closer to figuring out his own path to the top. Katsuki watched the matches on the big screen with intense focus. He hadn't had much chance to observe his classmates' quirks outside the quirk apprehension test, and he was hungry to learn where he stood against them. But now it was his turn. He and Ida made their way to the last floor, where the weapon they had to defend was set up in the middle of the room. The space around them was dimly lit, the walls reinforced to withstand whatever battles might come their way. Ida stared at the setup with a glint of intensity in his eyes, practically vibrating with determination. So, we must protect this weapon from all approaches, Ida announced, adjusting his helmet. As much as I dislike playing the villain, I must fully embody this role. It's the only way to achieve victory. His grin was exaggerated like a theater actor, delivering a grand line. Katsuki gave him a flat look. This guy's on a whole different wavelength, he thought, eyes narrowing. Turning to Ida, Katsuki nodded at the weapon, as if it were an afterthought. Listen up, speed freak, here's how it's going down. You're gonna defend this. I'm going out there to crush M before they even get a shot at it, he said, his voice rough and commanding. There wasn't a trace of doubt in his words, it was more of an order than a suggestion. Ida blinked, taken aback. Wait, no, that's not the plan. We're supposed to be working together here, he argued, his eyes wide with disbelief. Our roles as villains mean we must act strategically, combining our strengths too. Katsuki scoffed, already halfway out the door. Work together? Waste of time. I don't need any backup to take down some extras, he said with a dismissive wave. Just make yourself useful and guard the stupid weapon. Ida watched him leave, his arms raised in protest. He was flustered, caught between his sense of duty and Katsuki's reckless confidence. But, he stammered, knowing his protests would fall on deaf ears. Katsuki was already gone, footsteps echoing down the corridor. His mind was dead set on one thing: finding Uraraka and Shinso and ending this match in a blaze of glory. Katsuki made his way down a floor and didn't waste a second. He spotted Shinso and Uraraka up ahead, both tense as they prepared for his assault. He grinned, greeting them with a blazing explosion as he charged forward. Did you leave your teammate all alone up there? Shinso asked as he barely dodged Katsuki's wild blasts, an amused glint in his eye. What's it to you? Katsuki sneered, his voice thick with irritation as he launched another explosion, determined to take them down single-handedly. But then, a sly grin spread across Shinso's face. Got you? For a split second, Katsuki's eyes widened before they glazed over, his fierce expression replaced by a blank stare. Katsuki froze, his body going completely rigid, and he stood there, silent and unresponsive. In the observation room, everyone gasped. Why's he just standing there? Denki blurted out, eyes wide with confusion. All Might, however, looked on with interest, his arms crossed as he analyzed the scene. What a powerful quirk, he murmured, admiration in his tone. Shinso's mind control was on full display, and even the seasoned hero was impressed. Shinso smirked, stepping forward with confidence. Turn around and lead us to the weapon, he commanded smoothly. Without a moment's hesitation, Katsuki turned on his heel and began walking back towards the weapon, his movements robotic. Uraraka blinked in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. Whoa. That's amazing, she whispered, thoroughly impressed by Shinso's quirk. As they made their way up to the final floor, Ida, stationed by the weapon, spotted them approaching. He raised a hand, his usual discipline replaced by shock as he saw his teammate leading the enemy straight to their position. What is the meaning of this? Ida shouted, sprinting forward to intercept them, his engines roaring as he braced himself for what was clearly an unexpected confrontation. Ida skidded to a halt in front of the approaching trio, his eyes darting between Katsuki's blank expression and Shinsu's confident smirk. Bakugou, what are you doing? Snap out of it. Ida demanded, frustration and confusion crossing his face. Katsuki, still under Shinsu's control, ignored him, marching steadily forward like a mindless puppet. Shinsu's grin widened. He can't hear you. He's mine until this round is over, he said smugly. Realizing that Katsuki was lost for the moment, Ida quickly calculated his next move. He couldn't count on Katsuki to fight beside him, so he'd have to play this out smart. He sprinted past them and repositioned himself by the weapon, planting his feet firmly to guard it alone. Uraraka stepped forward, her gaze determined. She touched several small pieces of debris scattered around the room, making them float with her zero gravity. As Ida prepared to defend, she shot the debris his way. He dodged swiftly, his movements controlled and precise, but Shinso was already commanding Katsuki to attack. Bakugo, blast him, Shinso instructed. Katsuki raised his arm, sparks igniting, and aimed directly at Ida. But as Katsuki unleashed an explosion, Ida, anticipating the attack, managed to use his impressive speed to dodge. Katsuki's blast missed by inches, scorching the wall instead. Ida steadied himself by the weapon, watching Katsuki approach with that unnerving blank expression. Desperate, he tried one last time to snap him out of it. Bakugou, wake up, he called, his voice echoing through the room. Katsuki didn't respond, his hand raised, ready to unleash another blast directly at Ida. Acting on instinct, Ida lunged forward, gripping Katsuki's arm to stop the attack. In his panic, he didn't control his own strength and accidentally swung his free arm up, smacking Katsuki across the face in the process. The impact was enough to jolt Katsuki. His eyes widened as he snapped back to reality, feeling the stinging slap on his cheek. The blankness drained from his expression, replaced by a fiery glare. Katsuki blinked, dazed but aware, his mind clearing in an instant. What the hell was that? He barked, rubbing his face as he took in his surroundings. Ida stepped back, shocked. Bakugo, you're back? Of course I'm back. What did you just do? Katsuki snapped, regaining his fierce attitude as he quickly took stock of the situation. He glared down the hall at Shinso and Uraraka, who were now realizing that their plan had failed. Ida, still processing what had happened, stammered, I didn't know that would work. But if you're back, we have a chance to finish this. Katsuki grinned, the thrill of battle reigniting in his eyes. Good. Now stay here and protect that weapon. I'll handle those two myself. That damn freak controlled me as soon as I answered his question, so you better keep my mouth shut, Katsuki demanded towards Ida. With renewed energy, Katsuki launched himself toward Shinso and Uraraka, explosions in both hands. The force of his charge made Shinso stumble back, momentarily losing his composure, while Uraraka braced herself. Shinso gritted his teeth, realizing he'd lost his grip on Bakugo for good. Well, so much for that plan, he muttered. Uraraka glanced at him. We'll just have to fight him head-on. But Katsuki was relentless, his explosions creating shockwaves that forced them both on the defensive. Ida, keeping a vigilant eye on the weapon, couldn't help but admire Katsuki's intensity. The two villains now had a clear advantage. With an unstoppable offensive from Katsuki and Ida's unwavering defense, the heroes were finally overpowered. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. Back in the observation room, the class watched in awe. Did you see that slap? Kaminari laughed. That was an accident, right? All Might nodded, a proud smile on his face. Well, it seems it was just the thing Bakugo needed. Excellent teamwork, even if they didn't plan it. As they regrouped, Ida extended a hand to Katsuki, who rolled his eyes but shook it anyway. Next time though, Katsuki muttered, don't even think about slapping me. Ida just nodded, smiling slightly. I'll keep that in mind. The fight ended in victory for Katsuki, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. But as he returned to the observation room, the final match of the day was about to begin. Shoji and Todoroki, playing the heroes, were set to face off against Toru and Ojiro. The match was over in an instant. In a single sweeping move, Todoroki unleashed his ice, freezing the entire floor and immobilizing Toru and Ojiro with their feet stuck in the ice. The match was over before it had even really started. The whole class stared at the screen in stunned silence, wide-eyed. No way, that didn't even last 30 seconds, Kirishima said, his jaw dropping in amazement. Dang, that's not fair, Mineta muttered, crossing his arms enviously. He's hot, has an completely overpowered quirk. Katsuki watched the screen, feeling a knot form in his stomach as he gulped, a simmering frustration building up inside him. Todoroki made it look so easy, his expression calm and almost disinterested, as if freezing his opponents was barely worth his attention. Katsuki clenched his fists, the urge to prove himself overpowering. He needed to face Todoroki, needed to beat him. Whatever it takes, he muttered under his breath. After class ended, everyone returned to the classroom, still buzzing with excitement and the energy of the day. All Might stood at the front, waiting for them to settle before delivering his final words. Good job, class, he boomed, his voice as encouraging as ever. I'm very proud of each of you. No one got injured, just a few scratches here and there. You all did well and you should be proud of your efforts. The students exchanged grins, feeling a shared sense of accomplishment. Some even cheered, thanking All Might for the lesson. But amid the friendly chatter, Katsuki sat in silence, his jaw clenched, eyes narrowed. His hands tightened into fists as All Might continued. He couldn't shake the image of Todoroki's effortless victory, that calm look in his eyes as he froze the room without breaking a sweat. The satisfaction he'd felt from winning his own match had faded, overshadowed by a burning frustration. It wasn't enough. As the rest of the class basked in All Might's praise, Katsuki kept to himself, a singular thought racing through his mind. I'll beat them all, no matter what. I will become the #1 hero. The next day, Izuku found himself sitting in the bar with Shigaraki. The two of them were deep in thought, Izuku's mind still racing with the adrenaline and satisfaction of his recent encounters. But there was an air of anticipation as well. He could tell Shigaraki had something on his mind. After a long silence, Shigaraki finally broke it, smirking as he glanced at Izuku. Did you know All Might's teaching at UA now? He sneered, a twisted grin spreading across his face. The symbol of peace in a classroom, no less. Imagine that, a hero forced to sit around babysitting a bunch of brats. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. The words rang in his mind with a thrilling clarity, almost too good to be true. The man who had crushed his dreams, the very reason for all the suffering he'd endured, was now more vulnerable than he'd ever been before. Teaching at UA, surrounded by students. And if he was busy with them. So, you're saying? All might actually be defenseless? Izuku whispered, his voice barely containing his excitement. Shigaraki's grin widened, his fingers tapping faster as if mirroring Izuku's excitement. Exactly. All Might, that unbreakable hero, pinned down in the same spot, with nowhere to go. Izuku leaned in, his eyes gleaming with intensity. How will we know when we can attack him? At that moment, the television screen behind the bar crackled to life, the grainy image of All for One filling the screen. His voice, deep and chilling, resonated through the room. I have a lot of friends, you know. His tone was as smooth as it was cryptic, hinting at secrets known only to him. Izuku and Shigaraki exchanged a glance, both of them curious but unsure what he meant. Neither of them could have guessed he was referring to a mole inside UA, someone they'd never suspect. All for One's smile widened, his words flowing like dark silk. In 4 days there's going to be a special lesson held at the unforeseen simulation joint. The UA first years will be having their own field experience. And All Might himself will be there. The implications of this information were electric. Shigaraki clenched his hands, his anticipation palpable as he absorbed All for One's words. Izuku felt his pulse quicken, already imagining the opportunity they were being given. All for One continued, his voice unwavering. This will be a perfect time for you to test their defenses and see how the students handle real danger, and to finally confront All Might himself. With the right timing, a full ambush will show the world just how vulnerable their hero truly is. Izuku's grin matched Shigaraki's now, his eyes glowing with the thrill of the plan beginning to take shape. It was almost poetic. The very school he once dreamed of, the symbol of his failed aspirations, now the place where he could break All Might. And he would make sure every ounce of pain he'd suffered was paid back in full. Shigaraki looked back at the screen, nodding eagerly. This is going to be perfect. They'll never see it coming. Izuku clenched his fists, a newfound determination burning in his chest. This was it, the moment he had waited for since his life had been torn apart. All Might had stripped him of hope, but now he would finally have the chance to strip All Might of his strength. As they delved deeper into their plans, Izuku was astonished at just how meticulously Shigaraki had prepared for this. Shigaraki was no longer just a disheveled, angry figure lashing out at heroes. He had an entire network of villains ready to unleash on UA. Shigaraki had gathered all kinds of criminals, each with unique quirks and specialties, all aligned to cause maximum chaos and destruction at the USJ. Can you believe it? Shigaraki said with a sly smile, leaning back in his chair. UA thinks they're safe. But the second they least expect it, we'll come down on them with everything we've got. Izuku's admiration for Shigaraki was unmistakable. There was something about the way he seemed to thrive in the midst of his dark schemes, his vision for chaos almost infectious. For the first time, Izuku saw Shigaraki as a true leader. Not just someone with a vendetta but someone with a clear, strategic mind. His heart raced at the thought of working under him, playing his own part in such a grand plan. Their discussion was interrupted by the quiet sound of footsteps as Kurogiri entered the room. His voice was smooth and calm as always. The master wishes to speak with you, Midoriya. Izuku glanced up, his heart skipping a beat. It was always thrilling to be summoned by All for One. He caught a brief flicker of envy in Shigaraki's expression as he heard this, but Shigaraki quickly covered it, looking away as if it were nothing. Izuku followed Kurogiri, excitement simmering in his chest. Each time All for One called for him, he felt a deep sense of purpose, a feeling that he was wanted, valued. This was what he had longed for all his life, a sense of belonging that his childhood had denied him. Kurogiri opened a portal, and Izuku stepped through, finding himself in a dimly lit room with a single faint light casting shadows across the walls. At the center sat All for One waiting for him. Izuku approached, feeling a rush of admiration and loyalty swell within him. "Sit down, Midoriya," All for One said in a calm, almost fatherly tone. Izuku took the seat. Next to him, his eyes fixed on his master, eager for every word. After a brief silence, All for One looked at him with a knowing smile. "I've heard you've exacted revenge on one of your bullies. When was it?" Izuku's grin was immediate, his eyes darkening with a kind of satisfaction he hadn't felt before. "Yes, I did," he replied, a small laugh escaping him. He got exactly what he deserved. All for One gave a slow nod, his voice approving. "Good. It's important that you take control of the pain you once suffered. Each act of vengeance brings you closer to true strength. You are taking back what was once taken from you." Izuku felt a swell of pride at his words. Here was someone who understood him, someone who not only allowed but encouraged him to embrace the rage he had carried for so long. All for One continued, his voice soft but with a chilling undercurrent. "At UA you'll face more of those who once would have belittled you, underestimated you. This attack, it's more than revenge. It's a chance to show the world the power you now wield. A chance to show them that the hero society they rely on is as fragile as glass." Izuku nodded, listening intently as All for One's vision grew more vivid. The attack on UA was no longer just an opportunity for revenge on All Might. It was a means of reshaping the world. A part of him thrilled at the prospect, not just of bringing down heroes but of helping to build a new order where people like him and Shigaraki could rule. "All Might," Izuku murmured, clenching his fists. This will be his downfall. In the dim light, All for One held out something small, dark, and foreboding. A black mask designed to fit over Izuku's entire face and a portion of his hair, blending him into the shadows. The material looked as if it could absorb the very light around it, allowing its wearer to disappear almost entirely. "Take this," All for One said, his voice calm but unwavering. "Katsuki Bakugou is in Class 1A, and he can't know you're alive. Not yet." Izuku took the mask with both hands, looking at it with awe and a sense of reverence. It felt heavier than he expected, not just in weight but in meaning. This was more than just a disguise, it was a symbol of his new life, his new purpose. He slipped it over his head, feeling the cool material press against his skin, erasing the boy he once was. For a moment he felt hidden from the world, safe behind the mask. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice muffled but filled with sincerity. All for One gave a small nod, his piercing gaze still fixed on him. "There's something you need to understand," he continued. "Be careful. Don't get too involved and don't get ahead of yourself. You're to observe, to learn, and to act only when the time is right. Stay out of sight. Let no one see you." Izuku felt a surge of disappointment. Part of him had hoped he'd be thrown into battle, the thrill of combat pumping through his veins, proving to the world, and to himself, that he was no longer the helpless child he once was. But as he heard All for One's serious tone, he understood. There was still so much he had to learn, so much he didn't know about controlling his power. He clenched his fists and nodded, swallowing down his eagerness. All for one must have sensed the brief flicker of disappointment, because he reached out and placed a hand on Izuku's head, the gesture almost comforting in a twisted way. His grip was firm, grounding. "Do not disappoint me, Izuku," he said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The words were both a command and a promise, a reminder of the responsibility he now held and the expectations placed upon him. Izuku felt a surge of determination. He wouldn't let his master down. This was the only person who had ever believed in him, who had given him power and a purpose. He would not squander it. "Understood," Izuku replied, his voice resolute. The mask, already starting to feel like a second skin, seemed to strengthen his resolve. He was no longer the quirkless nobody from his past. He was something else now, something more. As he got up to leave, All for One spoke again. "Remember, Izuku. Your patience and your strength will lead you to everything you've ever wanted. Stay in the shadows, and when the time comes, step into the light as something greater than they could ever imagine." Izuku felt a chill run down his spine, but it wasn't fear. It was anticipation, an exhilarating rush of possibility and promise. It was 3 days before the attack on the USJ. Izuku lay sprawled out in his dimly lit room, eyes fixed on the ceiling, but his mind was far from at rest. It was already past 8 p.m., and his thoughts buzzed relentlessly with anticipation. The plan to strike the USJ was close, a mere 72 hours away, and the idea of facing All Might, the so-called symbol of peace and the world's strongest hero, lingered on the edge of his thoughts, simultaneously thrilling and unnerving. Would this really be his chance to take down the man who had shattered his dreams? Could he be the one to break the very foundation of hero society by bringing down All Might himself? As these thoughts turned over and over, something else clawed its way to the forefront of his mind. Ren. The memory of Ren's fearful eyes, the twisted smirk Izuku had worn, and the brutal satisfaction that had flooded through him during that encounter stirred something in him. He couldn't shake the urge to see it again, to revisit the evidence of his newfound power and control over those who had once tormented him. Without hesitating further, Izuku pulled out his phone, the one All for One had gifted him. Unlike his old phone, broken beyond repair during his fall from the rooftop, this one was sleek, dark, and more advanced than anything he'd ever owned. He'd never seen his old phone after the incident, a symbolic reminder of his severed ties to his past life. Izuku quickly typed a message to Kurogiri, a simple directive, and almost instantly, the dark mist of a portal began to unfurl in the corner of his room, accompanied by the faint shimmer of Kurogiri's eyes within the blackness. "Can you take me to Ren?" Izuku's voice was calm, the question leaving his lips without hesitation. "As you please," Kurogiri replied in his deep, haunting tone. His loyalty and swift obedience were eerie, almost unnaturally so. It was as if he were more of a tool than a human being, a loyal shadow at Izuku's beck and call. But that worked just fine for Izuku. He could put this loyalty to good use. Without another word, Izuku stepped forward into the swirling darkness, feeling the familiar, chilling pull of Kurogiri's quirk as it transported him away. When he emerged, he was in a dark, windowless room. The air felt heavy, thick with the unsettling staleness of neglect. Izuku took out his phone and turned on the flashlight, the dim beam cutting through the shadows and illuminating the figure on the ground. There lay Ren's body, twisted, mangled, and utterly lifeless. Bones jutted out at unnatural angles beneath his torn clothes, limbs distorted from the merciless force Izuku had inflicted upon him. Ren's right leg was missing from the knee down, the wound ragged and torn. One finger was missing too. But it was Ren's face that truly bore the worst of Izuku's wrath. One of his eyes was a hollow, burnt socket, the flesh around it singed and charred, a testament to Izuku's lingering cruelty. A single, cloudy eye stared up, unblinking, unable to shut even in death. The effect was haunting, as if Ren were still frozen in the last moments of terror before his life had been snuffed out. Izuku recalled with grim satisfaction the way Ren's screams had died into choked gasps, the life draining from his face as he'd been forced to suffer to the very end. Izuku stepped closer, shining his flashlight over Ren's broken body, feeling a dark thrill run through him. He had done this. He had taken one of his tormentors and left him as a hollow shell, a mere shadow of the boy who had once laughed at his expense. He crouched down beside the body, taking in every detail. This was his work, his power made manifest. "Take this to the alley, the one where we kidnapped him," Izuku commanded, his tone cold and final. He straightened, watching as Kurogiri's foggy portal formed beneath Ren's broken body. With a silent nod, Kurogiri obeyed without question, and Ren's lifeless form disappeared into the darkness, transported back to the grimy alley where he had first been taken. Izuku stood there in the dark room, staring at the spot Ren had vanished from, a twisted smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He clenched his fists and allowed himself one last, malicious farewell. "This is our final goodbye, Ren," he murmured, his voice filled with cold satisfaction. "I hope you'll have a sad afterlife. In hell?" A surge of adrenaline and dark triumph pulsed through him as he turned to leave. Ren was gone, and so was a piece of the tormenting past that had haunted him. The next day, Izuku threw himself into training. He worked relentlessly, pushing his muscles to their limits until they screamed with every movement. Each punch, each strike, each act of telekinetic force he summoned felt like a release, like he was expelling the final traces of his past weakness. His muscles burned, his arms shook, and sweat dripped down his face, but he didn't stop. The image of All Might was a constant in his mind, powerful, untouchable, and smiling with that damned hero's grin. That same grin had mocked him all those years ago, telling him that he would never make it. Now he intended to prove All Might wrong in the most brutal way possible. After finally exhausting himself to the point of collapse, Izuku made his way to the shower. The cold tiles and dim lighting of the familiar bathroom offered him a strange comfort as he let the hot water pour over his tired body, washing away the grime and sweat. He took a moment to stare into the foggy mirror, where he caught a glimpse of himself, harder, more determined, and far removed from the quirkless boy he used to be. Once he was dressed, he made his way back to the bar, anticipation building within him. He knew the news would be covering Ren's discovery by now, and he was eager to see how they would report it. Would they call it a tragedy? A senseless act of violence? The thought almost made him laugh. Izuku entered the bar to find Shigaraki lounging in his usual seat, picking at his nails idly. As Izuku settled in, he grabbed the remote, flicking on the old, static-filled television that sat on the bar's edge. Kurogiri polished glasses behind the counter, casting an interested glance as Izuku turned up the volume. The news anchor appeared on screen, her expression grave. "Breaking news today as authorities have discovered the body of Ren Hayashi, a 16-year-old reported missing just 4 days ago. His remains were found early this morning in an alleyway, and authorities have confirmed the injuries sustained were extensive and deliberately inflicted." A still image of Ren, a typical school photo, flashed on the screen. Izuku felt a pang of dark satisfaction, barely containing his grin. The news anchor's face returned, grim and professional. Ren Hayashi's body was found with severe, torturous injuries. It appears he suffered multiple fractures, dislocated bones, and severe disfigurement. He was missing a limb, one eye, and had extensive marks on his face and body. She paused, visibly disturbed. Authorities suspect a villain attack, and say this brutality resembles an incident 2 months ago where 5 individuals were found crushed under a metal plate in Kamino Ward. Police are working to establish any connection between these cases, but so far, no suspects have been identified. The investigation is ongoing, and we ask anyone with information to contact local authorities. The camera cut to footage of the crime scene. Yellow tape surrounding the alleyway, officers milling about, and a forensic team examining the dark stains on the ground. An empty stretcher stood beside them, Ren's body already removed, leaving behind a chilling sense of what had transpired. Izuku bit down on his knuckle, stifling a laugh as the woman's voice continued. The whole thing was being painted as an act of senseless, monstrous violence. How poetic, he thought. Ren had tormented him for years, only to become the victim in a tale of horror that he couldn't escape, even in death. Shigaraki's gaze shifted to Izuku, noting his silent amusement with a slight smirk. "You really did a number on him," he remarked, almost admiringly. There was a strange new respect in Shigaraki's voice, like he was beginning to see Izuku as more than just an apprentice or a tool. Izuku shrugged nonchalantly, though his pulse quickened with satisfaction. "He deserved it," he replied, keeping his tone level despite the excitement bubbling beneath the surface. He could feel Shigaraki's eyes on him, scrutinizing him, perhaps even beginning to regard him as an equal. This was what he wanted, to earn respect, to be acknowledged as someone capable, someone powerful. Shigaraki chuckled, scratching at his neck. "You're becoming more and more entertaining, you know that?" he said with a wicked grin. "You might actually turn out useful." The half-mocking, half-genuine compliment made Izuku's chest swell with a strange sense of pride. A cold shiver traced down Bakugou's spine, an unfamiliar sensation stirring within him. His fist clenched on the couch cushion as he tried to process the horrifying details. Dislocated bones? Missing limbs? Who would do something like that? His parents, sitting beside him, were equally disturbed. His mom, Mitsuki, pressed a hand to her mouth, her eyes wide in horror. Who in their right mind would find any thrill in something like that? She muttered, her voice trembling with revulsion. Bakugou's father, Masaru, shook his head, unable to look away from the screen. This world. There are villains and then there are monsters. I can't imagine what kind of person would want to torture someone to this extent. Bakugou gritted his teeth, his anger barely contained as he listened. Despite his tough, often abrasive personality, even he found this level of cruelty incomprehensible. Some psycho must have lost it completely, he mumbled, more to himself than anyone else. There's no reason, none, that could justify something this messed up. Mitsuki turned to him, her expression softened but still horrified. You'd better stay sharp out there, Katsuki. Bakugou nodded, his face hardening as his jaw tightened. As the news coverage shifted to a police press conference, his mind drifted back to someone he hadn't thought about in a while, at least not after he joined UA, Izuku. His childhood friend, the kid he used to call Deku. The same kid who was quirkless and yet still annoyingly determined to become a hero. Despite Bakugou's harsh treatment, Izuku always had this unwavering optimism, a trait Bakugou had found frustrating but somehow admirable in hindsight. He glanced at the TV screen, the image of Ren's middle school photo was still showing. Ren had been one of Izuku's tormentors back in middle school, one of the few who'd laughed as Bakugou had belittled him, who had joined in and made Izuku's life miserable. The thought stirred something strange in him. Bakugou leaned back, staring at the ceiling as he wondered, how would Izuku feel about this? It wasn't like they were friends till the end, not even close. Their close friendship already ended in kindergarten. Still, Bakugou could almost picture Izuku's reaction, that look of genuine concern and empathy in his eyes, maybe even a hint of guilt, as if somehow it was his fault. Knowing him, he'd actually feel bad even for someone like Ren. At least, that's what I think, Bakugou muttered, a small ironic chuckle escaping his lips. It was almost funny, really. Deku would probably think there was something he could have done to change it all, some way to make things better. Always trying to save people. Even someone who didn't deserve it. A brief flicker of something like nostalgia crossed his mind before he quickly shoved it away, his expression hardening. What was he even doing thinking about Izuku like that? That nerd was long gone. Yet somehow the thought lingered, the edges of it prickling at him. Shaking off the feeling, Bakugou focused again on the present. He wasn't here to be sentimental. He was here to be the best, to become the #1 hero and crush anyone who dared get in his way. But still, somewhere in the back of his mind, a part of him held on to that last moment of Izuku's expression. Those empty eyes as he had just fallen from the rooftop. Legs completely broken, blood everywhere. He had forgotten. Suddenly, an uncomfortable ache settled in Bakugou's chest, growing sharper by the second. He pushed himself up from the couch. I'm going to bed, he mumbled. Good night, sweetie, answered his mother in a worried tone. Without looking back, he climbed the stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. Once he reached his room, he closed the door behind him and pressed his back against it, sliding down until he was sitting on the floor, his knees pulled to his chest. His breathing hitched, the steady rhythm slipping into an erratic pattern he hadn't felt in months. The walls around him seemed to close in, and his heart pounded louder than his thoughts. Images of Izuku's lifeless expression raced through his mind. The smile he used to have, the constant look of admiration, even the frustration whenever Bakugou dismissed him, all of it gone in an instant. And now, those memories twisted, intertwining with an overwhelming sense of guilt he couldn't shake. He had forgotten, how could he? It's my fault, the words echoed in his mind, relentless and unforgiving. I'm the reason he jumped. I'm the one who pushed him too far. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms until they stung, trying to focus on the pain to pull himself back to reality. But it was no use. The guilt bore down harder, trapping him in a spiral of blame and regret. I should have been the one to die, he whispered, his voice barely audible, cracking under the weight of the words. If I hadn't said those things, hit him, used my quirk on him, if I hadn't pushed him. A shudder ran through him as the memories continued to play, each one adding to the ache in his chest. He wanted to scream, to punch something, to make the feeling go away. But all he could do was sit there, paralyzed by the weight of his actions. Bakugou braced himself, wrapping his arms tighter around his knees, willing himself to breathe through the panic. He forced himself to count his breaths, focusing on each inhale and exhale, grounding himself one heartbeat at a time. But the guilt remained, persistent and unyielding. After what felt like an eternity, the storm inside him began to subside, leaving him drained. He leaned his head back against the door, staring up at the ceiling as if answers could be found there. But he knew there weren't any. All he had were regrets, regrets he couldn't shake, no matter how much he tried to focus on becoming the #1 hero. He wiped a stray tear from his cheek, angry at himself for showing even this hint of weakness. "Get a grip," he muttered, more to himself than anything. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to push away the lingering pain, the guilt, the memories of Izuku's empty eyes. But deep down he knew that emptiness was now a part of him too, a reminder of what he'd lost and the person he'd become in its wake. The day of the long-awaited USJ training session finally arrived, and Bakugou found himself seated quietly on the bus alongside his classmates. They were all buzzing with excitement and anticipation, each one eager to experience what UA had in store for them. Laughter and chatter filled the bus, everyone speculating about the rescue training exercise ahead. But Bakugou remained silent, his arms crossed and his gaze fixed out the window, eyes narrowed in thought. When the bus finally pulled up to the massive USJ facility, the class poured out onto the pavement, gazing up at the dome-like structure before them. It was an impressive sight, modeled to resemble various environments for specialized rescue training. Each student looked around with wide eyes, and even Bakugou raised an eyebrow, though he hid his intrigue. Hero 13, their instructor for the day, stepped forward with a welcoming smile. She began to explain the purpose of the USJ, detailing how each zone within it was designed to replicate real-world disaster scenarios. She spoke of the importance of rescue work, of using quirks not just for fighting villains but for saving lives. A perspective that challenged Bakugou's own view of what it meant to be a hero. As 13 finished her explanation, she turned to Aizawa with a frown. "Wasn't All Might supposed to be here?" Aizawa gave a dismissive shrug, with his face barely showing any concern. Apparently he had more important matters. "Probably an interview or something," he replied with a bored expression, clearly unfazed by the change. Bakugou scoffed softly to himself, noting how much Aizawa and All Might differed. One loved the spotlight, the other wanted nothing to do with it. As the students stood by, waiting for the official start of their training, a strange flicker ran through the lights above, casting brief shadows across the group. Bakugou tensed, glancing up with a scowl as the bright overheads flickered on and off erratically, giving the entire facility an unsettling atmosphere. Then, the fountain in the middle of the room stopped pumping water, the sound of flowing water cutting off abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. A thick, purple mist began to swirl at the center of the room, coalescing into a smoky, almost ethereal gateway that cast an ominous glow. All eyes were on it now, each student frozen in place, wondering if this was some kind of advanced, unexpected twist in the training. But Bakugou's instincts were sharper than that. His eyes narrowed as figures began stepping out of the portal, one after another, dozens of them each with a menacing presence that didn't fit any training exercise. Villains, not actors or holograms but real, breathing villains walked forward with purpose, spreading out into formations as if readying themselves for battle. The sheer malice emanating from them was enough to confirm it. This was no UA simulation. Aizawa's expression shifted in an instant, going from his usual calm indifference to one of deadly focus. His muscles tensed, eyes narrowing as he took in the numbers before him. "What the hell, a villain attack?" he muttered under his breath, voice low but sharp with realization. Bakugou felt a jolt of adrenaline rush through him, excitement tinged with the sharp edge of fear. Beside him, Kirishima looked just as stunned, but the glint in his eyes showed he was ready for action. They exchanged a glance, unspoken words passing between them. Whatever was going on, they weren't going to stand by. Just as Bakugou took a step forward, Aizawa's voice cut through the silence. "Stay back." His voice was firm and unyielding, brooking no argument. Bakugou clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration, but he forced himself to listen, stopping dead in his tracks alongside Kirishima. Aizawa dashed forward alone, diving into the crowd of villains without hesitation. His capture scarf flicked through the air with precision, wrapping around the villains and pulling them to the ground one after another. With his erasure quirk activated, he nullified their powers, giving him a tactical advantage. But Bakugou could see the numbers weren't in his favor. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of villains flooding into the facility, each of them dangerous and determined. The screen in the observation room behind them was still flashing the roster for the day's rescue exercises, a cruel reminder of how quickly the situation had changed. The class stood transfixed, eyes glued to their teacher as he fought against wave after wave of enemies, every movement precise and calculated, but the exhaustion was already visible on his face. "What?" What's going on? Uraraka whispered, clutching at her chest as she watched Aizawa taking on an entire army of villains alone. Bakugou's fingers twitched, itching to join the fight, his mind racing as he analyzed the villains ahead. Each one looked like they'd been chosen for specific roles, coordinated like a dark mirror of a hero team. His pulse quickened as he imagined tearing through them, explosions ripping through the air. But he held his ground, Aizawa's command still ringing in his ears. On the battlefield, Aizawa continued his assault, dodging blows and neutralizing quirks, but more villains poured out of the portal with every passing second. The numbers were becoming overwhelming, the odds stacked against him as he pressed forward. A few hours before the attack, Izuku stood in a big underground hall, his eyes scanning the gathered crowd of villains. The air was thick with tension, a potent mixture of excitement and chaos, as dozens of villains whispered and muttered around him. Each face was different, scarred, marked, twisted with expressions of malice, anticipation, or even pure apathy. He'd never seen so many people who were openly hostile to society, let alone imagine standing among them. But here he was, in the heart of darkness, preparing for a mission to kill All Might, the symbol of peace and the one person he once idolized above all. The thought sent a chill down his spine, both nerve-wracking and exhilarating. He was just a kid, after all, still barely understanding the depths of the underworld he'd stepped into. But at the same time he felt his pulse quicken with the thrill of it. They weren't simply going to attack the USJ. They were going to wage war against All Might himself, and the excitement in the room reflected that. Every villain here was eager, brimming with anticipation. Yet, Izuku knew something they didn't. Something about All Might's body and its true state, the vulnerability hidden behind that heroic grin. He considered telling Shigaraki, maybe even Kurogiri. But then he decided against it. Why spoil the surprise? Let them see the cracks for themselves. He adjusted his hoodie, one that wasn't full of blood stains. He held his black mask in one hand, fingers tight around it, almost like a lifeline. In his other hand he had his notebook with a pen attached to it. It was a completely new one. He had lost all the other notebooks he once made, all the things he'd ever written in those notes are lessons ingrained in his mind. Izuku remembered what All for One said, observe. Izuku should observe for now. So that's why he brought a notebook along. Izuku had to blend in with these villains, play the part, but still, something about being the youngest face in the crowd unsettled him. Every so often, his scarred shoulder would give a faint, phantom twinge, a reminder of the rooftop and everything he'd left behind. A sudden weight on his shoulder jolted him from his thoughts. He flinched, feeling an uncomfortable tingling sensation run through as a hand gripped his shoulder. The shoulder with the burned scar on it. A man with blue hair and an absurdly flamboyant costume leered down at him. The costume looked completely out of place, garish colors and mismatched patterns that looked more fit for a circus than for a gathering of villains. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly, irritation flaring in his chest. "Hey kid," the man sneered, his voice carrying a mocking edge. "Aren't you a little too young to be here? Shouldn't you be off at school or maybe even kindergarten?" He laughed, his voice grating and high-pitched, and a few other villains nearby overheard and chuckled as well. The words stung, and for a split second, Izuku's fingers twitched with the urge to use his quirk, to lash out and show this guy exactly who he was dealing with. How dare they look down on him? They didn't know anything about him, about what he'd been through or what he was capable of. But he swallowed the urge, his jaw clenching as he forced himself to stay silent. Fighting here would be stupid. He didn't know their quirks, their capabilities. And he couldn't risk jeopardizing the plan, not when everything was so close. So he turned his gaze forward, gripping the mask tightly in his hand, using the tension to ground himself. The villains around him continued to laugh, some sneering in his direction. But he shut them out, focusing instead on the image of All Might, the glorious, powerful hero who'd soon be brought to his knees. Just the thought of it made his lips twitch into a small, twisted smile, one that he quickly concealed. A hush fell over the hall. Izuku's attention shifted as Shigaraki entered, flanked by Kurogiri and two others. The sight of them captivated everyone in the room. It was clear this was a gathering unlike any other. The first figure beside Shigaraki was a man in a simple skull mask, his attire so unremarkable that he almost faded into the background. Izuku's mind raced, wondering what someone like him could bring to such an important mission. Just a side character, he thought at first, someone there to fill out the numbers. The second figure, however, was impossible to overlook. Standing tall, massive really, was a creature unlike anything Izuku had ever seen. His skin was a dark, unnatural blue, and exposed muscles and veins throbbed under the strange bird-like face that seemed more monstrous than human. Thick, corded muscles rippled under his skin, and, disturbingly, his brain was exposed, pulsing slightly in the dim light. The sight sent a chill down Izuku's spine, a feeling he didn't often experience. He couldn't shake the visceral sense of fear clawing at him, staring at that thing. For a moment he felt more like a trembling kid than an aspiring villain. Shigaraki took his place on a raised platform at the front of the hall, Kurogiri standing tall at his side, the two other figures slightly behind them. The room quieted as every villain turned to face them, waiting. The air was thick with tension, the anticipation almost tangible. With a grin that held a glint of menace, Shigaraki began to speak. "All right, listen up. This attack on the USJ is the real deal, so pay close attention." He gestured to the skull-masked man beside him. "First, we'll jam their communications. Thanks to this guy and his quirk, they won't be able to call for help. Their cries for backup will go unheard." Izuku glanced at the masked man again, intrigued. So that was his role. The man might look unassuming, but his quirk was essential. Izuku smirked slightly, appreciating the plan's calculated steps. Then Shigaraki continued, "After that, Kurogiri will transport each of you to a different zone within the USJ. For those who don't know, the USJ has zones mimicking natural disasters. Mountains, landslides, fires. You'll be assigned to the areas that suit you best." He shot a look into the crowd. "And 1A will be divided across those zones too, so you'll get plenty of chances to make an impression." Just then, a woman raised her hand, her voice cutting through the silence. "How are we going to kill All Might if we're all split up? Isn't the idea to overpower him as a group?" Shigaraki chuckled, his lips curling into a twisted smile. He pointed to the towering blue-skinned figure. "That's where he comes in. Meet Nomu." Izuku's eyes locked onto the creature. Nomu. He radiated raw power, an almost suffocating aura that filled the room, and Izuku realized with both awe and fear that Shigaraki wasn't exaggerating. "This pet's strength is comparable to All Might's," Shigaraki continued with a smirk. "I can assure you that he'll be more than a match." A chill crept over Izuku as he processed that statement. This monster, this Nomu, was expected to take on the #1 hero toe-to-toe. If Nomu really was that powerful, he'd be able to deal blows that no normal villain could dream of. Izuku's mind raced as he looked around the crowded underground hall, taking in the dozens of villains gathering around him. He remembered Shigaraki always hanging around the bar alone, barely looking like someone who could rally others, let alone plan something as ambitious as an assault on All Might. Who were all these people, and how had Shigaraki managed to gather them? The whole operation felt too organized, too calculated. And then there was Nomu. Izuku's eyes drifted back to the hulking creature by Shigaraki's side, and a chill ran down his spine. Someone as powerful as Nomu, bound to follow Shigaraki's orders? How had that even happened? Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that Shigaraki wasn't the true mastermind behind this. Shigaraki, with his childish tantrums and impulsive nature, didn't seem like the type who'd carefully orchestrate a plan like this on his own. No, this had to be someone else's doing. He thought of All for One, of the hand that had been guiding him too. It was starting to make sense. This attack was more than Shigaraki, it was part of something larger. Izuku took a deep breath, his fingers tightening around the mask. The thought that he was part of something so enormous, a plan crafted by forces beyond Shigaraki's brash nature, sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. He'd never imagined that he, someone who had once been powerless and ridiculed, would one day stand here among villains preparing to strike down the world's greatest hero. The thought stirred something dark and hungry within him. "Now let's go," Shigaraki's voice echoed, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Izuku glanced up, catching sight of Shigaraki's gaze sweeping over the crowd, the slightest hint of a grin tugging at his lips. He pulled on the mask, letting it mold to his face, hiding his expression but not the rush of adrenaline pulsing in his veins. He was ready for this. Suddenly, a giant, swirling cloud of purple mist surrounded them, enveloping every villain in the hall. The familiar eerie chill of Kurogiri's portal washed over him, the dark swirls swallowing him and his fellow villains whole. As the world dissolved into darkness, Izuku felt his heart pounding with a mix of excitement, nerves, and the twisted satisfaction of what was to come. The USJ and All Might awaited. A shiver of energy rippled through the darkened atmosphere as Izuku stepped out from the portal, the last of a dozen villains transported across the landscape of the USJ. A dense purple mist enveloped him momentarily, dissipating in an instant to reveal he was positioned high atop a mountain ledge. The rock was jagged beneath his feet, and the vast view stretched before him. the sprawling expanse of the facility with its fragmented rescue zones, each designed for different disaster scenarios. The vantage point was strategic, a front-row seat to the chaos about to unfold. Izuku couldn't help but smirk under his mask, realizing this was no coincidence. All for One must have instructed Kurogiri to place him here, out of harm's way, providing him the perfect overlook. A prime view to observe the attack on UA students, while avoiding direct confrontation. It felt like he was being kept on the sidelines, but he knew it was for a reason. His time would come. From here he could see almost every inch of the USJ with the fire and ice zones only just out of sight, nestled in secluded areas far below. He scanned the scene with sharp eyes, quickly noting the main area below, where Kurogiri's portal had opened like a chasm, flooding the fountain plaza with villains. Dozens poured out in waves, each with varying quirks and motives, eyes gleaming with malice and the thrill of impending chaos. Then his gaze shifted to the distant entrance. Izuku's breath caught as he squinted, seeing the figures gathering there. Class 1A. For a moment he simply observed them, noting the surprise and confusion etched on their faces. And then, a jolt of adrenaline coursed through him as his eyes found him. Katsuki Bakugou. Keka. His fingers clenched tighter around his notebook, the edges of the paper creasing as he instinctively gripped it harder. Katsuki was right there, so close yet so far away, a fierce scowl on his face even at a distance. Seeing him ignited a surge of emotions, a twisted blend of excitement and bitter resentment. The thrill of facing him one day, of proving himself, burned like an ember in his chest. He could practically feel his fingers itching, craving the chance to unleash his quirk to engage in real combat. But he knew he wasn't ready. Not yet. This wasn't the time for his grudge against Katsuki, though it gnawed at him, begging for release. He hadn't even used his quirk in true combat yet. He still had much to learn before he could take on someone like Katsuki. For now he would watch, biding his time learning. But he'd make sure that when they did meet again, it would be on his terms. Izuku's focus returned to the crowd of students and teachers gathered at the entrance. He scrutinized the adults in particular, searching. Where was All Might? His eyes darted from one figure to the next, his frustration mounting. The number one hero was their primary target, and his absence was jarring. Wasn't he supposed to be overseeing this training? It didn't make sense. Below, the teachers and students appeared on edge, glancing around in bewilderment. They likely believed the sudden arrival of villains was part of some elaborate training exercise. He could see them, the uncertainty flickering in their postures. That would change soon enough. He let his gaze drift over Class 1A again, each student a potential future adversary, their quirks and strategies now being laid bare before him. Midoriya let out a slow breath, his gaze steeling. He wasn't here just for revenge or for thrill. He was here to observe, to learn, and ultimately to be ready for his day of reckoning. He slid his mask into place, concealing his face entirely, as a calm yet fierce determination solidified within him. Izuku leaned forward from his perch, watching as Aizawa sprinted into the heart of the villain mob near the fountain. His eyes glinted with fascination as he scribbled in his notebook, detailing Aizawa's swift, almost feral movements. That long hair which goes up when he uses his quirk, those goggles, that scarf. There was no missing it. This was the hero Eraserhead. Though this hero was barely on the news or even famous. Izuku knew who he was, a pro-hero facing an onslaught of villains with nothing but his own physical skill and quirk-nullifying ability. Aizawa was formidable. That's someone worth studying, he thought, marking notes on combat style and close-range tactics. The other villains didn't stand a chance as Aizawa's scarf whipped through the air, disarming them with precision. Even so, his fighting style and quirk isn't suitable for close combat. He's more the type who wins with surprise attacks. It may also be hard to fight against a large group like that. He can't look at everyone at the same time, Izuku muttered as he wrote down his weaknesses. Then his attention was drawn to Kurogiri, who approached the group of students and their teacher, 13. Izuku's pen hovered over the page, captivated by the way Kurogiri's physical body disappeared within the smoke, leaving only that eerie, misty form. He'd made notes about Kurogiri's quirk before, speculating on its limitations, its range, but this was new. His hand moved quickly, jotting down observations on the special page he had for Kurogiri. Physical presence concealed, quirk extends radius when focused. Possibilities for stealth and disruption. He couldn't hear what was being said from his vantage point, but he could guess. Kurogiri's role was to divide and overwhelm. And he was doing it well. It's a pleasure to meet you, we are the League of Villains. I believe All Might was supposed to be here, yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some change of plans we could not have foreseen, Kurogiri said as he steed eye to eye with Class 1A. Some students were terrified, some were frustrated. Ah well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter, I have a role to play, Kurogiri continued as he spread out his smoke. 13 immediately saw that this wouldn't turn out well. She exposed a hole from her suit right where her finger would be. But before she could even act, Katsuki and Kirishima stepped in and attacked Kurogiri without a doubt, causing a giant explosion from Katsuki's quirk. Izuku's gaze shifted to the students, eyes catching on Katsuki as he stepped back from that blast, the same fiery determination in his stance that Izuku remembered. Katsuki's hands sparked, and his legs were poised to launch forward in an instant. Of course, Izuku thought, a smirk creeping under his mask. Kaken would be the first to act, diving in headfirst without a second thought. It was so predictable. Katsuki's recklessness was his strongest trait and Izuku noted with satisfaction, his greatest weakness. Kirishima stood beside him, hardening his arms, both boys ready to launch another attack. Izuku chuckled, amusement flaring. It was like watching a story he already knew unfold. There was no subtlety in Katsuki's approach. As 13 shouted, trying to hold them back, Izuku's eyes narrowed, waiting for the inevitable. You two. Get back here right now, 13 yelled, but her warning came a second too late. Just as the smoke from Katsuki's explosion had cleared up, half of Class 1A was surrounded by smoke. And in an instant, they were all warped somewhere else within the USJ. Izuku's hand paused over the page, watching the purple clouds swallow them up. He couldn't deny the satisfaction simmering in his chest. This was real. This was the impact of true power, and he was on the side that could make it happen. Katsuki would be fine. He was tough and Izuku needed him alive, for now at least. But there was no doubt that one day the tables would turn, and Katsuki would understand just how deeply he'd underestimated him. Ida, Shuji, Mina, Uraraka, Shiro, Sato remained near the entrance. 13 was also still there. The eerie silence following their classmates' disappearance was broken only by the quiet hum of Kurogiri's smoky form, hovering menacingly before them. Ida glanced around anxiously. Where is everyone? He asked, voice strained. Shuji, with calm determination, extended his limbs into multiple arms, each one growing eyes that scanned the facility. His expression tightened. They've been scattered around the facility. But they're not alone. Villains are everywhere. His voice was steady but the weight of his words hit everyone hard. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Izuku took it all in. He looked from group to group, unable to decide where to focus first. There was so much happening, so many faces to observe, each one now locked in a fight for survival. His excitement bubbled over, his mouth widened and he laughed, a twisted thrill coursing through him. Man, this is so much fun, he said to himself, sketching a rough outline of Shuji in his notebook. Even from a distance he could see the mutation quirk at work, the duplicated limbs turning into extra eyes and ears. Such a versatile quirk, he noted. Useful for recon, though it could leave him vulnerable if he's not careful. Izuku's interest in quirks didn't change, his perspective was still the same, every quirk was worth taking notes of. Even after he got his own quirk which was maybe stronger than others, he still continued this hobby of his. Back by the entrance, the tension mounted. 13's gaze hardened and she turned to Ida. Class rep. I have a task for you. Run back to UA. Inform the teachers about the situation. Ida's eyes went wide. But I can't leave my classmates here all alone. His voice wavered, glancing at each of his friends who looked back with a silent plea. Go, Ida. Mina's voice broke through, full of urgency. Yeah, you're our fastest chance. Uraraka added, her voice supportive but firm. Shiro stepped forward, nodding. You can do this, class representative will be okay. Despite his hesitation, Ida took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I'll go. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the doors, activating his quirk, his engines roaring as he sped forward with everything he had. But Kurogiri's gaze followed him, the villain's form expanding and darkening as he quickly warped closer, his mist closing in on Ida like a tightening net. Seeing the danger, Shiro reacted in an instant. He fired his tape, aiming for the metallic brace around Kurogiri's neck, the only solid part of him, and managed to yank him back, briefly disrupting his mist. Kurogiri stumbled, his form wavering, buying Ida the critical second he needed. Ida threw open the doors and dashed through, his engines flaring as he left the USJ facility. For a fleeting moment, a wave of relief washed over the remaining students. But Kurogiri recovered quickly, turning his attention back to the group with renewed menace. 13 stepped forward, determination blazing in her eyes, her fingers extended as her quirk activated. Powerful gravitational pull began to suck in the mist around Kurogiri, drawing his form toward her. "You won't harm my students?" 13 shouted, her quirk whirling with intense force, causing Kurogiri's smoke to spiral toward her. Yet Kurogiri's movements remained unervingly composed. With a calculated flicker, a portal opened directly behind 13. Before she could react, her quirk turned against her, the gravitational force now pulling her backward into her own vortex. She gasped, struggling as the pull bore down on her, tearing into her suit and wrenching at her back. Mina cried out, realizing what was happening. 13-sensei. Shiro and Uraraka moved forward, horrified, but powerless as they watched. 13's quirk had backfired in a terrible way, leaving her vulnerable and wounded. Izuku's grin widened from his mountaintop perch, his eyes gleaming with a twisted satisfaction as he took in the chaos below. Kurogiri's quirk isn't just for movement, it's a weapon all on its own. He can turn the environment against anyone no matter how skilled. He jotted more notes with a steady hand, feeling a dark thrill as the battle continued to spiral out of control. From his elevated vantage point, Izuku surveyed the battlefield, his pulse quickening. The separation tactic had worked. Each student would be forced to confront their own challenges, with no way to support one another. Izuku froze as he heard the quiet, trembling sound coming from behind a rock. His head snapped to the side, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected anyone to be near him on this high ledge, yet here was someone. Silently, he set his notebook and pen on the rock he'd been sitting on and moved forward, keeping low as he approached the noise. Peering around the edge of the large boulder, he saw a figure huddled against the stone. A blond boy, arms wrapped tightly around his knees, trembling and hiding his face. The kid was wearing a ridiculous costume, all glitter. It hurt Izuku's eyes. Izuku cocked his head in surprise. "A student? Did Kurogiri send him here for me to handle?" "Well, hello there," he murmured, his voice low and ominous. The boy flinched violently, lifting his head, wide eyes catching the faint light. The student's face was pale, and his mouth was slightly open, shaking. Please don't hurt me," he stammered, his voice breaking in fear. He raised his hands, shaking as if to ward Izuku off. "Oh, I'm on your side. I gave information, to help. I'm the one who told them about the schedule." Izuku raised an eyebrow, taken aback. "On my side?" He squinted at the boy, trying to make sense of his panicked words. "He gave information?" He studied the blonde, a new realization settling in. This wasn't just a random student caught in the wrong place. This kid was the traitor all for one had hinted at. Izuku's surprise turned into something darker, a glint in his eyes as he stepped closer, towering over the boy. "On my side, huh?" he said slowly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "So you're the traitor?" The boy, whoever he was, nodded frantically, eyes darting around as if to make sure they were alone. Yes, I swear," he gasped. "I told them about All Might's schedule, about the USJ. I've been giving information, anything they wanted, just, please don't hurt me." "Alright, then I won't be needing this." Izuku pulled off his mask, staring down at him, both amused and disgusted. "So, you sold out your own class," he murmured, his voice cold. The kid in front of him was trembling like a leaf, terrified, pleading. It was hard to decide if he was more pitiful or pathetic. "What's your name?" Izuku sneered, crouching down so he could look the boy in the eyes. "Why, Yuga Aoyama," he stuttered. Izuku's smirk grew as he watched the terrified blonde cowering against the rock, shaking. The fear in the boy's eyes only fueled his pleasure. Aoyama wasn't merely worth knowing Izuku's name. They might be the same age, but Izuku felt much better than this loser. "Look at you," Izuku sneered, his voice laced with disdain. "You're supposed to be a hero, right? Someone brave enough to face villains and protect people. But here you are, selling out your own class and begging for mercy." Aoyama's lips quivered as he looked up, his face pale, eyes glossy with tears he was desperately trying to hold back. Izuku tilted his head, studying him with a cruel curiosity. "You know," he said slowly, "if you're going to survive this without getting caught, shouldn't you at least look like you put up some kind of fight?" He paused, watching the fear flicker even stronger in Aoyama's eyes. "It'd be pretty suspicious if you came out of this unscathed, don't you think?" Aoyama's voice came out as a shaky whisper, his fear practically choking him. What do you mean?" Izuku's grin only widened as he lifted a small stone from the ground with his telekinetic quirk, bringing it into his hand. He turned the stone over, inspecting it with a sinister expression. "Yes. This will do nicely." He let his fingers trace over the edges, then brought his gaze back to Aoyama, who was practically frozen in fear. Without warning, Izuku raised the stone in the air and then slammed it against Aoyama's cheek. A small gash opened on his skin, a thin line of blood trickling down as Aoyama winced, a muffled cry slipping out. The fear in his eyes deepened, his hands clenching at his sides. Izuku's smile widened, almost serene in its cruelty. See? That's more believable already. He held the stone up in the air again, moving his fingers again as he used it to tear a section of Aoyama's costume at the shoulder, exposing a strip of skin. Slowly, almost delicately, he dragged the stone along the exposed skin, leaving a thin, bloody scratch. Aoyama gasped, barely able to suppress the tears streaming down his cheeks. He clutched his arm, eyes wide and filled with a mixture of pain and terror. Izuku leaned back, examining his work with satisfaction. There, he said with a twisted grin. Now it looks like you fought back like a proper hero in training. His tone was light, but there was a darkness underneath, a mocking edge that made it clear he enjoyed every second of Aoyama's fear. Really, you're pathetic, Izuku continued, his voice dripping with contempt. Now I see why Kurogiri brought you here. I suppose we'll keep you around as long as you're useful, but make no mistake if you try anything. He leaned in close, his eyes gleaming with menace. You'll regret it. Aoyama trembled, choking out a pitiful, tear-soaked response. I won't. I promise. Izuku's smirk didn't waver as he turned his back, casting one last look over his shoulder. Good. Stay put and don't draw attention to yourself. He walked back to his seat on the ledge, resuming his observation of the chaos unfolding below with renewed satisfaction. Behind him, Aoyama sat slumped against the rock, hugging his knees, struggling to keep his sobs quiet as he held onto the painful bloody cuts Izuku had left on him. Izuku settled back onto the rock, sliding his mask on to conceal his face and continue observing the scene unfolding at the USJ. From his high vantage point, he had a clear view of Aizawa locked in combat, his movements a blur of practiced skill as he fended off wave after wave of villains near the fountain. It was impressive. Aizawa's scarf moved with such precision, taking down villains before they even had a chance to attack. Still, Izuku's gaze was drawn further away to the shipwreck zone, where he spotted 3 students clustered together on a battered boat. The villains surrounding them seemed hesitant, almost calculating. It was clear they hadn't attacked yet because they had no idea what quirks they were up against. That hesitation, however, didn't last long. Out of nowhere, one of the villains lashed out with a chaotic attack, sending a massive whirlpool spiraling through the water, churning it violently and nearly tipping the boat. Izuku straightened up, his interest piqued. What the hell are they doing? He muttered under his breath, surprised by the sudden turn of events. One villain was recklessly attacking others, forcing them into the whirlpool. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he tried to analyze the situation. Was this some kind of mistake, or had one of the students triggered the villains to turn on each other? He watched closely as a girl with long green hair gathered the 2 boys with her. He launched herself off the boat with them in her grasp, leaping high into the air. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. The jump alone must have taken an immense amount of power, yet she executed it gracefully, the 2 boys clinging tightly to her. While airborne, the smaller boy with purple hair flicked his wrist, tossing peculiar sticky purple balls toward the villains thrashing in the water below. Izuku observed, fascinated, as the balls made contact, causing the villains to stick to each other in a sticky, chaotic mass, rendering them completely immobilized. What? Izuku breathed, unable to mask his surprise. He'd seen various quirks, but this move was unexpected. The villains floundered in the water, completely glued together, helpless as the whirlpool tore at them. The green-haired girl managed to bring the 3 of them back down to the edge of the water, standing on a small embankment where they could view Aizawa's fight from a safe distance. The entire sequence had happened so quickly that Izuku was still processing it, piecing together the logic behind their strategy. He felt a pang of frustration. This wasn't supposed to happen. The villains should have had the upper hand, and here, just 3 students had managed to neutralize a whole group in a matter of seconds. How did they know to react that way? Was it luck, or had one of them somehow manipulated the villains into attacking each other? Izuku felt his fingers twitch, that all-too-familiar urge to jump into action, to control the situation himself. But he forced himself to stay put, his fist clenched tightly around the rock beneath him. No one else from the fight where Aizawa was seemed to have noticed the students were watching carefully. It was maddening to Izuku, seeing these students turn the tables so easily while he remained on the sidelines. The tension in the air was thick, almost crackling as Izuku watched the battlefield below. In a single devastating instant, the Nomu sprang into action. It moved like a blur, faster than anything Izuku had ever seen, its massive form crashing into Aizawa with inhuman strength. Before Aizawa had a chance to react, the Nomu had him pinned to the ground, rendering his quirk useless. Izuku's gaze shifted to Shigaraki, who, up until now, had been merely observing from the sidelines. But now, with the Nomu's attack in full swing, Shigaraki sprang into motion, eyes locked onto the three students huddled at the edge of the shipwreck zone. He ran at full speed toward the girl with green hair, his hand extended, fingers twitching with anticipation. Izuku felt a dark grin stretch across his face as he whispered to himself, of course he would notice. He watched with fascination, knowing that in seconds Shigaraki's quirk would turn the girl to dust. She wouldn't even have a chance to scream. But just as Shigaraki closed in, Aizawa, in a final burst of resilience, managed to lock his gaze on Shigaraki, activating his erasure quirk. Shigaraki's hand reached out, his fingers inches from the girl's face, but nothing happened. His quirk was neutralized and he was forced to back away. Fury twisted his face and he raised his hand to strike Aizawa himself. In response, the Nomu didn't hesitate. With a sickening crack, it grabbed Aizawa's arm and snapped it as if it were nothing more than a twig. Aizawa's scream of agony echoed through the battlefield, faintly reaching even Izuku's ears, who watched in something close to awe as the Nomu held Aizawa down, each blow dismantling the hero's defenses. Down by the water's edge, the girl turned to flee, holding her two classmates in her arms. But before she could leap back to safety, the Nomu appeared behind her with frightening speed. Its looming presence alone was enough to freeze her in place for a second too long. Then a thunderous crash split the air, reverberating across the USJ. It was deafening, sending chills down Izuku's spine. From the entrance stood a massive figure, a man radiating power and intensity. It was All Might. He wasn't smiling, and his usual air of calm confidence had been replaced by a sharp, cold fury. The entire battlefield by the fountain seemed to pause, every eye turning toward the symbol of peace. The villains surrounding the fountain fell silent, their gazes fixed on the one man they'd been sent to kill. Before Izuku could process it, All Might had already covered half the distance to the Nomu, moving with such speed that Izuku's eyes struggled to keep up. In a flash, All Might plowed through several villains who dared to stand in his way, sending them flying as if they were weightless. And now All Might was there, standing before the Nomu, his fist pulled back and muscles tensed. With a power that seemed to shake the very ground, he launched a punch straight into the Nomu. The force of the impact echoed like a thunderclap, the shockwave rippling through the air, causing even Izuku high above to feel the tremor. Izuku felt his pulse quicken as he stared at All Might. He had seen All Might in action on TV countless times, but seeing him here live was different, almost surreal. This was All Might at his fullest, a force of nature, the embodiment of heroism itself. Izuku sat on his rocky perch, high above the battlefield, gripping his notebook as he watched the scene unfold below. His eyes were wide, almost unblinking, trying to catch every detail, every subtle movement. But All Might was fast, unbelievably fast. Izuku found it hard to follow him even from this vantage point. He could only make out bursts of motion as All Might zipped from one spot to another, sending villains flying with just a swipe of his arm or a well-placed kick. It was like watching a storm tear through a city. Flipping to a fresh page, Izuku started scribbling down everything he observed, the scratch of his pen frantic. All Might was a hero he had analyzed for years, practically idolized since childhood. Every notebook he'd ever filled was practically a testament to All Might's career, filled with observations, speculations, and theories about his strength, his style, his habits. At least 2 pages of each notebook were dedicated solely to this hero. And yet, even with all that analysis, Izuku knew there were still things he couldn't quite understand. He'd spent hours watching All Might's moves, rewatching news footage and dissecting his battles, but something remained elusive, the source of his quirk. Online theories abounded. Some believed it was a complex combination of quirks, while others argued it was a highly unique mutation. Izuku had leaned toward the simplest theory, super strength, but even that didn't seem to account for the agility, the speed, and the endurance that All Might displayed with every battle. Izuku's eyes darted between the scattered chaos and the strange, almost calculated inaction of Shigaraki. As he watched, Shinso and Azui helped prop up the injured Eraserhead, each step they took seeming heavier as they made their way toward the entrance. Izuku's fingers tapped against his notebook. Why wasn't Shigaraki doing anything? He could easily stop those 2 students from carrying Eraserhead to safety. It didn't make sense, Shigaraki just stood there watching them move, his figure motionless amidst the whirlwind of battle. His lips moved, though from this distance, Izuku couldn't hear a word. Was Shigaraki talking to them? What could he possibly be discussing right now in the heat of such a battle? Izuku's curiosity spiked, mingling with frustration as he strained to read Shigaraki's intentions. A powerful, thundering sound yanked Izuku's attention back to the main fight. All Might had just thrown another punch, one so intense it seemed to ripple through the air, but Nomu barely budged. Despite the ferocity, each punch seemed to disappear into Nomu's body, like he was absorbing it, brushing it off as if it were nothing. It was strange. All Might's blows usually had such force, enough to send even the strongest villains flying, yet here, it felt like he was up against an immovable wall. Shigaraki's mocking laughter cut through the noise. Nomu here has shock absorption. He jeered, sounding disturbingly delighted. Isn't it fantastic? The only way you could beat him is to slowly gouge out his flesh. Izuku watched as All Might's expression hardened, a flicker of anger sparking in his usually calm eyes. He gritted his teeth, his body tense as he prepared to launch another assault. But Shigaraki wasn't done. Of course, he added, his voice dripping with a twisted glee, I don't think he'll just sit back and let you do that. You've finally found your match. Though Izuku could barely hear anything, the observations hit Izuku like a punch. Nomu wasn't just absorbing All Might's hits, he was designed for this. This creature, this monster, had been created specifically to counter All Might's strength. It wasn't just brute force, it was precision, calculated to bring down the symbol of peace himself. The very idea was chilling, and Izuku could feel the excitement and tension coiling within him, mingling with unease. Izuku's heart raced as he watched All Might twist his grip around Nomu, pulling the creature's hulking body toward him in a desperate attempt to hold him still. But before he could even blink, Kurogiri's form materialized just behind All Might, his smoky, dark aura forming a swirling portal beneath the hero. In one swift movement, half of All Might's body was dragged through, making him appear suspended and contorted, his head and torso trapped in a strange, twisted position. Nomu's clawed hands closed around All Might's midsection, right over his stomach, where Izuku knew he carried that old, festering injury. The hero's face twisted in pain, and Izuku's eyes glinted, fixating on that brutal grip Nomu had on him. Right there, he muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper, that's where his injury is. Izuku leaned forward, his fingers tightening around his notebook as he scribbled details rapidly. He didn't want to miss a second of this, he was transfixed. All Might's body hung there, twisted in Kurogiri's portal, while Nomu's crushing strength bore down on him, threatening to snap him in half. There was something almost poetic about it, Izuku thought. The symbol of peace, trapped and helpless, so close to being torn apart. Izuku felt a thrill ripple through him, a dark satisfaction rising to the surface. He could almost imagine stepping closer, observing up close, watching as All Might's strength was finally snuffed out, all while Shigaraki looked on, smug and amused. 10 seconds felt like a lifetime. All Might's breath was ragged, his face strained as he fought to pull himself free. The entire battlefield seemed to pause, the surrounding villains and students momentarily frozen, staring as the #1 hero was about to be shattered. Then out of nowhere, a massive sheet of ice shot forward, freezing Nomu's limbs in place, locking his monstrous hands away from All Might's torso. The sudden shock gave All Might just enough leverage to pull himself free of Kurogiri's portal. He twisted in the air, righting himself as the ice fractured beneath Nomu's strength but bought precious seconds. Izuku's gaze snapped to the source of the ice, eyes narrowing as he recognized Todoroki, standing a short distance away, his hands still raised, eyes steely. Just as quickly, another explosion rocked the battlefield from behind, sending a shockwave through the air and forcing Nomu and Kurogiri to stumble. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the familiar fierce glint of red and orange blasts ripping through the chaos. It was Bakugou. Katsuki shot through the air, his explosions propelling him like a human missile. Without hesitation, he aimed for Kurogiri's exposed metal collar, the only tangible part of the villain's ethereal form, and detonated another powerful blast right over it. Kurogiri recoiled, his form wavering as if the impact had disrupted him, even if only for a split second. Izuku's shock was laced with grudging admiration. Katsuki must have figured it out. He'd managed to aim precisely for Kurogiri's vulnerable point. Izuku watched, captivated by the sight of his old classmate diving into the chaos, explosions bursting around him as he joined the fray, fearlessly forcing his way closer to Nomu and Kurogiri. Izuku squinted, observing Bakugou as he wrestled Kurogiri to the ground, pinning the smoky villain's collar with a tight grip while detonating small, controlled explosions against it. Izuku couldn't hear Bakugou's words from his vantage point, but he could tell from his wild gestures that he was likely shouting something in that abrasive, relentless way of his. Beside him, the red-haired boy from earlier, Kirishima, if Izuku remembered right, stood like a shield, his skin gleaming like polished stone. He had some sort of hardening quirk, one that let him block any incoming attacks and protect Bakugou while he focused on Kurogiri. Taking his notebook from his knee, Izuku scribbled rapidly, jotting down observations on Kirishima's unique ability and the teamwork between the two. Despite their reckless approach, there was a strange synchronicity in how Bakugou and Kirishima worked together. Kirishima would guard Bakugou's flank, allowing him to maintain his relentless assault on Kurogiri's neck armor, while Bakugou seemed to trust him implicitly. For Bakugou, that was almost shocking. Trust wasn't something he gave easily, especially to others in a fight. Izuku's gaze drifted over the battlefield. At the fountain where Aizawa had been grappling with the villains earlier, the ground was littered with unconscious bodies. The villains that had ambushed Class 1A seemed to be dwindling in numbers. The heroes in training had scattered across the USJ zones, defeating their attackers one by one and regrouping near the entrance or by the main area around the fountain. With each passing minute, it felt as though the villains were slowly losing ground. Izuku's eyes narrowed. If this continued, the fight might completely turn against them. He clenched his fists, frustrated at his inability to do anything from his distant position. Watching wasn't enough, he wanted to participate, to influence the outcome, to push things back in the villain's favor. I wonder, he muttered to himself, glancing at his right hand. Can I use my quirk to throw someone from the fight even from here? He dropped his pen on his knee, focusing his gaze on Kirishima's sturdy frame. He raised his right hand and, with intense concentration, extended his fingers in Kirishima's direction. Slowly, he poured his energy into his quirk, his hand hovering like a sniper's scope locked on target. With a flick of his finger, he tried to channel his telekinesis and shove Kirishima away, even if just a little. Nothing happened. Izuku's shoulders sagged, and he released a sigh of disappointment. He was too far from the battlefield. His quirk's range just wasn't enough to reach them. Folding his hand into a fist, he gritted his teeth. The thrill of the fight was unfolding below him, and all he could do was watch, powerless. All Might lost his grip on the Nomu just for a moment, but it was enough. Due to the frost on his arm, it fell off, but then, shockingly, it began to regrow, muscle and sinew knitting together in seconds. Izuku's eyes widened, his heart pounding as he scrawled hurried notes. Asterisk no way. This thing has shock absorption, insane speed, strength, and now regeneration. Asterisk this wasn't just a quirk at play, it was an overwhelming arsenal all housed within a single being. He tried to steady his breathing, realizing that Nomu wasn't anything close to human. There was no sign of thought or emotion behind its eyes, just relentless obedience, a force without a will. Izuku's mind flashed to All for One, the mysterious villain who could grant quirks. Could he be behind this creature? How could something so inhuman even exist? Nomu's arm fully regenerated, and before it could retaliate, All Might surged forward with renewed fury, his fists blazing. He began with a few measured punches, but they seemed to have little effect, absorbed by the Nomu's shock absorption. Frustration flickered across All Might's face. And then he shifted. Izuku's pulse quickened as he noticed it, a change in All Might's stance, the tension in his muscles coiling like a spring. All Might clenched his fists and moved faster than Izuku's eyes could track, delivering a barrage of punches with such intensity and speed that the air seemed to split around them. Every second seemed to hold a dozen blows, each one harder than the last, with no space for Nomu to retaliate. The force of the punches was staggering, sending shockwaves that rippled across the ground, dislodging rocks and shaking the trees until they nearly uprooted. The wind pressure was a storm, strong enough to rip the very leaves from the branches. The force alone would have been enough to destroy a lesser opponent, but Nomu endured, taking the punches with the same mindless obedience. Its shock absorption strained under the relentless onslaught, faltering as it neared its breaking point. Then, after seconds, with a final, monumental blow, All Might delivered a devastating uppercut, driving his fist up into Nomu's gut with all his might. The impact lifted the creature off its feet and launched it straight into the sky. Nomu shot upwards, crashing through the glass ceiling, soaring out of sight until it was a distant speck. The sound of shattered glass echoed through the USJ, scattering fragments across the arena like fallen stars. Izuku stood frozen, watching with wide eyes as the Nomu disappeared. He could barely process what he'd just witnessed. His lips trembled, his breathing shallow. The sheer power, the relentless drive, all of it left him speechless. His notebook lay open on his knee, blank for the first time in ages, because he hadn't been able to look away long enough to take notes. This was the symbol of peace, the pillar of strength and hope that the world had depended on. All Might was not just strong, he was an unstoppable force. And the League of Villains had just lost their most powerful asset, the Nomu, the creature designed to kill him. Izuku's awe twisted, morphing into a smoldering rage as he thought back to how the battle had shifted. It was all because of that ice guy, Todoroki, and Kaken. They'd interfered, finding weaknesses in the League's strategy, and now Nomu was gone, their weapon against All Might lost. His hands shook, with fear obviously but mostly with raw anger. He could feel it like a storm inside him, raging, pounding, a fire that demanded release. His knuckles whitened as he gripped his notebook, trying to steady himself, but he couldn't shake the bitterness. If those two hadn't meddled, hadn't found ways to disrupt the fight, maybe things would have gone differently. They'd ruined the League's carefully laid plan, turned everything upside down. The fight wasn't looking good for the villains, and Izuku could feel a pit of frustration building up in his chest. He scanned the field from his hidden vantage point, observing that some of the students were still battling villains scattered across different zones of the USJ facility. But the main confrontation was all converging before Izuku, near Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Izuku guessed that some of the powerful students in the class were gathered around them. And of course there stood All Might, the unbreakable symbol of peace. But something was off. Izuku's eyes narrowed, studying All Might intently. A thin haze of smoke began to drift off All Might's body, almost hidden against the chaotic backdrop of the fight. His mind raced, recalling past moments where he'd seen the same strange smoke. Could it be? Had All Might used up his power? He knew that All Might's quirk had a limit, a point where even he couldn't maintain his strength. And if that was the case, then he was vulnerable, desperately so. Don't interfere, just observe, Izuku's mind hissed, the words almost a mantra. But every muscle in his body was tense with the urge to leap into the fray, to feel the thrill of battle and unleash his power. He wanted to see if he could go toe-to-toe with these so-called heroes. And yet, he forced himself to remain still. He'd made a promise to All for One to play his part, to stay hidden until the time was right. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and All Might stood only a few feet apart, locked in a silent standoff. The tension between them was palpable. All Might didn't move a muscle, which only confirmed Izuku's suspicion that he couldn't risk it. Any shift, any unnecessary movement could expose his weakened form. And then there was Shigaraki, who seemed frozen in place too. His hands twitched, his eyes darting between All Might and the gathered students. Izuku recognized the look of frustration on Shigaraki's face, mixed with something else, a trace of fear. Because if Shigaraki made the wrong move, he knew that All Might would retaliate with full force, even in his weakened state. Pinned to the ground, Kurogiri strained against Bakugou's relentless grip, his smoky form contorting as he struggled. But with one last effort, Kurogiri managed to warp Bakugou just a few meters away, shifting him 4 precious meters back. It wasn't much, but it was enough to break Katsuki's iron hold on him. Freed from Katsuki's grasp, Kurogiri's gaseous form reassembled fully, his dark cloud coiling like a wounded animal. Katsuki's expression twisted in frustration, his gaze locking onto Kurogiri with pure, undiluted rage. You think you can get away that easily? Katsuki growled, his hands crackling with explosive energy as he prepared to launch himself forward again. But before he could charge, Todoroki stepped up beside him, his face cold and calculating. Bakugo, wait, he said in a low, steady voice, his breath visible in the sudden chill of his ice. If we act recklessly, we'll make it worse for All Might. We need to think this through. Katsuki snarled, clearly irritated, but he didn't move. The tension between them was almost tangible, with Kurogiri slowly retreating back to Shigaraki, ready to warp him away if things took a turn. Izuku's hands were practically trembling, his fingers flexing involuntarily, aching to release his quirk. Adrenaline was coursing through his veins like fire, filling him with an unbearable restlessness. Every instinct in him screamed to jump into the chaos below, to taste the thrill of battle, to unleash the power he'd been nurturing in the shadows. But from up here the distance seemed daunting, too far to simply leap down. But I need to get closer, he thought, his eyes darting between the ongoing fight below and the cliff's edge where he was perched. The thrill was calling him, almost pulling him forward. His muscles tensed as he focused his quirk, imagining the way he could use it to descend from the high ledge without breaking his cover. Izuku pulled his hood over his head, securing it with the mask, making himself completely unrecognizable. He put his notebook behind his hoodie, half in his pants. Kind of uncomfortable, but honestly, it didn't bother him. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he extended his right hand and with a deep breath, he carefully lifted a sizable chunk of rock nearby, guiding it toward himself with his telekinesis. The rock hovered just in front of him, steady as he stepped onto it cautiously. He could feel the energy of his quirk thrumming through his body, allowing him to keep his balance on the makeshift platform. Izuku grinned, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "This should do," he murmured to himself. "Let's make this interesting." With an intense focus, he began to lower the rock slowly over the edge, his grip tightening as he descended. He could feel the weight of his body shifting against the rock, testing his control over his quirk. He hadn't done anything like this. If he let go or have that sudden ache which makes him let go, it was all over. Izuku would fall from an immense height. He leaned forward slightly, urging the rock downward at a steady pace, maneuvering it to keep himself hidden behind crumbling ledges and shadows. The wind rushed past him as he went, his heart racing as he drew closer to the battlefield. Below, he could see Bakugou and Todoroki tense, both standing firm as Shigaraki and Kurogiri hovered in the center. All Might was breathing heavily, and Izuku noted with satisfaction the slight shudder in his posture. He really has used up his power, he thought, his gaze sharpening with renewed intensity. Izuku was getting closer and closer. Everyone gathered in the center started noticing, but they didn't attack. All Might, Bakugou, Todoroki and Kirishima watched as Izuku approached them from the sky. Izuku jumped off the rock and landed lightly on the ground, crouched low, the dust swirling around him as he straightened up. The rock he had been levitating above him remained suspended for a heartbeat, and then, with a simple flick of his fingers, he released it. The boulder came crashing down behind him, landing with a deafening boom that shook the ground, cracks spreading from its impact. The entire battlefield seemed to pause as everyone registered his presence. Standing tall, Izuku took in the scene before him. Just a few meters away, All Might was catching his breath, his chest heaving from exertion, his eyes narrowed with a grim determination. On the other side stood Katsuki, the ice guy, and the red-haired student with the hardening quirk. Next to him, Shigaraki and Kurogiri hovered, their focus now shifting to Izuku. For the first time he was in the center of it all. Finally, he thought, a wicked grin hidden behind his mask. The hesitation among the heroes and students was almost palpable, as if they weren't sure how to react to his sudden appearance. Izuku's eyes gleamed with dark excitement as he surveyed them, taking in the fear, the uncertainty. It thrilled him to know that he, Deku, now stood as a force in their eyes. Kurogiri's shadowy figure hovered just behind Izuku, his metallic neckpiece gleaming in the faint light as he spoke in a hushed but sharp tone. "You are not supposed to be here. Haven't you heard the master? He wanted you off the battlefield." There was an edge of irritation in his voice, a reminder of the chain of command and the intentions of their real leader. Izuku didn't turn immediately, letting the words hang in the air for a moment, savoring the rising tension from both sides. Then, in a voice barely more than a whisper, he replied, "Silence." The single word was laced with a quiet menace, just loud enough for Kurogiri to hear, but low enough that his voice wouldn't carry to the students nearby. He could feel Bakugou's presence keenly, and the last thing he wanted was for Kaken to hear something familiar in his tone. "I couldn't bear to sit back and watch this boring little standoff." He slowly turned his head, giving Kurogiri the briefest of glances, his gaze cold and unyielding. Shigaraki narrowed his bloodshot eyes, his fingers twitching restlessly as he observed the exchange. "You must be getting ahead of yourself," he sneered, voice dripping with annoyance. "Have you forgotten what your place is here?" Izuku's gaze shifted to Shigaraki, and although his face was hidden behind the mask, his silence was almost confrontational, his posture rigid and unyielding. The tension between them was palpable, a simmering rivalry as their opposing personalities clashed. Shigaraki may have outranked him, but Izuku felt no compulsion to lower himself. He needed, to be here in the heat of battle, feeling the adrenaline and the thrill that had been denied him for far too long. Without a word, Izuku turned back to his opponents, he raised his hand, aiming directly at Kirishima. His fingers twitched as he gathered his focus, then he flicked his wrist sharply to the left. Kirishima's body jolted, dragged forcefully across the ground by an invisible force, until he was thrown off balance and landed hard on his side several meters away. The impact sent a wave of dust and debris into the air as he struggled to regain his footing. What the hell? Bakugou muttered, eyes narrowing as he tried to process what had just happened. His hands sparked with small explosions, reflexively preparing to retaliate, his usual scowl deepening. His attention locked onto Izuku with suspicion. Izuku's twisted grin grew wider beneath his mask, enjoying the confusion spreading across Bakugou's face. This is what I've been waiting for, he thought, the thrill of power and control nearly overwhelming. To make him see how much I've changed. And just who do you think you are? But before Bakugou could finish, Todoroki stepped forward, his hand pressed firmly against Bakugou's chest, pushing him back with a stern look. Shut it, he said, his voice calm yet sharp, eyes narrowed as he kept his gaze on Izuku. It was as though Todoroki sensed something dangerous about this new presence, an instinctual reaction to the threat Izuku posed. Izuku tilted his head, taking a moment to look over the ice guy. Now he recognized him, that was Shoto Todoroki, the son of Endeavor. Izuku once read about him and how he has two quirks, one fire, one ice, raised to follow in his father's footsteps by the day he was born. Izuku could feel Todoroki's composure radiate across the battlefield, the calculating stare that matched his ice-cold quirk. Interesting, Izuku thought. He hasn't used his fire quirk yet, is there a reason for it? The silence stretched, filled only by the crackling of Bakugou's explosions and the distant sound of All Might's labored breathing. Izuku shifted his focus back to Kirishima, who was now pushing himself up, wiping the dirt from his face, clearly rattled. His lips curled up even further. He was in control here. The students were unsure. Shigaraki was watching with a mix of curiosity and amusement, and even All Might appeared too focused on conserving his strength to make the first move. Izuku lowered his voice, making it unrecognizable. You all look so tense. He taunted in a mocking way, almost playful. Is this how you plan to face the League of Villains? Standing there, waiting for someone else to act? At his words, the tension broke slightly, Bakugou practically snarling. You think you're funny? He growled, stepping forward, explosions building in his palms. I don't know who you think you are, but I'm about to. Careful now, Izuku interrupted, his voice low and sinister. You wouldn't want to go too far, would you? Izuku raised his hand quickly, his fingers spreading out as he focused his telekinetic energy on Bakugou. The invisible force gripped Katsuki around his chin and throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Katsuki's eyes widened and he immediately struggled, hands clawing at his throat as if trying to pry off invisible fingers. His breaths turned to wheezes, each one weaker than the last as he fought for air. The sight made Izuku's lips twitch into a twisted smile beneath his mask. All Might's eyes darted between Izuku and Bakugou, his face showing a flicker of realization mixed with a growing horror. Stop! He yelled, his voice laced with an urgency that filled the air. But Izuku was unfazed, the sound only feeding his own satisfaction. He leaned forward, voice mocking as he called out, Let's see how long you can hold out, All Might. Your precious student is here, choking to death, and you just stand there. Are you going to let another innocent person die on your watch? His voice rose, growing louder as laughter broke through his words. The malice in his tone made it all the more venomous. The word another seemed to echo in All Might's mind, causing him to freeze for a moment, brow furrowing in confusion. Another? What does he mean? But All Might barely had time to process as his gaze quickly refocused on Bakugou, whose face was growing pale, his movements slowing as he struggled for air. That was when Todoroki moved into action, his jaw set and eyes filled with determination. With a swift stomp of his foot, he released a massive wave of ice, aiming directly at Izuku. The wall of ice surged forward, powerful and sharp-edged, its chill filling the air as it hurtled toward its target. But Izuku didn't release his hold on Bakugou until the last second. He smirked, dropping Bakugou to the ground with a thud, and with a flick of his wrist, he held back the ice. Created some sort of invisible barrier using his telekinesis. The ice crashed against it, crackling and splintering in all directions. Shards of ice scattered around, unable to breach the invisible force field he had formed. The wall of ice stood shattered, pieces littering the ground between him and the students. Izuku let his hand fall, just as he was about to prepare for his next attack. A sudden loud bang echoed across the battlefield, snapping Izuku's attention from Bakugou to the source. His eyes widened in surprise. What? Already? His mind raced. That engine guy? He must have reached the teachers faster than expected. Before Izuku could process the thought, Snipe, the sharpshooter hero, emerged with his pistol drawn, moving with precise, practiced aim. He fired off a round of shots almost instantly. The first few bullets were strategically directed to the left, then another to the right, scattering the villains and keeping them off guard. Then, with deadly accuracy, he focused on Shigaraki, sending bullets into his arms and legs. Izuku barely had a moment to react before pain erupted in his own arm, a searing burn that forced him to grit his teeth. He staggered back, clutching his arm as crimson began to seep through his sleeve. The shot had caught him off guard and he could feel the surge of adrenaline warring with the pain. But Kurogiri acted fast. A thick, swirling mist of purple smoke materialized in an instant, encircling Shigaraki, who had collapsed onto the ground, and Izuku, who was still reeling from the gunshot wound. The mist expanded, forming an impenetrable shield between them and the incoming teachers, blocking their line of sight. Izuku's heart raced. The teachers were closing in. He was too wounded to keep up his guard. But then he felt the familiar pull of Kurogiri's portal engulfing him. The mist around them thickened, consuming both Shigaraki and himself, and in a dizzying blur, they were suddenly wrenched out of the battlefield. The chaos and sounds of combat faded as they reappeared in a secluded, dimly lit bar, miles from the facility. Izuku swayed slightly, clutching his injured arm, trying to process how quickly things had shifted. His breathing was heavy, eyes still sharp with the thrill of the fight but tinged with frustration. Shigaraki, sprawled on the ground, muttered angrily, staring down at his own bleeding wounds. Kurogiri's voice was calm as he moved to assess the injuries. It appears our retreat was necessary. The students and teachers arrived faster than anticipated. Izuku bit his lip, fury bubbling beneath his mask. They had been forced to abandon the other villains. Though it seemed Shigaraki and Kurogiri couldn't care less. It was as if they'd been nothing but disposable pieces in a larger game, just fodder for the heroes to crush. Izuku's footsteps were heavy as he walked to the bar, leaving a small trail of blood droplets on the floor from his injured arm. His face twisted in frustration, and when he reached the counter, he slammed his fist down with his uninjured hand. "God damn it," he yelled, his voice sharp with anger and the sting of failure. Nearby, Shigaraki slumped against the wall, muttering to himself. His disheveled hair fell over his face, obscuring his expression, but his words were clear enough. "No, it wasn't supposed to go like this. We were so close. And Nomu, how could All Might overpower him like that? He wasn't supposed to be beatable." The air was thick with tension and frustration, both of them consumed by the brutal realization of their defeat. Just then the television on the wall flickered and crackled with static, interrupting their thoughts. A familiar voice, smooth yet powerful, filled the room. "Tamura," the voice said calmly, though there was a weight to it, an authority that made both of them listen. "It's all right. Mistakes are part of the path to strength. Learn from each failure, and know that you grow stronger through each setback." All for One's words wrapped around Shigaraki like a bomb, calming his rage and easing his frustration. He looked up at the screen, his crimson eyes slowly softening. He muttered a quiet "Yes, master," and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly, as if the weight of failure was not so crushing when he had All for One's reassurance. Izuku, however, stood silently, his own frustration simmering just beneath the surface. He felt a pang of irritation mixed with something else. Something deeper, almost like a twisted admiration. All for One had that effect, and it made him want to prove himself even more. Then All for One's voice continued, directing a command with unwavering authority. "Kurogiri, bring them both to me." Kurogiri nodded and, with a swirl of his mist, created a portal that slowly enveloped Shigaraki and Izuku. Izuku's pulse quickened. Despite the stinging pain in his arm, he felt a strange thrill, realizing this would be the first time he and Shigaraki would be together in All for One's presence. As the world around him blurred and reshaped itself, they found themselves in All for One's darkened chamber, where only a dim, eerie light cast long shadows across the room. All for One stood there, his towering form bathed in shadow, his presence radiating a cold, unshakable authority. Izuku felt a moment of awe standing before him. The room seemed to hum with power, the air thick with a silence that demanded respect. Shigaraki was lowered to the floor by Kurogiri, unable to stand due to his injuries. He lifted his head, looking up at All for One, his voice uncharacteristically meek. Master, I failed you," he said, the bitterness of defeat clear in his voice. But All for One moved closer, his tone surprisingly gentle. "No, Tamura. You did well. Each setback is an opportunity to learn and grow. And I see that you have grown stronger." With a faint hum, he raised a hand over Shigaraki and activated a healing quirk. The wounds didn't fully disappear, but the bleeding ceased, and Shigaraki's pained expression softened, showing relief. Then all for one turned to Izuku, his unseen gaze piercing. Izuku stood still, his mind racing, but he held his ground. What will he say to me? I thought I made myself clear, all for one said, his voice calm but firm as he looked down at Izuku. You were not to involve yourself in the battle. Izuku's heart pounded, but he didn't back down. He forced himself to meet all for one's gaze. I couldn't just stand there and watch, Master. I had to do something. But I made use of the opportunity. I observed so many students, so many quirks. I learned a lot that could help us. For a brief, tense moment there was silence. But then all for one chuckled, a low, almost amused sound. And that, Izuku, is why I saw potential in you. You take initiative when the time calls for it. His voice was approving, his presence both comforting and daunting. He placed a firm hand on Izuku's shoulder, and Izuku could feel the power emanating from him, as if he was merely a vessel for the energy he controlled. With a quiet hum, all for one activated his healing quirk on Izuku. The searing pain in his arm began to ease, the bleeding slowed, and while the wound wasn't fully healed, it was enough to stabilize him. As the sensation subsided, Izuku looked up at all for one, the remnants of his pain replaced by a fierce resolve. His admiration for all for one ran deeper now, the thrill of power feeding the desire within him. He would not fail again. Katsuki watched as the chaos began to settle, the main villains vanishing in an instant after the teachers arrived to rescue them. Cementos approached all might, creating a solid wall between the hero and the students to keep everyone safe. Get back to the entrance, Cementos instructed firmly. Shoto and Kirishima gave a quick nod and turned, heading toward the exit. Katsuki lingered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the spot where the villains had disappeared. He clenched his fists, still seething with frustration that they'd gotten away, before finally turning to follow his classmates. Cementos walked over to All Might, who was visibly struggling to hold onto his hero form. Thanks, Cementos. You saved my hide back there, All Might said, his voice strained. No problem, All Might, Cementos replied with a smile. I've always been a huge fan. The two shared a nod of respect, even as All Might's weary form betrayed just how close he'd come to his limits. Meanwhile, the teachers scattered throughout the facility, making sure no other students were still at risk and ensuring that every villain was neutralized. Though most had been defeated by the students. The villains weren't that strong and fortunately, no student had been severely hurt. A short time later, all the students gathered outside the USJ, a few paramedics already there to transport All Might, Aizawa, and 13 to the hospital. Katsuki noticed how the others looked relieved, though some wore expressions of shock and exhaustion. It had been their first real battle against villains and for some, the trauma was still settling in. Some students got checked up by the doctors, but they weren't taken to the hospital. As they waited, Ida noticed Aoyama's disheveled state, his cheek red with a scratch, and his hero costume's left arm completely red and torn, with a big red cut on his from his upper arm to his elbow. Aoyama, what happened to you? He asked concerned. Aoyama hesitated, his usual bravado dimmed. He tried to brush it off with a laugh. I was warped to that big mountain, he said, his tone casual, though his eyes betrayed his fear. There was a villain there, too powerful for me to defeat. I managed to escape, but he was terrifying. He chuckled, trying to play it off, but everyone could see he'd been shaken. Shoto, overhearing, turned toward him. The mountain? He asked. Was it the villain with the black mask and hoodie? He showed up to fight us too, and he definitely came from that direction. Aoyama swallowed, the terror from the encounter creeping back into his face. Yes, him. That's the one, he muttered, nodding. He wasn't like the others. His tone grew more somber. Katsuki listened, his arms crossed and his eyes sharp. These villains wanted All Might's head, but most of them were low-level nobodies. Just extra muscle to fill up space, he scoffed. The only ones with any real strength were that smoky warp bastard, the freak with the hands, that monster Nomu, and that masked idiot. His eyes hardened as he replayed the fight in his mind, processing every detail with intensity, and his hand touching his neck, remembering that invisible hand choking him. Look at how they left their lackeys behind without a second thought. It's like they were just pieces on a chessboard, Katsuki continued, his voice cold. If that was their plan, to just toss away their weaklings, then those real players, they're not done. Not by a long shot. The other students exchanged uneasy glances. Hearing Katsuki voice his conclusions out loud only heightened the ominous feeling left by the League's attack. Shoto nodded in agreement. If that's the case, we'll need to be ready for next time. It won't just be a test of quirks but a real fight. Katsuki clenched his fists, already determined to push himself harder. He wasn't satisfied with what he'd done today, and he could feel the weight of unfinished business. The league had crossed a line, and he'd make sure he'd be the one to settle the score next time. "Hey, spiky-haired idiot!" Katsuki yelled, glaring across the few meters separating him and Kirishima. "Got any scratches on you?" Kirishima jogged over, checking himself quickly. Just a few," he replied with a small grin. "I managed to harden right before I hit the ground. Could have been worse." He paused, brow furrowing as he replayed the encounter. But it was strange, that invisible force. It dragged me across the ground like I was a ragdoll. And it definitely didn't feel like he was using anywhere close to his full strength. Katsuki's jaw clenched, fists tightening. That guy, he had the nerve to hold back? His voice rose with irritation, sparks starting to crackle around his hands. And he was covered head to toe like he was scared to show his face. What kind of coward hides like that? He scoffed, crossing his arms. Pathetic? Kirishima shrugged, still shaken from the experience. Yeah, but there was something, I dunno, unsettling about him. It's like he wanted to be there, in that chaos, but he wasn't showing us everything. Katsuki's scowl deepened, remembering how it felt to have that masked stranger's quirk nearly suffocate him with raw pressure. It had left a bitter taste like he'd been toying with them. Next time he won't get the chance to hold back, Katsuki muttered, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. I'll make him regret coming here. As Katsuki stepped off the bus and walked through the familiar streets to his home, the weight of the day finally began to sink in. His mind replayed the fights, the chaos, the villains. He pushed the door open, and immediately his mother rushed over, her usual boisterous energy softened by worry. "Oh dear, are you all right?" she asked, looking him over like she half expected him to be covered in bruises. His father was right behind her, hands reaching out with a relieved expression. "That must have been terrifying, son. We're just so glad you're safe." Katsuki rolled his eyes and slapped his father's hand off his shoulder. "Just don't baby me," he snapped, his voice firm and irritated. "I'm fine. Who do you take me for, anyway? There's no way I'd lose to a bunch of low-grade extras." The confidence in his tone was unmistakable, but it didn't quite mask the irritation simmering underneath. His mother chuckled, but her eyes softened with unspoken concern as she watched him. Even if she didn't say it out loud, Katsuki could tell she'd been worried sick. He scowled slightly, feeling the exhaustion in his bones. "I'm heading to bed," he muttered, brushing past them and trudging up the stairs, his thoughts still tangled in the events of the day. Katsuki lay in the dark, staring up at his ceiling, trying to force himself to sleep. But every time he closed his eyes, his mind dragged him back to the fight. That masked stranger, the way he'd watched from the shadows before stepping in, and how he'd wielded his quirk with such casual precision. It left Katsuki restless. His mind replayed the scene, the invisible force that had pulled Kirishima to the ground, the way the stranger taunted them with such confidence, almost as if they were nothing but practice. Katsuki's jaw clenched. He hated the idea that someone, especially some masked freak hiding his face, thought they could toy with him. And worst of all, he'd let them get away. Turning onto his side, Katsuki forced his eyes shut, but his thoughts continued to churn. He could still feel that lingering anger, that desire to show that villain what a real fight looked like. His fists clenched around his blankets, knuckles white as if he were gripping that moment, replaying it over and over, waiting for a chance to rewrite it. Minutes stretched into hours and sleep continued to evade him. Eventually he released a frustrated sigh, staring into the darkness. Tomorrow, he told himself. Tomorrow he'd get stronger, he'd train even harder, and he'd make sure no one, masked or otherwise, ever looked down on him again. It had been a long 2 days since the USJ attack, and All Might was still feeling the weight of it. He was seated on the worn couch in his office, staring at nothing in particular, the events replaying in his mind over and over. The villain's brazen attempt to kill him, the students' lives that had been put in danger, and the Nomu. The way how it was able to withstand dozens of All Might punches still resonated in his mind, a constant reminder of how close they'd all come to disaster. All Might had pushed himself to his limit, being really glad that the teachers had come just in time. Then his phone buzzed on the desk beside him, pulling him out of his thoughts. Detective Tsukachi's name flashed on the screen. All Might quickly picked up, sitting up straight, bracing himself. He'd been expecting this call, but he wasn't entirely sure he was ready to hear the news. All Might, Tsukachi's familiar voice greeted him on the other end. There was a gravity in the detective's tone that sent a chill down All Might's spine. We've managed to gather some intel on the so-called League of Villains from the USJ attack. Good, All Might replied, gripping the phone tightly. What do you have? Tsukachi sighed, the sound heavy and reluctant. There's something we discovered. The Nomu, it didn't respond to anything we said or did during containment. It was like it was just a mindless puppet, existing solely to follow orders in battle. This creature wasn't acting on its own. And there's more, something unsettling. We managed to identify one of the Nomu's DNA samples. It belonged to a man named Hiroshi Tanaka, he said, pausing briefly. All Might's eyes widened. Tanaka, that name rings a bell. Wasn't he involved in some minor criminal rings years ago? Exactly, Tsukachi confirmed, voice heavy. He was a low-level thug involved in petty crimes, certainly nothing that would explain what he's become. And this brings us to something even more disturbing. The Nomu isn't just one person. It appears to be multiple identities fused together or perhaps overwritten somehow. All Might's eyes widened. How is that possible? Tsukachi continued, and then there's the quirks. As you know, the Nomu possesses multiple quirks. Our team examined the body, and from our findings, it seems that the quirks weren't natural. They were given to it. All Might interjected, the realization dawning on him. He felt his stomach twist. Exactly. These quirks weren't compatible with its body. They're the reason it can't think for itself. It's like these powers are forced into the creature, crammed in, damaging it to the point of losing its mind, Tsukachi said, his voice a blend of disgust and horror. All Might felt a deep chill settle over him. He'd fought many villains, seen countless horrors in his years as a hero, but this was different. This wasn't just about strength or power. It was about the complete subjugation of another person's body and will, turning them into a weapon. And there was only one person he knew capable of such twisted, horrific manipulation. All for one, All Might whispered, barely able to get the words out. The detective's silence on the other end confirmed his suspicions. All Might's muscles grew, making his weak, fragile body nowhere to be seen. He was supposed to be dead. Tsukachi, if he's back, then everything we've worked for, everything we've sacrificed, it's all in jeopardy. If he's really working in the shadows as the mastermind behind the League of Villains, then we need to stop him as soon as possible. All Might clenched his fists, anger and fear swirling inside him. He'll keep building creatures like the Nomu, stronger and more lethal, until he's brought me and all of the world to ruin. Tsukachi's voice softened. And that's why we need you. Your strength and your bravery. All Might, I know this is hard. But if it's true, then you're not facing this alone. There are people, teachers, heroes, students, who will stand by your side. All Might nodded, though his mind was elsewhere. He knew he wasn't alone, but he also knew his time was running short. His body was a shadow of what it had been, a fact he could barely hide anymore. And while he would fight to the very last, he needed to face reality. He could not protect them all forever. All Might, have you found your successor yet? Tsukachi asked. No, though there are lots of students here with the potential to inherit my power. As he looked out of the window over UA's campus, the realization settled heavily upon him. He had to find a successor, someone who could bear his legacy and his power. Someone worthy of inheriting One for All. Tsukachi, he said, his voice steadier, the weight of determination settling over him. Thank you for this information. I'll do everything in my power to prepare for what's coming. And as the call ended, All Might was left in the quiet of his office, the weight of his promise growing heavier than ever. Sweat dripped from Izuku's forehead, mixing with the steady hum of his labored breathing. He was alone in the small gym, a private training space All for One had provided him. A room where he could lose himself in his rigorous, often punishing workouts. Right now, his legs strained as he pushed himself to his limits, his muscles tensing with each rep. His arm, injured just days ago at the USJ battle, had almost completely healed. Only a faint mark remained, a subtle reminder of that chaotic fight. Izuku glanced at it briefly, noting the small scar that might eventually fade but would for now remain a badge of his survival. As he was about to start another set, the door to the gym opened and Dr. Garaki entered. The doctor, a figure who exuded an eerie calm, walked in with his usual calculating demeanor. Izuku looked up, momentarily pausing his exercise. Don't push yourself too far now, Garaki said, his voice carrying a hint of concern, though it was masked by a detached tone that Izuku could never quite read. Doctor? Izuku acknowledged him, breathing heavily as he sat up, wiping his forehead. He remembered the first time he met Dr. Garaki, back when All for One had wanted a thorough examination of his body, assessing how well he could handle his newfound quirk. Izuku didn't fully understand the doctor's loyalties or motives, but he knew the man was deeply committed to All for One and his mysterious plans. To think that this same doctor, who had a reputable position in a public hospital, was secretly aiding one of the most dangerous villains, it was something Izuku still struggled to wrap his head around. Garaki had apparently been there for him when he was at his lowest, tending to him when he'd nearly died after falling from that rooftop, even nursing him through a 5-month coma. Izuku was grateful, though he kept his interactions with the man limited. Garaki wasn't exactly the kind of person one made small talk with, and yet, Izuku sensed a certain understanding between them. Yesterday, Garaki had bandaged both his and Shigaraki's wounds with practiced precision, as though he'd done it countless times for others in similar situations. He glanced at Izuku's arm with a clinical eye. "How's the wound doing?" he asked as he walked closer, inspecting Izuku's posture and general state. Izuku nodded. "It's fine thanks to you, and the master." He realized as he spoke that the title had slipped out naturally. The master, as he'd begun to call All for One without much thought, had become part of his vocabulary, a sign of his loyalty. Garaki gave a small smile, a strange expression on his face, like he was both pleased and intrigued by the shift in Izuku's demeanor. "Good to hear." The silence that followed was thick, and Izuku resumed his exercise, determined to keep pushing through his routine despite the conversation. After some seconds, Garaki broke the silence. "So, what did you think of my Nomu?" The words came out unexpectedly, catching Izuku off guard. Izuku froze mid-movement, his gaze snapping to the doctor. "What?" he asked, a note of surprise in his voice. "Yes," Garaki continued, his expression unfazed. "The Nomu was my creation. A combination of countless quirks and biological adjustments. Designed specifically to counter All Might." Izuku's eyes widened slightly. "You made that thing?" he said, struggling to comprehend what it meant for someone to create such a monstrous being. A creature that felt no pain, that responded only to orders, that seemed like nothing more than a puppet. Garaki's smile widened, an unsettling expression that sent a chill down Izuku's spine. "Indeed," he replied, his voice proud, almost paternal. "A creature of immense power, born to withstand unimaginable force, to regenerate any wound, to absorb the mightiest blows. And yet," he trailed off, his voice carrying a hint of disappointment. "It was not enough." Izuku's mind raced as he tried to process the doctor's words. This man, he hadn't just stitched together quirks and bodies, he'd crafted an abomination with a purpose. Izuku clenched his fists, a strange mixture of awe and revulsion bubbling within him. The Nomu had been unstoppable, a creature beyond human limits. And this man, Garaki, was the one who had brought it to life. A mere puppet with power anyone could hope to possess. What was it like? Garaki's voice was softer now, his eyes fixed on Izuku. Watching the Nomu in action? Izuku looked away, a faint shiver passing over him as he remembered the battle. The Nomu's mindless strength, its relentless attacks, its regeneration. He'd thought it was unstoppable, almost godlike. It was terrifying, he admitted. It didn't feel human. It was like a force of nature. Garaki nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, a force meant to protect what we stand for. That's why we'll continue to improve, refine, until we create the perfect weapon to bring down All Might once and for all." Izuku's curiosity was ignited, but a part of him felt uneasy. "So you're planning to make more of these creatures?" he asked, his voice barely concealing his mixed emotions. Garaki adjusted his glasses, his smile small and calculating. "Yes, that's exactly right. With the perfect blend of DNA and All for One's quirks, we can create the ideal Nomu, a perfect weapon both obedient and immensely powerful." He paused, his gaze narrowing as if inviting Izuku into something sacred. "Come with me," he said, his tone lowering conspiratorially. Izuku nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel before tossing it aside. Kurogiri suddenly materialized in front of Garaki, his mist swirling with an almost hypnotic fluidity, and he opened a portal with a sweeping motion. Izuku stepped through without hesitation, following Garaki. They emerged in a darkened chamber, illuminated only by a dim, purplish light that bathed the room in an unsettling glow. Izuku's eyes adjusted, and he found himself facing rows of towering tanks, each one filled with a viscous fluid. Within each tank floated a Nomu, their grotesque forms suspended in eerie stillness. His mouth went dry as he took it all in. "No way," Izuku muttered, his eyes wide as he struggled to process the scene before him. The sheer scale of the experiment, the number of Nomus in various stages of completion, it was both fascinating and disturbing. Garaki watched Izuku's reaction with a satisfied smirk. I've been working for years, he explained, gesturing to the rows of tanks. Most of these are prototypes, far weaker than the Nomu you witnessed at the USJ. But it's all part of the process. With each new subject, I come closer to perfection. Izuku couldn't tear his gaze away from the Nomus floating in the murky water, their faces all alien-like, with their brains sticking out. There was something profoundly disturbing in seeing so many creations, each one a product of painstaking work and sacrifices. As they walked through the rows, Garaki continued, and Kurogiri, he's also one of my creations. Izuku halted, stunned. Wait, you mean Kurogiri is a Nomu? The realization hit him like a punch, and he looked over at Kurogiri with newfound understanding. The calm, obedient presence he'd known was not some loyal ally but a living experiment. Garaki chuckled, amused by Izuku's shock. Yes indeed. In fact, Kurogiri was my very first successful Nomu. He doesn't possess any physical prowess, but by using the corpse of someone with a quirk suited for cloud manipulation and integrating a warp quirk, I created the ultimate guide, our path to any place we desire. The word corpse lingered in Izuku's mind, bringing a chill that ran down his spine. Garaki's expression softened slightly, almost as if he were sharing a personal triumph. Kurogiri was specifically designed to serve us, to facilitate our goals, he said with satisfaction. Izuku chuckled, though a part of him was still unnerved. I always thought he felt so lifeless, like he barely had a mind of his own. He paused, considering. But why can Kurogiri communicate while that Nomu at USJ was practically a puppet? Garaki smiled, clearly pleased to delve into his work. An excellent question, Izuku. The answer is quite simple. Kurogiri's body is far less altered. We only gave him one quirk and adjusted his mentality just enough to serve his purpose. He gestured to the other Nomus, floating like distorted shadows. The other Nomus, however, are created using multiple corpses and infused with multiple quirks. Their minds can't handle the strain, leaving them incapable of independent thought. So all Nomus are basically dead people? Izuku asked, his voice tinged with awe and horror. Yes indeed, Garaki confirmed with a light chuckle. Each Nomu is resurrected, a collection of once-lost lives given a higher purpose. In their rebirth, they serve a greater destiny, one beyond the limitations of their former selves. He glanced at the tanks, pride gleaming in his eyes. Say, why do you share all this information with me? Izuku asked as he stood in the dim light. The doctor turned to Izuku, he placed a hand on his shoulder. You're a smart boy, Izuku, Garaki said, his voice both calm and deliberate. And you're incredibly strong. You have more in common with the master than you might realize. That's why I'm sharing all of this with you. I want you to understand the full scope of what we're doing behind the scenes. His gaze was unwavering, conveying both trust and expectation. Izuku felt a strange thrill at hearing Garaki's words, yet a shadow of suspicion lingered at the back of his mind. Why tell him this now? Does Shigaraki know all of this? He asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Garaki's expression shifted, his usual calmness giving way to a brief moment of contemplation. He knows some things, yes, he said, choosing his words carefully. But far less than what you're learning now. You see, Shigaraki is in the process of becoming a leader, a figurehead fit to lead the League of Villains. He has potential, but potential needs nurturing and, in his case, direction. His first task is finding a clear goal, something to focus his anger and ambition on. The doctor's tone turned almost clinical. We're not here to hand him everything on a silver platter. To grow, he must develop a purpose that's truly his own. Only then can he become a leader worth following. Izuku nodded slowly, watching Garaki's face carefully. He could see the strategy at play, the careful molding of Shigaraki, crafted by Garaki and all for one. He understood it on an intellectual level, yet a small part of him felt a flicker of irritation. Was Shigaraki being treated with more care than him, given more guidance? Or was he the one they were truly investing in by sharing this knowledge? Are you grooming him to lead alone? Izuku asked, keeping his tone neutral, though his gaze sharpened with hidden curiosity. Garaki chuckled, a low, calculating sound. Leadership comes in many forms, Izuku, he said cryptically. Shigaraki has his role and you have yours. There's no reason to limit ourselves to just one path. He paused, eyeing Izuku with something like pride. Don't concern yourself with where you stand in relation to him. You're valuable in your own right, both to us and to the future we're building. Izuku's gaze drifted back to the rows of Nomus, feeling the weight of Garaki's words settle over him. He'd been pulled into a complex game, one where roles were defined but still evolving, with pieces strategically positioned to serve a larger purpose. The knowledge was both intoxicating and sobering. There was a part of him that relished being seen as significant, important even. But with that also came an unease, a gnawing sensation that he couldn't ignore. "Thank you for showing me this, Doctor," Izuku said, his voice steadier, though a storm of emotions brewed inside. "I won't forget it." Garaki nodded approvingly. "Good. Remember what you see here and use it to fuel your growth. The world we're building will need strong hands to shape it." He gestured back toward the portal Kurogiri had prepared. "Now get some rest. The master will expect to hear about your progress soon." Izuku gave a curt nod and stepped through the portal. It had been a week since the USJ attack, and the halls of UA felt charged with a renewed intensity as the students returned to their classes. Katsuki walked in, surveying the room. His classmates were chatting in clusters, some faces still carrying faint traces of anxiety, while others were animatedly discussing their week off. "Hey Bakugou," Kirishima called out from across the room, waving him over with his usual grin. Katsuki gave a curt nod but kept his eyes straight ahead, ignoring Kirishima's gesture as he strode to his desk. He didn't feel like making small talk. His mind was elsewhere, stewing over the villains that had dared to attack them. He could still feel the sting of that battle, that glimpse of someone strong, challenging him in a way he hadn't expected. The frustration bubbled just under his skin. Kirishima and Kaminari weren't about to let him sit alone, though. They came over, plopping down beside him. Kirishima slapped him on the back with a cheerful grin. "How have you been, man?" Katsuki shot him an annoyed look, opening his mouth to give a dismissive answer, but his emotions got the better of him. "As if I'd be worried about anything that happened," he scoffed. "The only people who should be worried are those pathetic villains who thought they could take us down. Next time I see them, I'll smash their heads off," he growled, his fists clenching at the memory. Kirishima chuckled, shaking his head. "Right, only Bakugou could turn an attack into something to be excited about." "Yeah, wouldn't expect any pity from you," Kaminari added, smiling but with a touch of caution. Just then the door slid open and everyone turned to see Aizawa entering the room. His face and arms were swathed in bandages, and he moved a bit slower than usual, though his steely expression hadn't softened in the slightest. "Whoa, Aizawa-sensei. You're back already?" Uraraka gasped, her voice a mix of surprise and concern. Aizawa gave a small nod, wincing slightly as he moved his head. "Recovery girl went a little overboard with the healing, but I'm fine with teaching." He waved off any more concern with his bandaged hand. His face had been smashed really hard onto the ground by the Nomu. Everyone quieted down, struck by the sight of their homeroom teacher returning so soon, despite his injuries. A tense silence settled over the room until Aizawa's voice cut through, sharp and to the point. "But more importantly," he continued, "you should all be worried about the upcoming sports festival." The atmosphere shifted instantly. Gasps and murmurs filled the room, and a few students exchanged excited glances. Bakugou's eyes narrowed, feeling the familiar spark of competition rising within him. Ida spoke up, "The sports festival? Is that really such a good idea?" Aizawa nodded. "I understand where you're coming from, but the faculty decided it would be a good idea to show that UA is handling the situation. Also, the security is a lot stricter this year." Katsuki's pulse quickened at the announcement. The sports festival was no small thing. It was the perfect place to show just how much stronger he was than everyone else here. This was his chance to finally put the spotlight on himself, to prove he was the best. Kirishima nudged him, grinning. "Looks like you've got your chance to smash some heads after all, huh?" Katsuki smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Damn right. I'm going to show everyone just how pathetic they are compared to me." As Aizawa continued to outline the details of the sports festival, Katsuki barely heard a word. His mind was already racing ahead, mapping out the ways he could make his mark, the opponents he'd crush, the reputation he'd solidify. This wasn't just a festival. It was his battlefield, and he intended to dominate every inch of it. 1 week later, the day had finally arrived, the UA Sports Festival. The screen flickered to life in the dimly lit bar, casting a bluish glow across Izuku's face. He was seated at the counter, leaning forward with a focused intensity, his notebook open in front of him, pages filled with detailed notes and diagrams. In his hand he held a pen, ready to scribble down any new observations that could be of use to him, or more importantly to the League. Behind him, Kurogiri stood silently, polishing a glass, his golden eyes occasionally drifting to the TV as well. The door to the back rooms creaked open, and Shigaraki shuffled out, scratching his neck and looking as disinterested as ever. He caught sight of Izuku at the bar and frowned, his lips curling in distaste. "I don't understand why you're so obsessed with this," he muttered, voice laced with irritation. "It's just a bunch of stupid kids showing off." Izuku's gaze didn't waver from the screen. "If we know their quirks, we can plan our next attack with more precision," he replied, his tone calm but resolute. "It'll play into our favor if we know who we're dealing with." Shigaraki scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Sure, go on and play spy. Observe everyone. Make your little notes," he said, waving a dismissive hand. The way he said it grated on Izuku's nerves, as if the work he'd been putting in was just busy work. It felt as if Shigaraki saw him as nothing more than a tool, a way to gather information without real importance. The frustration twisted in Izuku's chest. He hadn't even shared the notes he'd made after the USJ attack. Every time he'd thought about it, he'd realized Shigaraki wouldn't care or even listen. He was a leader only in name, far from someone who could unite or lead the league with purpose. But Izuku said nothing. He kept his eyes on the screen as the TV announcer's voice grew louder, indicating the start of the sports festival. The students from each course began to make their way into the stadium, and Izuku's pen hovered over the page, his mind sharpening, ready to record every detail. "Ugh, I hate that class," Shigaraki growled as Class 1A appeared on the screen, walking in with confident strides and determined faces. Bakugou led the group, his scowl unwavering as his gaze swept over the crowd with barely contained arrogance. Following close behind were Todoroki, Kirishima, and the others, all prepared to showcase their quirks to the world. Izuku felt a slight twinge as his eyes lingered on Bakugou, the one who had always looked down on him. Seeing him there, basking in the glory and attention of the crowd, brought a pang of resentment but also a rush of determination. Bakugou would be his to deal with, eventually. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was still ranting. "That class thinks they're untouchable just because they survived one lousy attack. They act like they're already heroes?" His fists clenched, his fingertips twitching with a desire to decay something, as if even the thought of 1A was enough to drive him to violence. The arena was buzzing with excitement as all the classes gathered together, forming a dense crowd near the center stage. Midnight stood confidently on a podium, her voice echoing through the stadium. "Katsuki Bakugou, because you scored the highest in the entrance exam, you'll be doing the opening speech for the hero course." Class 1A turned to Bakugou with mixed expressions, some clearly nervous about what he might say. But Bakugou's face remained as unbothered as ever. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he strode up to the microphone, looked over the crowd of students and spectators, and simply said, "I just want to say I'm gonna win." His voice was calm, almost monotone, as if he didn't care to say anything more. The reaction was immediate. A wave of boos and angry shouts erupted from the crowd. "You think you're better than us? Arrogant jerk." Students from other classes glared, feeling the sting of Bakugou's blunt confidence. Meanwhile, the rest of Class 1A looked on, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Bakugou had just made them all seem cocky and overconfident, and the stares from other classes weren't helping. Some of them cringed, while others exchanged glances as if to say, "Why him?" Izuku chuckled as he watched Bakugou's bold statement echo through the TV. Bakugou had said with that same defiant confidence Izuku knew all too well. "That brat, he's so full of himself," Shigaraki muttered with irritation, rolling his eyes as he slumped against the wall. He didn't see anything admirable in Bakugou's arrogance. To him, it was just a childish display, an inflated ego that needed to be knocked down. But for Izuku it was entertaining. Watching Bakugou's confidence, that ferocious drive, it almost made Izuku itch for the day they'd finally face off. It was one thing to see Bakugou in action from afar, but to stand across from him, knowing he could crush that smirk? That was something he looked forward to. Izuku leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he observed the screen. Let him have his moment, he thought, a sly smile spreading across his face. It'll be all the sweeter when it's my turn to take him down. Thank you. Bakugou, Midnight said, clearly a bit exasperated as she tried to keep the event rolling. She paused, a grin appearing on her face as she looked back to the screen behind her. Now let's see what the first round is. The digital wheel on the screen spun rapidly. After a moment, Midnight's grin widened. The first round is an obstacle course. And not just any obstacle course, a 4-kilometer-long grueling test of endurance and strategy. The students murmured, their eyes widening as they glanced at the screen, showing the massive arena laid out before them. Stretching as far as they could see, it was filled with challenging obstacles. Towering walls, pools of muddy water, stretches of dense ropes, and other daunting sections that tested both strength and agility. All classes line up at the starting gate. Midnight called out. The students moved into position. Each student knew the stakes. This wasn't just about finishing, it was about finishing first. Bakugou clenched his fists as he took his place, a fierce look in his eyes. This was a challenge he relished. Beside him, his classmates were both nervous and excited, each ready to give their all. 3, 2, 1. Go. Midnight shouted, her voice echoing across the stadium. The signal blared, and the students surged forward into the narrow tunnel, their footsteps pounding against the cold concrete. Almost immediately, Todoroki made his move with his feet, a layer of ice spread out, trapping countless students' feet where they stood. The tunnel turned into a chaotic mess of slipping, stumbling, and shouting as competitors fought to free themselves. But Todoroki didn't pause. He glided effortlessly over his own frozen terrain, his icy breath leaving a mist in the air as he soared ahead. Behind him, several students managed to avoid the ice, leaping and weaving around the frozen obstacles with determination. They didn't have time to worry about who was in the lead, they were just trying to survive. As they burst out of the tunnel, the next stage loomed ahead, a robot gauntlet, towering machines ready to block their path. The crowd erupted in cheers as the students launched themselves into battle. Some chose to engage directly, using their quirks to smash or evade the robots, while others strategically hung back, hoping the stronger students would clear a path through the metal titans. Katsuki immediately stood out, his explosions blazing as he vaulted himself over the heads of his competitors. He wasn't interested in stopping to fight. The objective was to get through this course, and he wasn't going to waste time beating robots that didn't matter. With each explosion, he propelled himself higher and farther, glancing occasionally at Todoroki, who was freezing robots in his path with brutal efficiency. Todoroki and Katsuki were neck and neck, each determined not just to finish but to claim the top spot. Behind them, the rest of the students scrambled to keep up, the course transforming into a fierce battle of quirks, speed, and sheer willpower. At the course's next challenge, the fall, students faced massive stone pillars connected by tight ropes, stretching over a seemingly bottomless pit. One slip and they would fall out of contention, or worse. The intense pace of the course had drawn a crowd, with a few students managing to keep up with Todoroki and Bakugou as they reached the obstacle. Todoroki paused, assessing the ropes carefully. His ice wasn't exactly suited to the task, forcing him to step carefully, balancing as he edged forward. Bakugou, however, took a different approach. With a defiant grin, he launched himself across the gap, using his explosions to propel him over each rope and avoid the obstacle entirely. The crowd gasped as he flew ahead, maintaining his lead with reckless confidence. Others made their own unique attempts. Tsuyu moved along the rope with the precision of a frog, steady and sure. Tenya Ida, meanwhile, blazed forward in a straight line, his engines roaring, using his quirk to control his balance without wavering. Nearby, a pink-haired girl from the support course, complete with goggles and a collection of gear, maneuvered with surprising ease, using tools to stabilize herself as she traversed the ropes. Izuku, seated at the bar, watched the screen intently. She must be from the support course, he muttered, noting her gadgets. Otherwise, she wouldn't be allowed to use those items. Shigaraki sat nearby, clearly unimpressed by the show of quirks on the screen. He leaned back, his expression a mix of boredom and frustration as he watched the students show off. It's fascinating how each student adapts, Izuku murmured, more to himself than to Shigaraki. Some choose caution while others are aggressive, willing to take risks even if it endangers others. It's actually smart. It keeps them ahead while putting obstacles in their competitors' way. As he spoke, Izuku's hand moved in sync with his thoughts, jotting notes as his pen scratched rapidly across the page. He muttered observations, one finger tapping against his lips. "Stop it," Shigaraki's voice broke in, sharp and annoyed. Izuku flinched, eyes widening slightly. Sorry? I didn't realize." He gave an apologetic smile. "I haven't done that in a while." Shigaraki rolled his eyes. "It gives me a serious headache." Izuku nodded, slipping his notebook shut. "I'll try not to do it." "Humph," Shigaraki muttered, eyeing him with slight irritation. For a brief moment, a pang of self-consciousness hit Izuku. His muttering, something he'd always done, a quirk of habit that once made him a target for ridicule, had slipped out in front of Shigaraki. The feeling of being that old, weak version of himself washed over him, a version that everyone around him found irritating or strange. And now he'd shown that side to Shigaraki too. Clenching his jaw, he forced himself to brush off the thought and refocused on the screen. His pen hovered over his notebook, momentarily still as he reined himself in. It wasn't the time to get lost in old insecurities. On the screen, more students had reached the next obstacle, a surge of competitors closing the gap with the leaders. Todoroki and Bakugou still held their ground, but the challenge had thinned out the weaker students, leaving only those determined enough to adapt and push through. Each student had a different approach, some utilizing their quirks creatively while others relied on raw strategy or sheer luck. Izuku watched closely, his eyes narrowing with a glint of intrigue. Observing their every move, he couldn't help but feel that familiar pull of curiosity, the same curiosity that drove him to study heroes in the past. Except now his motives were different. Now he wasn't looking up to these students. He was analyzing them, dissecting their strengths and weaknesses, thinking of ways he could tear them down if necessary. And yet, the gnawing sense of disappointment lingered in the back of his mind, as if a small part of him still resented feeling out of place in his new life. Izuku's focus was intense, his gaze flicking between the screen and his notebook as he scribbled every detail he could catch. Each student's approach was a puzzle piece he eagerly pieced together, mapping out strengths, weaknesses, and strategies. Then his eyes locked onto a particular student, a tall, purple-haired guy who was casually being carried forward by 3 other students, almost as if they were obeying him without question. It was the same guy who mysteriously beat the villains from the shipwreck zone in the UA. That's it. Izuku burst out, leaping from his seat with a sudden rush of excitement. He has some sort of brainwashing quirk. That must be how he was able to handle the villains in the shipwreck zone. Shigaraki, startled by Izuku's sudden outburst, flinched. Izuku's mind seemed to have connected a series of hidden threads that had been tangled up since the USJ attack. The excitement of discovery radiated from him. He pressed on, scribbling furiously. But how does it activate? He muttered, his eyes narrowing. It must have limitations, maybe it only lasts for a certain period, or maybe he needs some kind of trigger. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, annoyed but mildly intrigued by Izuku's muttering, starting to get used by the sounds. Meanwhile, the sports festival obstacle course was nearing its climax. The final hurdle was now visible on the screen, a massive, chaotic minefield. The ground was littered with explosives, ready to go off with even the slightest misstep. On the screen, Bakugou and Todoroki had arrived first. Bakugou grinned, eyes flashing with excitement as he assessed the minefield before him. Without a second thought, he propelled himself forward, using controlled blasts from his hands to launch himself over clusters of mines, barely grazing the ground. Todoroki, ever calm and strategic, created an icy path to glide across, freezing sections of the minefield in his wake so he wouldn't trigger any of the explosions. His approach was calculated, almost elegant as he skimmed across the ice he created, keeping himself just out of reach of the mine's pressure triggers. Then a group of other students arrived at the edge of the minefield, cautiously evaluating their options. Unlike Bakugou and Todoroki, their quirks didn't lend themselves easily to bypassing such an obstacle. Some hesitated, eyes darting from the ground to their competitors, searching for a way to navigate the dangerous terrain without being blown back. Shiro, spotting Bakugou a short distance ahead, saw his chance. With a quick motion, he shot a length of tape from his elbows, the sticky strands latching onto Bakugou's back and yanking him backward. "Don't think we'll let you win that easily," Shiro shouted with a smirk, tightening his grip on the tape. Caught off guard, Bakugou stumbled, the impact causing a mine beneath him to detonate. The explosion sent a cloud of pink dust and debris into the air, obscuring the field for a moment. But Bakugou wasn't one to back down. With an enraged scowl, he used his own explosive quirk to propel himself toward Todoroki, the burst sending him hurtling forward in a wild, zigzagging path. "Out of my way, icy hot!" he bellowed as he drew close, swinging himself forward with the added momentum of his explosions. The last stretch felt like it was moving in slow motion. Todoroki and Bakugou were neck and neck, both refusing to let the other have even an inch of advantage. They burst into the final tunnel, shadows stretching around them as they each pushed their quirks to the limit. Sweat poured down their faces, muscles straining and breaths ragged, but neither would give in. The crowd held its breath, waiting to see who would emerge first. Tension thickened with every second, the stadium echoing with anticipation. And then, it was Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki burst through the entrance of the stadium, the blaring cheers of the crowd roaring in his ears as he crossed the finish line. He barely looked up, maintaining his stoic expression, but a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He'd done it. A millisecond later, Bakugou charged out of the tunnel, eyes blazing with frustration. He'd lost by the smallest of margins and he was furious. His fists clenched, crackling with restrained explosions as he glared at Todoroki's back. The cheers for Todoroki only added fuel to his anger, and he growled, muttering under his breath as he stomped forward. Meanwhile, back in the bar, Izuku's smirk widened, a small, amused chuckle escaping from behind his hand. Watching Bakugou fume was oddly satisfying. Soon, more students began streaming through the tunnel, each one greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. As the stadium filled with more and more students, the excitement reached a fever pitch, and the announcers were nearly shouting with enthusiasm. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the next event was announced, the Cavalry Battle. The rules were simple. Teams had to collect as many headbands as possible, with each headband holding a different point value. But one headband in particular was worth more than all the others combined, the million-point headband which belonged to Todoroki. Being marked as the top target would have intimidated most, but Todoroki stood unfazed. His usual calm, focused expression remained, showing that he was ready for the challenge. Confidence radiated from him, and others seemed to sense it. Teammates quickly gathered around him, trusting that Todoroki's precision and skill could lead them to victory. Meanwhile, Bakugou, equally determined, gathered his own team. His competitive spirit was a force of nature, and while he might not have the million points from the start, he made it clear he intended to come for that headband by the end of the round. As the countdown clock ticked down, every team settled into position, tense and ready for the battle to begin. Izuku watched intently from his seat, his eyes glued to the screen. He'd taken meticulous notes on every participant, analyzing their quirks, teamwork, and strategies, even though he wasn't on the battlefield himself. Observing the way these heroes in training competed was almost as satisfying as participating. When the clock struck 0, the stadium erupted in cheers, and the cavalry battle began. Teams charged forward, their eyes locked on each other's headbands, some aiming for weaker teams first to rack up easy points while others set their sights directly on Todoroki's million-point headband. Todoroki and his team sprang into action, showing immediate coordination. As the first few teams tried to rush them, Todoroki stretched his hand forward and summoned an enormous ice wall, stopping their advance in an instant. The wall towered over them, an unbreakable barrier that sent shivers through the teams charging in. "Impressive, Todoroki," Kaminari shouted, a grin spreading across his face. Todoroki gave a curt nod, scanning the field for any new threats. Their goal wasn't just defense. They had to gather more headbands while protecting their million-point prize. Bakugou, meanwhile, was tearing through the crowd with explosive energy. His team held tightly to him as he blasted over obstacles and dodged other teams' attacks, showing the relentless aggression he was known for. Bakugou's eyes were locked onto Todoroki, his teeth gritted in determination. He wasn't going to let Todoroki walk away with victory so easily. Todoroki, sensing the attention from Bakugou, threw up another ice wall, forcing Bakugou to swerve. But Bakugou was relentless, his explosions carving through the air as he maneuvered around the barrier. With a smirk, he darted forward, explosions propelling him across the field as he tried to close the gap between them. Other teams were also targeting Todoroki, leaping over the remnants of his ice wall and trying to grab the headbands from his teammates. But Todoroki's team defended their headbands fiercely, holding them off just long enough for Todoroki to refreeze the ground beneath them, sending them skidding back. Minutes ticked down as the cavalry battle reached its climax. Todoroki's team had managed to hold onto their million-point headband, plus a few others they'd stolen. Bakugou's team, meanwhile, had racked up a decent amount of points themselves. But Bakugou's eyes were still locked on Todoroki, determination practically radiating off him as he planned one last push for that million-point headband. With a fierce yell, Bakugou launched himself forward, aiming directly at Todoroki. Todoroki turned, expression cool but alert as he raised his hand to counter. In a blinding clash of fire and explosions, they met, Todoroki's ice creating a shield while Bakugou's explosions shattered it. But just as Bakugou was within reach, the buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the round. The dust settled and it was clear. Todoroki's team had successfully held onto the million-point headband, clinching the victory. Bakugou's team came in a close second, their effort undeniable but just shy of the win. The crowd erupted in applause as Todoroki's team was declared the winner. Kaminari was in for a high five, Ida and Yaoyorozu celebrated their success. Bakugou, meanwhile, gritted his teeth, frustration flashing in his eyes. He'd come so close, just one more second and he could have taken that headband. Izuku was amused by the fierce competition, while Shigaraki sat beside him, unimpressed by the display. Izuku couldn't help but be fascinated, his mind racing with new notes on each competitor's quirks, strengths, and strategies. As the crowd settled down from the break, the tension in the stadium ramped up, and whispers of excitement filled the air. Everyone knew the stakes were higher now, one-on-one battles where each win would bring the victor closer to becoming the ultimate champion. Izuku watched intently from his seat, every muscle poised, his notebook open in front of him as he carefully scanned the lineup. The first match of the round was announced. Hitoshi Shinso from Class 1A versus Itsuka Kendo from Class 1B. Izuku's eyes glinted with interest, the corner of his mouth curling up. Finally, he thought, flipping to the page where he had already started taking notes on the purple-haired boy from the observation round. Now Izuku finally knew his name. He wrote it at the top of the page. Kendo, the match against Shinso. Izuku hadn't observed her much before, and she had barely shown her abilities, leaving her as a bit of a mystery. Izuku knew she could make her hand bigger, but was that all? Meanwhile, Shinso had stood out with his eerie control over others, an ability that made Izuku's mind spin with possibilities and theories. He'd already deduced some aspects of Shinso's quirk, but he was eager to confirm exactly how it worked. Down in the arena, Shinso and Kendo faced each other, standing in silence for a moment before the match officially began. There was a sense of stillness, as though the stadium itself was holding its breath. Shinso broke the silence, his voice calm and collected. "Have a good match." Kendo, unfazed, smiled back and replied, "Yeah, you too." But then her smile faltered and her expression shifted. Her eyes glazed over slightly, and her shoulders slumped as though something heavy had settled over her. It was subtle, but anyone watching closely could see the change, the sudden loss of her usual poise. The shift was almost eerie. On the arena floor, Shinso's voice turned colder, almost indifferent. "Sorry, but I have my own dreams of becoming a hero, so step out of the ring." To the shock of everyone watching, Kendo obeyed. Without a word, without hesitation, she turned and walked right out of the ring, her movements steady but mechanical. Gasps echoed throughout the stadium as realization dawned on the crowd. Kendo's feet crossed the line, and the match was declared over, with Shinso as the winner. The entire stadium was a mix of confusion and fascination. Kendo's classmates shouted in protest, calling out her name, trying to understand what had just happened. Izuku grinned, his mind racing. "I see now," he murmured, his voice tinged with excitement. "The person he wants to brainwash has to respond to him, a question, maybe a statement. That's his condition for activation." He scribbled furiously, making notes on the trigger and the limits, hypothesizing how the quirk might work in different situations. Shigaraki, who had been listening with mild interest, raised an eyebrow. "Pretty handy power for a villain, don't you think?" He sneered, a dark amusement in his tone. "Control over people with just a few words. Imagine the chaos we could cause with someone like him on our side." Izuku chuckled, keeping his eyes fixed on the ring. "Maybe," he replied almost dismissively. "But it has its weaknesses. Now that everyone knows how it works, it'll be much harder for him. People will avoid responding, which limits his control." As the officials announced Shinso's victory, he walked back from the ring, his head held high, though his expression remained stoic. The audience's reaction was mixed, some booing at the lack of a real fight, others fascinated by the implications of such a quirk. Kendo, now freed from the brainwashing, shook her head, looking around in confusion. Her face turned red with frustration as she realized what had happened, clenching her fists as she walked off the field. She hadn't even had a chance to show her quirk, and that stung more than the loss itself. The crowd cheered in a combination of excitement and uncertainty. It hadn't been the most thrilling match, but it had shown them a new kind of power, one that didn't rely on strength or speed but pure eerie control. The stadium was buzzing with anticipation as Todoroki and Shiro stepped onto the arena floor for the next round. This was a match everyone had their eyes on. Shiro, known for his agility and clever use of his tape quirk, versus Todoroki, the top student whose sheer power had already shown him to be a force to be reckoned with. Izuku leaned forward in his seat, eyes flickering with keen interest as he prepared to study every movement and tactic. The countdown began, echoing through the air, and the second the starting signal went off, Shiro sprang into action. Without hesitation, he shot his tape toward Todoroki, binding him quickly. The crowd gasped as Shiro wrapped Todoroki up and with a sharp swing hurled him across the field, aiming to disorient his opponent from the start. Izuku's eyes narrowed, his pen scribbling notes at an impressive speed. "Smart move," he noted. Shiro wasn't wasting any time with flashy moves, he was keeping it direct, exploiting the small window he had to catch Todoroki off guard. But Todoroki wasn't thrown off as easily as Shiro might have hoped. In a heartbeat, Todoroki planted his feet, halting his momentum just long enough to summon an icy explosion from the ground. The ice erupted, traveling at an alarming speed along the field until it reached Shiro's feet. The cold frost climbed up Shiro's body in thick layers, encasing him entirely within seconds. The match was over as quickly as it began. Todoroki's expression remained unchanged, calm and detached as he surveyed the field. Midnight stepped forward, raising her microphone. "Can you move, Shiro?" she called out. Shiro strained against the ice, attempting to break free, but he was completely immobilized. "I can't," he replied, his voice slightly muffled by the ice around his face, and his body shaking by the cold. With a wave of her hand, Midnight declared, "Todoroki wins." The crowd clapped and cheered for Todoroki's overwhelming display, but Izuku's gaze was sharp, analytical. Todoroki had won effortlessly, but something had stood out to him. There had been no sign of flames, not even a flicker. Izuku watched as Todoroki approached Shiro, a trace of cold calculation in his movements. He reached out with his left hand and pressed it gently to the ice around Shiro's chest. A small cloud of steam rose from where his hand made contact, and within moments the ice began to melt away. Izuku's pen moved across the page as he observed Todoroki carefully melt the ice, freeing Shiro from his frosty prison. It confirmed a suspicion Izuku had held for a while now. He has fire, he noted, but he refuses to use it in combat. Izuku narrowed his eyes, his mind churning with possibilities. He had read articles speculating about Shoto Todoroki's dual quirk, a rare inheritance from his mother and his father, the famous number 2 hero. Seeing Todoroki's fire in action, however subtly, finally solidified those rumors as truth in Izuku's mind. But why won't he use it? Izuku muttered under his breath. The question gnawed at him, eating away at his curiosity and focus. His pen tapped repeatedly against the notebook, each tap a frustrated beat as he tried to unravel the mystery. What reason could he have for refusing to wield such power? He thought, jotting down strategies Todoroki could use if he combined his fire and ice. His mind wandered to Endeavor, Todoroki's father, a figure of near-legendary status in the hero world. Was it shame? Resentment? Perhaps Todoroki despised the idea of using his father's power because he is the number 2 hero instead of the number 1 hero. But even if that were the case, Izuku thought it made little sense. Endeavor is one of the strongest heroes alive, he reasoned. Why wouldn't he embrace that legacy? Isn't it something to be proud of? Yet, as Izuku reviewed his notes, another possibility crept into his mind, one that added layers of depth to his observations. Todoroki wasn't just refusing to use his fire for tactical reasons. It had to be personal, something ingrained deep within him. Maybe it was resentment towards his father himself. Todoroki's decision to wield only ice, to suppress his flames, could be an act of defiance, a rejection of everything Endeavor stood for. Izuku scrawled down his thoughts, growing more agitated as he considered the waste of potential. Why have an amazing quirk when you're not even going to use it? He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. A twisted part of him, now steeped in darker ambitions, almost felt enraged at Todoroki's choice. He has a gift, power that could make him unstoppable. And he's just throwing it away? Shigaraki, sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow at Izuku's muttering. "You're awfully obsessed with this kid, huh?" he sneered. "Why do you care so much if he's not using his flames? Doesn't that just make him easier to crush?" Izuku didn't answer immediately, his gaze still fixed on Todoroki as he made his way back to the sidelines. After a moment he smirked. "Maybe. But potential is everything. If I had a quirk like that, I'd use it to its fullest. He's wasting something amazing, but maybe that's his weakness. His own rejection of what he could be." Shigaraki scoffed, leaning back with a bored expression. "Fine. Make your notes, fanboy. But don't get too attached to these heroes, they'll all fall eventually." The next match began with Shiozaki and Kaminari standing across from each other in the arena. The moment the starting signal sounded, Kaminari was in for a powerful electricity attack. Shiozaki's vines created a wall to protect herself and then shot her vines forward with incredible speed and precision, twisting and coiling in a way that left little room for escape. Kaminari had no way of escaping that attack as he jammed his brain. Midnight called the match. "Shiozaki wins?" Izuku leaned forward in his seat, eyes wide with interest. Shiozaki's control over her vines was meticulous. She'd managed to neutralize Kaminari almost effortlessly. He took a blank page and began to jot down his observations. Vine control offers both offense and defense. He noted how the vines seemed to have a natural resistance to electricity, likely due to their spread and the organic material. What an ideal counter, he muttered under his breath, not taking his eyes off Shiozaki as she helped untangle Kaminari from the vines and offered him a polite bow. Plants and electricity, they don't mix well. As time passed, more matched had finished. And now the final match from the first round was here. One that Izuku had been waiting for. The stadium was buzzing with anticipation as the final match of the first round approached. Uraraka and Bakugou stepped into the ring, their faces reflecting two very different kinds of determination. Bakugou's trademark scowl was locked in place. Uraraka, on the other hand, exuded a quiet resolve, her gaze unwavering despite the intimidating presence of her opponent. Izuku leaned forward in his seat at the bar, his notebook open on the counter. The pen in his hand hovered over the page, ready to capture every detail. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he watched Bakugou crack his knuckles. Still the same loud, angry idiot as always, he muttered to himself. Let's see if he's learned anything since UA started. Though, knowing Kaken, he's probably going to rely on brute force as usual. Shigaraki glanced over at Izuku, unimpressed. You know this guy? Izuku didn't look up. Yes, we were in the same middle school class. Shigaraki nodded. As midnight signaled the start of the match, Bakugou wasted no time, launching himself forward with a massive explosion. The shockwave sent debris scattering across the arena, and the crowd gasped as Uraraka barely dodged, rolling out of the way just in time. It seems that Katsuki was not going to show any mercy. Predictable, Izuku muttered, jotting down notes. Initial strategy: overwhelm opponent with explosions. Standard Kaken tactics. Uraraka retaliated by charging toward Bakugou, her hands glowing faintly with the telltale sign of her zero-gravity quirk. She ducked under another explosion, this one aimed directly at her, and managed to touch a piece of debris on the ground. It floated upward immediately, joining several other pieces she'd managed to lift while dodging. Izuku raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. Huh. She's not just running away. She's trying to build an opening. Smart. Bakugou noticed the floating debris and clicked his tongue in annoyance. You think you can beat me with some stupid rocks? Don't make me laugh. He blasted one of the floating pieces into dust with a single explosion, but Uraraka didn't falter. She darted around the arena, touching more and more debris, slowly filling the air with floating rubble. She's forcing him to waste energy, Izuku noted, a faint smirk on his lips. If he keeps blowing up every piece, he'll burn through his stamina faster. Clever girl. Still, against someone like Kaken, cleverness alone won't be enough. Bakugou, growing impatient, launched himself into the air with a powerful explosion, aiming directly at Uraraka. She managed to leap back, narrowly avoiding him, but the shockwave knocked her off balance. Before she could recover, Bakugou was already on her, sending another explosion toward her feet. She dodged again, but this time, the blast sent her tumbling across the arena floor. Izuku chuckled darkly, shaking his head. Classic Kaken. No finesse, just raw aggression. But he's got the advantage now. Let's see if she can turn it around. Despite the pressure, Uraraka stood back up, her eyes fierce. Without warning, she raised her hand, releasing all the floating debris she'd gathered. The rubble rained down toward Bakugou in a coordinated assault, forcing him to leap back and blast some of the larger chunks out of the way. She's using the environment to trap him, Izuku muttered, furiously scribbling notes. Impressive strategy, create a distraction, force an opening. But Kaken won't fall for something like this so easily. Sure enough, Bakugou let out an enraged growl and fired a massive explosion into the air, blasting away the debris in one fell swoop. The shockwave was so powerful that it sent Uraraka staggering, leaving her completely exposed. Bakugou wasted no time, charging forward and aiming a point-blank explosion at her feet, sending her flying backward and skidding across the ground. The crowd was silent as Uraraka struggled to stand, her body trembling from the relentless assault. Bakugou, still brimming with energy, stood tall, his hands crackling with sparks. Stay down, he said, his voice harsh but devoid of mockery. You're done. Uraraka clenched her fists, her face pale but determined. She took one shaky step forward but collapsed to her knees, the toll of the match finally catching up to her. Midnight stepped in, raising her arm. Bakugou wins. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, though a few murmurs of discontent could be heard. Some spectators were critical of Bakugou's unrelenting aggression against someone like Uraraka, but others admired his unyielding drive to win. Izuku leaned back in his chair. Well, that was disappointing, he said, his tone laced with mockery. Kaken barely had to try. But that girl, she's got potential. If she can refine her strategy and work on her endurance, she might actually stand a chance next time. After a short break to repair the arena, the second round began. The first match was Shinso versus Todoroki. Shinso tried his usual tactic, baiting Todoroki with a question, but it seems that Todoroki had figured out Shinso's quirk. Todoroki immediately froze the entire arena, trapping Shinso in ice up to his shoulders. The match ended in seconds and Todoroki was declared the winner. Izuku jotted down notes, frustrated. Smart move, but it didn't leave me much to analyze. Still, Todoroki is consistent. Ice alone is enough for now. The next match was Ida versus Shiozaki. Shiozaki unleashed her vines, covering the arena in an attempt to trap Ida. But his speed was too much for her to handle. He dodged her attacks effortlessly and landed a precise kick, pushing her out of bounds. Izuku scribbled. Vines are powerful but too slow against someone like Ida. She needs better tactics. The third match, Ashido versus Tokoyami, was quick. Ashido tried to control the arena with her acid, but Tokoyami's dark shadow countered every move. She couldn't get past its defenses and was pinned down. Tokoyami advanced. Dark shadow is too versatile, Izuku noted. A difficult opponent to beat one-on-one. The final match of the round was Bakugou versus Kirishima. Bakugou's relentless explosions overwhelmed Kirishima, despite his hardened body. Kirishima managed to get a few punches in, but Bakugou's mobility and raw power were too much. A final explosion sent Kirishima out of bounds. The second round was complete, and the stage was set for the semi-finals. For the first match of the semi-finals, we have Katsuki Bakugou versus Fumikage Tokoyami, she declared, her voice echoing through the arena. And as for the second match, due to Tenya Ida's absence for private reasons, Shoto Todoroki will automatically advance to the finals. This announcement sparked murmurs in the crowd. Izuku leaned closer to the screen, furrowing his brows. Private reasons? What could have happened to him that was so important to ditch the semi-finals? As Bakugou and Tokoyami stepped onto the field, the tension was palpable. The countdown began and both competitors took their stances. 3, 2, 1, start, asterisk asterisk. Tokoyami wasted no time, sending Dark Shadow forward to attack. The shadowy figure darted toward Bakugou, its claws outstretched. But Bakugou smirked, his palms already glowing with sparks, releasing an explosion directly at Dark Shadow. The arena lit up with the bright flash, forcing Dark Shadow to recoil and weaken under the intense light. Tokoyami staggered slightly, trying to regain control, but Bakugou was relentless. It seems I'm a terrible matchup for you, Birdface, he yelled. So that's his weakness. Izuku muttered, scribbling in his notebook. Dark Shadow's greatest weakness is light. Kaken's explosions put Tokoyami at a severe disadvantage. Bakugou didn't let up, keeping the battlefield illuminated with constant explosions. He launched himself into the air, raining blasts down on Tokoyami. Damn it! Tokoyami growled, trying to shield himself with what little strength Dark Shadow had left. But the barrage was too much. A particularly strong explosion forced Tokoyami to his knees, and Dark Shadow dissipated entirely. Bakugou landed in front of him, his hands crackling with energy. Stay down, Birdbrain. You don't stand a chance against me. Midnight stepped forward, raising her hand. Tokoyami is unable to continue. Bakugou advances to the finals. The crowd erupted into cheers as Bakugou turned to leave the field, his expression one of smug satisfaction. With the semi-finals concluded, the stage was set for an epic showdown, Shoto Todoroki versus Katsuki Bakugou. The stadium buzzed with anticipation as Katsuki Bakugou and Shoto Todoroki faced each other in the center of the arena. The crowd roared, fully invested in the final match of the UA Sports Festival. Even the pros in attendance leaned forward, eager to see how this clash of two powerhouses would unfold. In the shadows of a distant hideout, Izuku Midoriya sat glued to the screen, his pen flying across the pages of his notebook. The two strongest first years, Izuku thought, his lips curling into a twisted grin. Both of them could be dangerous to the league. Bakugou's relentless aggression, Todoroki's precision and control. And yet their flaws are so clear. This will be interesting. The arena's countdown began. 3, 2, 1, begin. Katsuki wasted no time, blasting forward with an explosion that sent shockwaves across the stadium. The force left a scorch mark on the ground as he propelled himself straight toward Todoroki. But Todoroki was ready. He raised an ice wall instantly, forcing Bakugou to halt mid-attack. Katsuki snarled, flipping backward and sending a barrage of explosions at the icy barrier. The ice cracked and shattered under the relentless assault, but Todoroki moved swiftly, creating more walls to maintain distance. Each step he took froze the ground beneath him, his controlled movements making him look untouchable. "You think you can hide behind that ice forever?" Katsuki roared, blasting through another barrier. Todoroki remained calm, gliding across the battlefield and launching sharp, jagged spikes of ice toward Katsuki. Bakugou dodged them effortlessly, his explosions propelling him into the air. From above, he unleashed a devastating howitzer impact, a spiraling explosion aimed directly at Todoroki. Todoroki raised a massive shield of ice just in time. The impact shook the arena, sending shards of ice flying in every direction and creating a cloud of steam where the explosion melted parts of the wall. Izuku scribbled furiously. Todoroki is focused entirely on defense. Smart, he knows Bakugou's offensive style would overwhelm most opponents. But it's also holding him back. He still won't use his flames. Izuku smirked, leaning back in his chair. Kaken hates that. He's not just fighting to win, he's fighting to prove he's better. He'll push Todoroki until he breaks. That ice guy. Had a fire quirk, right? Why won't he just burn that blonde idiot already? Shigaraki muttered from the corner, sounding bored. Izuku didn't even look up. Who knows really, but he's a coward for not using it. Shigaraki scoffed but didn't reply. Back in the arena, Bakugou charged again, his face twisted with frustration. He was breathing heavily now, his relentless attacks taking a toll. Todoroki, on the other hand, looked equally winded. While he'd avoided direct hits, the sheer energy needed to create and maintain his ice defenses was wearing him down. "Come on, icy hot. Use your damn flames on me." Bakugou roared, his voice echoing across the stadium. The crowd gasped at his outburst. Even the announcers fell silent, unsure how to respond. Todoroki's eyes widened for a moment before narrowing again. "No. You think you can beat me without using everything you've got?" Bakugou shouted, his explosions growing wilder. "I'll kill you if you don't take this seriously." Izuku grinned darkly. "That's it, Kaken. Push him. Make him crack. Show the world how desperate you are to win." Todoroki finally retaliated, creating a massive wave of ice that surged across the arena. Bakugou leaped into the air, avoiding the attack, but the ice was relentless, chasing him like a tidal wave. Using his explosions, Katsuki shot higher, circling around and aiming for Todoroki. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating stun grenade, the blinding flash forcing Todoroki to shield his eyes. Seizing the moment, Bakugou closed the distance, landing in front of Todoroki and aiming a powerful explosion at his chest. Todoroki reacted just in time, creating a thick dome of ice around himself. The explosion shattered it, sending shards flying, but Todoroki emerged unscathed, sliding backward on a frozen path. "You're persistent," Todoroki muttered, his voice calm but strained. "That's what makes me better than you." Katsuki yelled, launching another attack. Bakugou's relentless aggression was starting to pay off. Todoroki's movements grew slower, his ice forming more sluggishly. The toll of constant defense was evident. But Katsuki wasn't unscathed. His arms trembled from overusing his quirk, and his breathing was ragged. Izuku noticed. Kaken's pushing himself too hard. He's over-relying on brute force instead of strategy. If Todoroki would just use his flames now, he'd end this in an instant. Right now, he's weakened due to all the ice on his body. Todoroki hesitated, his left hand twitching. Flames flickered briefly but died out. Izuku's eye widened for a bit. He was about to use it just now, but why did he stop? Bakugou noticed. "Use it, you coward!" he screamed, his voice hoarse. "I don't need it to beat you," Todoroki replied coldly, creating another ice barrier. Bakugou roared in frustration, blasting through the barrier with sheer force. The explosion sent Todoroki sliding backward, his feet barely finding traction on the icy ground. The two were visibly exhausted now, their movements slower but no less intense. Bakugou, with one final burst of energy, propelled himself into the air, aiming a finishing attack at Todoroki. The crowd gasped as a massive wave of frost began to form around him, climbing higher and higher, threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. But before the attack could be unleashed, Todoroki faltered. His body swayed, his arm dropping limply to his side. "Wait," Izuku murmured, his brow furrowing. Todoroki collapsed to his knees, the ice dissipating around him. His head drooped forward and he fell face first into the frozen ground. What the hell? Bakugou growled, coming to a halt. Bakugou stared at Todoroki's motionless body for a moment, the realization sinking in. His fists clenched, his teeth grinding audibly. This isn't a real win for me, he roared, storming over to Todoroki. Bakugou grabbed Todoroki by the collar, shaking him violently. You hear me, icy hot? You don't get to pass out now. I didn't come this far just for you to give up. The crowd fell silent, watching Bakugou's outburst with a mix of awe and apprehension. Get up. Bakugou shouted again, his voice cracking slightly. Fight me for real. I don't need some pity win. Before Bakugou could escalate further, a cloud of purple smoke wafted across the battlefield. Midnight stepped in, her whip in hand, her voice calm yet firm. Bakugou, step back, she commanded. Like hell I will. Bakugou snapped, his grip on Todoroki's collar tightening. He owes me a fight. Midnight's whip cracked through the air, and the smoke thickened around Bakugou. He coughed, his body beginning to sway. I said step back, Midnight repeated, her tone more insistent. Bakugou's knees buckled as the effects of her quirk took hold. This isn't over, he muttered before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Since Todoroki fainted, Bakugou wins, Midnight announced, her voice cutting through the stunned silence. The crowd erupted into cheers, though some murmured about Todoroki's feint and refusal to use his full power. Izuku closed his notebook. So Kaken won. But only because Todoroki wouldn't fight seriously. How pathetic. If that's the best these so-called heroes have to offer, they're no match for me. He leaned back, his mind already formulating plans. The UA Sports Festival had revealed a lot, Izuku had learned a lot, and it was only the beginning. After a while, a podium came from out of the ground. The stadium lights illuminated the podium in the center of the arena, where the top 3 contestants were standing at their places. Third place, Fumikage Tokoyami. Though his face remained as stoic as ever, his posture hinted at pride. Dark shadow playfully emerged over his shoulder, waving to the crowd. Second place, Shoto Todoroki. His face betraying no emotion. His eyes briefly scanned the crowd, but he didn't seem to be searching for anyone in particular. He kept his arms folded, standing stiffly as if he wanted the moment to be over as quickly as possible. First place, Katsuki Bakugou. The announcer's voice boomed, and our champion, Katsuki Bakugou. But as the spotlight hit him, the crowd gasped. Katsuki was completely chained up. Heavy metal shackles bound his wrists and ankles, and a thick muzzle covered his mouth. Despite his restraints, Katsuki thrashed violently, his muffled screams audible even over the cheers. Izuku Midoriya's eyes widened as he watched the spectacle from his hideout. They actually chained him up? Shigaraki snorted, leaning back in his chair. Now this is a surprise. Looks like your Kaken couldn't handle his own victory. Izuku's lips twitched into a smirk. He watched Katsuki's futile attempts to break free, the blonde's sheer anger radiating through the screen. Still the same old Kaken. Can't even take a win without throwing a tantrum. Izuku chuckled softly, though the mockery in his tone was undeniable. His pen moved across the page, jotting down Bakugou's explosive reaction. He's predictable. Emotional. A ticking time bomb. Suddenly, a booming, cheerful laugh echoed across the stadium, silencing the crowd. Ha! Well done, young heroes. All Might emerged from the top of the stadium, his golden smile shining brighter than the lights. The audience erupted into cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Even the television cameras zoomed in on the symbol of peace as he strode confidently toward the podium. The atmosphere in Izuku's hideout shifted instantly. Shigaraki's grin faded into a scowl, his fingers twitching dangerously. Izuku's expression darkened. All Might, Shigaraki growled, his voice low and venomous. Izuku leaned back in his chair, his eyes glued to the screen. He's here to give out medals. Classic All Might, making it all about him. He really knows how to steal the spotlight. Shigaraki sneered. Enjoy your moment, old man. It won't last. All Might climbed onto the podium, towering over the students. He turned to Tokoyami first, crouching slightly to meet him at eye level. Congratulations, young Tokoyami. Your teamwork and strategy were impressive. You have a bright future ahead of you. Tokoyami bowed respectfully, Dark Shadow giving a little cheer as All Might placed the bronze medal around his neck. Next, All Might approached Todoroki. Young Todoroki. You fought valiantly, but remember you're at your best when you use all of your power. Embrace who you are, and you'll surpass even me one day. Todoroki's gaze dropped to the medal as All Might placed it around his neck. He nodded slightly but didn't respond, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Finally All Might turned to Bakugou. "Ah, young Bakugou," All Might said, his tone lighter but still warm. "You've proven to everyone that you're strong, determined, and relentless. But a true hero isn't just about strength, it's about how you carry yourself." Bakugou growled behind his muzzle, his hands clenching into fists. He flinched as All Might leaned closer. "Let me help you with this," All Might said, gently removing the muzzle. "Don't touch me." Bakugou barked the moment his mouth was free. "I don't need your stupid metal. I'll win again, and I'll do it my way." The crowd gasped, murmurs spreading throughout the stadium. All Might chuckled softly, unshaken. "That's the spirit, young Bakugou. But for now, accept this as a symbol of your hard work." He tried to place the gold medal around Bakugou's neck, but instead it ended up in his mouth. Shigaraki let out an exasperated sigh as he grabbed the remote and turned off the television. The room was suddenly silent, save for the faint hum of the other monitors displaying various security feeds. "Finally that's over," Shigaraki muttered. Izuku sat hunched over the bar, surrounded by scattered notes and crumpled papers. His pen danced across the last few blank lines of his notebook, his muttering barely audible. "This notebook's almost full," Izuku said, flipping through its worn pages. "But it's worth it. I've learned so much, every quirk, every strength, every weakness of those so-called heroes in training." He grinned, a glint of satisfaction in his green eyes. Shigaraki snorted. "You really take this whole study thing too seriously," he said, resting his chin on his palm. "I don't need to waste time scribbling in some notebook to remember that stuff. I just use my eyes." "Yes, sure," Izuku replied with a chuckle. "Because your memory's so flawless, right? What was Shiozaki's quirk again?" Shigaraki glared at him, his lips twitching in annoyance. "Don't push it, brat." Izuku smirked, not looking up from his notebook as he added the finishing touches to a diagram of Todoroki's ice techniques. Shigaraki leaned forward, his grin widening. "You know, though, you doing all this work makes it easier for me. Why bother remembering all those quirks when I've got you to do the homework for me?" Izuku paused. "You're welcome," he said flatly, but the faintest hint of amusement lingered in his tone. Before their banter could continue, a deep, distorted voice echoed through the room, emanating from one of the larger monitors. "Well done, the both of you." Both Shigaraki and Izuku straightened, their attention snapping to the screen. All for One's looming presence filled the display, the static of the connection giving his voice an eerie quality. "You've observed thoroughly," All for One continued. "Those students may seem insignificant now, but make no mistake. Many of them have the potential to become formidable obstacles in the future." Izuku closed his notebook. "They're strong," he admitted, his voice steady. "But they're flawed. Each one of them. It's just a matter of knowing where to press." All for One's shadowy figure seemed to nod in approval. "Precisely. Knowledge is power, young Midoriya. The information you've gathered will be invaluable." "And Shigaraki?" Shigaraki perked up slightly. "All the raw strength in the world won't save you if you don't understand your enemy. Pay close attention to what Midoriya has learned. It could mean the difference between victory and defeat." Shigaraki's lips curled into a small, reluctant grin. Yeah, I get it," he muttered. Izuku tilted his head, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "But what about Ida? He was supposed to fight in the semi-finals, but he wasn't there. Something happened." Shigaraki waved dismissively. "Who cares? One less hero wannabe to worry about." But All for One's tone grew more serious. "No detail is too small to overlook. Investigate if you must, Midoriya. The cracks in their unity may prove useful to us." Izuku nodded, his resolve firm. "I'll find out." All for One's voice softened, but his words carried a sinister weight. "Good. The seeds of chaos have already been planted. It's only a matter of time before they sprout. Continue to watch, continue to learn. The downfall of these so-called heroes begins with the knowledge we now possess." The screen went dark and the room was silent once more. Shigaraki stretched his arms, letting out another yawn. "You keep overthinking everything, but I guess that's what makes you useful," he said, standing up. "And you keep underthinking everything," Izuku shot back with a smirk. Shigaraki chuckled darkly. "Yeah, well, you better keep those notes safe, nerd. You wouldn't want all that precious knowledge to go to waste." Izuku's eyes gleamed. The word nerd, he hadn't heard that in a while. Everyone in his class used to call him that. His glare turned sinister. "Don't worry. I intend to use every single word I've written." Shigaraki stared back. What's with that sudden change of his tone, he thought. The silence in the room was broken as Izuku stood up, snapping his notebook shut with purpose. He adjusted his posture and stretched his arms. "I'm going to train Kurogiri," he announced, his voice calm but resolute. Kurogiri, who had been standing silently behind the bar, polishing glasses with the precision of a machine, gave a slight nod. "Yes, of course, Midoriya." With a wave of his smoky hand, Kurogiri conjured a swirling violet portal. The dark energy crackled faintly in the quiet air. Izuku glanced over his shoulder at Shigaraki, who was leaning back in his chair with an unimpressed expression. "See you," Izuku said, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he stepped toward the portal. Shigaraki muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed on the empty screen. "You crazy child?" His tone was flat, but there was something contemplative in his eyes. As Izuku passed through the portal, the familiar training room came into view. The stark white walls, the reinforced floors, and the array of equipment were all meticulously maintained. Kurogiri had clearly been busy ensuring everything was in its place. Izuku headed toward a small locker in the corner. Inside were neatly folded training clothes, restocked by Kurogiri without fail. He pulled off his worn hoodie, tossing it onto a chair, and caught a glimpse of himself in a small mirror mounted on the wall. His gaze lingered. His body was changing. His abs were more defined, and his biceps had thickened from weeks of relentless training. His once slender frame was becoming lean and strong, each muscle carved with precision. "The training is definitely paying off," he murmured to himself, a faint smirk appearing as he flexed his fingers. But then his eyes fell on something different, those scars made by the stitches who saved his life. The gunshot wound on his arm had almost completely healed, probably thanks to All for One's healing. A small dot remained, but it most likely wouldn't scar. Guess snipers shot us like that, with a weak bullet on purpose, to minimize the damage," he muttered. But not only that, Izuku's eyes wandered to different scars, the scars that Katsuki, Makoto and Rin made. That big burn on Izuku's shoulder, which was slowly starting to get pigment. Though it will never look neat again. Izuku stood before the mirror again, his emerald eyes darkening. "Rin," he muttered, a crooked smile forming on his lips. "He's gone now, and he got what he deserved." The words hung in the air for a moment. Then, without warning, Izuku let out a low chuckle. It started small, barely audible, but it grew, escalating into a full-blown cackle that echoed through the empty training room. It wasn't a normal laugh, it was twisted, unhinged, filled with raw, manic glee. The sound itself was disturbing, almost inhuman. He gripped the edges of the mirror, leaning close to his reflection, his face contorted with malicious joy. "I hope you're enjoying that sad life of yours in hell," Izuku screamed, his voice cracking as it rose. His words weren't just spoken, they were spat with venom, aimed directly at his reflection as though it was Ren himself. His breathing quickened, his body trembling, not from fear or exhaustion, but from the overwhelming euphoria of what he'd done. The room felt colder, heavier, as though Izuku's emotions were seeping into the air itself. He stared at his reflection, his grin wide, his eyes wild. For a brief moment, it was as though he didn't even recognize himself. The boy who once aspired to be a hero, the boy who cried over failures, was gone. In his place was something darker, someone who reveled in destruction. The grin faded slightly, but the intensity in his eyes remained. He stepped back from the mirror, his hands still trembling. "That's right," he murmured, his voice calm again but still carrying an edge. "This is who I am now. And there's no going back." He grabbed the fresh clothes from the locker and slipped into them, the fabric snug around his growing frame. Izuku cracked his neck, his emerald eyes filled with focus. The first task was always the same, a warm-up. He stepped onto the treadmill, set it to a brisk pace and began to run. His breaths were steady, his movements controlled. Even though that outburst gave him lots of adrenaline. As his feet pounded against the belt, his mind wandered back to the sports festival. The quirks he'd analyzed, the weaknesses he'd noted, and the raw strength of the competitors all fueled his determination. "They're strong," he thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he increased the speed. "But not unbeatable. I just need to get stronger, smarter, faster." After an hour of grueling training, the door to the training room creaked open. Izuku glanced up from the bench press, his heart skipping a beat as All for One and Dr. Garaki stepped inside. The room seemed to shift under their presence, their aura of authority filling the space. Izuku immediately straightened his posture, though he kept pushing the weights upward. The intensity these two brought every time they entered was undeniable. "You're doing great," All for One said in his deep yet surprisingly warm tone. Izuku racked the weights and sat up, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat dripping from his forehead. "Thank you, master," he said, his voice still catching its breath. All for one took a slow step forward, hands clasped behind his back. "Would you mind showing me those notes you've been working so diligently on? I'm quite curious." Izuku froze for a moment, the question catching him completely off guard. "My notes?" he repeated, blinking in disbelief. "You really want to see them?" All for one nodded. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be interested in the thoughts of my most promising protégé?" Izuku's chest swelled with pride. No one had ever asked to see his notes before. Even Shigaraki dismissed them as a pointless exercise, a waste of time. But All for One, the All for One asterisk, was asking for them. "Yes, master," he exclaimed, hopping off the bench with an eagerness he couldn't contain. He practically skipped to the chair where his notebook was hidden beneath his hoodie. All for One gave a slight nod toward the door. "Come with me. This location isn't quite appropriate for what I have in mind." Izuku followed behind, clutching his notebook tightly. They walked through a dimly lit hallway until All for One pushed open a door to a room that looked like a worn living room. It wasn't much, but the comfortable couches and the dim lamps gave it an oddly cozy atmosphere. All for One gestured for Izuku to sit, and he complied, settling into the couch beside him. Dr. Garaki stood quietly behind, observing like a silent sentinel. "I'm sorry I'm all sweaty," Izuku said sheepishly, looking down at his damp clothes. "Don't apologize," All for One replied, a soft smile. "It's proof of your hard work and dedication." Izuku grinned, his cheeks flushed, not from exhaustion but from the warmth of being praised. He eagerly opened his notebook, flipping to the first page. "These are the notes I made during the USJ attack," he began, his voice gaining momentum as he started muttering. His words poured out in a stream of excitement, detailing everything he had observed. Quirks, weaknesses, strategies. He pointed to drawings of heroes and students, describing their movements and abilities with precision. Despite his rapid pace, All for One and Dr. Garaki listened intently, their focus never wavering. Even the sketches, hastily done during tense moments, were impressive. The level of detail and thought put into each page was a testament to Izuku's dedication. After what felt like hours of explaining, Izuku finally closed the notebook and looked up, his expression a mix of nervousness and pride. All for One leaned forward and patted him gently on the head. "Well done. You've shown remarkable effort and insight. This is true greatness, Midoriya." Izuku's heart soared. "Thank you, master." Dr. Garaki placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, smiling warmly. "It's truly impressive. You have a sharp eye for observation. I wonder where you got it from." Izuku paused, his grin faltering slightly as he thought back. "Ha! Definitely not my mom," he said with a weak chuckle. "She can tell when something's wrong, but she's not the most observant person." "Then perhaps your father," Dr. Garaki suggested. Izuku fell silent, his gaze lowering. "Maybe," he muttered. "I can barely remember him. But he was always working, so he must have been pretty smart, right?" All for One's eyes gleamed with interest as he observed Izuku's introspection. "Now go back to your training if you want to," he concluded, his tone light yet commanding. "But don't push yourself too hard now." Izuku nodded, clutching his notebook tightly. "Yes, master. Thank you again." With a final bow, he turned and walked out of the room, his mind already racing with ideas for his next training session. As the door clicked shut, Dr. Garaki moved to sit beside All for One, his hands folded in his lap. The room was silent for a moment before Garaki broke it with a knowing smile. "That muttering of his," Garaki remarked, "it's just like you back in the day." All for One chuckled softly, a rare sound that filled the worn living room with an almost eerie warmth. "Ah yes. I remember when I was so enthusiastic about everything. Always wanting to know everyone's quirks, analyzing their potential, dreaming about how they could fit perfectly into my arsenal." Garaki leaned back, his gaze thoughtful. "He inherited all of it from you?" All for One's smile widened, though his tone remained measured. "Well, he wouldn't be my son if it weren't for that." Garaki's eyes sharpened. "Are you ever planning on telling him?" The room fell into a contemplative silence. All for One rested his chin on his hand, his mask hiding the full depth of his emotions. He murmured as if weighing the possibilities. "Who knows? If I were to tell him, he might suspect that I stole his quirk when he was little. Or worse, he might resent me for leaving him and his mother behind." Garaki studied him carefully. "Do you think he'd ever forgive you?" All for One tilted his head slightly. "Perhaps. But forgiveness isn't my goal. Let's see where the path he takes leads us first. If he becomes the villain I envision, then perhaps he won't need to know. But if the time comes and he asks, truly asks, I'll decide then. Garaki nodded, though a flicker of unease passed over his face. He's strong, you know. Good, All for One said simply, his voice calm yet resolute. He needs to be. In order to create the ideal world I desire. The two sat in silence for a while, their thoughts heavy with unspoken possibilities. All for One's lips curved into a small, almost imperceptible smile. Let him prove himself first, the real battle is just getting started. Then we'll see if he's ready to carry my legacy. 2 days had passed since the UA Sports Festival, and Class 1A buzzed with energy as they waited for their next lesson. Everyone sat at their desks, chatting excitedly, their conversation still circling around the recent tournament. When Midnight walked in, her flashy costume catching the classroom lights, the students immediately quieted down. All right, Class 1A, she announced with her characteristic enthusiasm. Today, it's time to pick your hero names. The room erupted into cheers. Finally, some real hero stuff. Kirishima shouted, slamming his hands on his desk. I've been thinking about my hero name since I was a little girl. Mina squealed, practically bouncing in her seat. Midnight raised a hand to calm them down. All right. But don't take this lightly, she said, her tone shifting to something more serious. This name will be your identity in the hero world. Think carefully, you might regret it later. She handed out small white boards and markers to each student. The class grew quiet, the sound of markers scratching against boards filling the air. After a while, Midnight clapped her hands. All right. Let's see what you've come up with. Who wants to go first? Azui stood up confidently. The frog hero Froppy, she announced, holding up her board. The class erupted in applause. That's so catchy. Mina beamed. One by one, the students presented their names. Cellophane, Pinky, Invisible Girl, Tailman, Shoto. Each name was met with cheers and laughter, the atmosphere growing more and more lively. All students had chosen their hero name, except for Katsuki and Ida. Katsuki was thinking he'd already showed a name, but that one was too violent. Catch a dash, but before he could even write down that whole name, he immediately wiped it away. No one would understand, they would think I'm childish for choosing that name, Katsuki thought. Besides, I have no right to choose that name, a name chosen by the boy I killed. Katsuki signed, he could feel his heart aching. He wrote a different name down and he stepped up, gripping his board tightly. Lord Explosion Murder God Dynamite, he declared loudly, his eyes daring anyone to object. The room fell silent for a beat before everyone burst into laughter. That's way too cruel, violent, and long, Midnight said bluntly, shaking her head. Katsuki scowled. TC whatever. Then it was Ida's turn. He stood up stiffly, his usual serious demeanor on full display. Just Tenya, he said firmly. Midnight raised an eyebrow. Your actual name? Nothing else? Ida hesitated but gave a small nod. Yes. It's simple and direct like me. Midnight sighed. Well, if you're sure. As the activity wrapped up, Katsuki still hadn't settled on a name. Every suggestion he made was rejected for being too violent or over the top. He sank back into his seat, arms crossed. As Aizawa walked into the classroom, his usual tired demeanor and unkempt scarf in tow, Midnight gave him a quick nod and stepped out, leaving the class to his care. I hope you've all given some thought to your hero names, Aizawa began, his voice as monotone as ever. The reason we had you choose them is because you'll be starting internships with pro heroes? The classroom exploded with excitement. Whoa, really? Already? Jiru said, leaning forward in her seat. Yes, Aizawa said, unbothered by the noise. He turned to the board and showed some stats. Here are the numbers of hero agencies that submitted offers for some of you after the sports festival. The moment the rankings appeared, the students leaned forward, eagerly scanning the list. Whoa, Todoroki got more offers than Bakugou? Mineta exclaimed, pointing at the top of the board. Even though he got second place. Denki burst into laughter. Yeah, they probably didn't want to take the guy who had to be chained up at the end of the festival. What did you say? Katsuki snapped, slamming his desk and glaring at Denki with enough fury to make him regret his words. Katsuki gritted his teeth, his fists trembling. If I scare a pro, it just means they're weak. He barked. But deep down his frustration bubbled. Damn it, again. I lost to that icy hot bastard, Katsuki thought, his jaw clenched so hard it could have cracked. Meanwhile, Todoroki, seated calmly, glanced at the board with disinterest. It wasn't the offers that concerned him, His mind lingered on the personal issues he was still working through. In another corner of the room, some students who didn't receive offers were visibly disappointed. Yaoyorozu clenched her fists under the table, her usually composed expression tight with frustration. I couldn't show them what I was truly capable of, she thought, the sting of her earlier defeat still fresh. Uraraka, on the other hand, gasped in surprise. Whoa, Ida. You got a lot of offers. Ida adjusted his glasses with a modest smile. You too, Uraraka. Well done. Shinso scanned the board and saw a smaller number next to his name compared to others, but he smirked to himself. It's enough, he thought. Aizawa clapped his hands once, silencing the chatter. Don't get too excited, or too discouraged. Everyone in this class will be interning. Those of you with offers will get to choose your agency. Those without will be assigned placements. Yes, sir. The class cheered in unison, their determination reignited. 2 days followed since the USJ attack. Izuku had been isolated in rooms, training rooms, his bedroom, the bathroom, the bar. He hadn't had an ounce of fresh air. Izuku sat at the bar, his fingers idly drumming against the worn wood. The air was thick with tension. Something big was about to happen. Shigaraki had mentioned making contact with the infamous hero killer, Stain, a man who had shaken society with his violent ideology and the brutal deaths of several pro-heroes. How Shigaraki managed this, Izuku didn't know. He wasn't privy to every plan. It was likely all for one's doing, knowing his master's strategic nature. But the details didn't matter. What mattered was that today Stain would decide if he would join their ranks. Izuku took a sip of water and leaned back, deep in thought. He hadn't kept up much with the news beyond his own escapades, Ren's death, the USJ attack and the sports festival, but the hero killer was hard to ignore. The man was the center of every headline. Reports said Stain had already killed several pro-heroes and left countless others injured. 5 days ago, one of his most recent targets had been Ingenium, a hero Izuku had once admired and analyzed in his old notebooks. The attack had forced Ingenium to retire due to grievous injuries. Izuku frowned, the gears in his mind turning. Ingenium. That reminded him of someone. Tenya Ida. His quirk was eerily similar to Ingenium's. The realization hit him like a shockwave. 5 days ago, the sports festival. Tenya Ida's sudden disappearance, Izuku muttered under his breath. His eyes widened. It could be connected. Ingenium and Ida, they must be related. But Izuku didn't let his thoughts settle on one conclusion. There were always other possibilities and it was better to keep an open mind. The sound of footsteps broke his train of thought. Shigaraki emerged from a dark portal alongside Kurogyari, his signature scratchy grin plastered on his face. He'll be here any second, Shigaraki said, his voice tinged with excitement. Izuku turned on his stool to face him. Are we sure he'll agree to this? Stain doesn't strike me as the team player type. Shigaraki shrugged, his grin never faltering. That's what we're here to find out. If he sees the bigger picture, he'll fall in line. Izuku nodded but stayed silent. He knew better than to voice any doubts outright, especially in front of Shigaraki. Instead, he tightened his grip on his notebook, ready to observe and learn. A tense silence filled the room as they waited. The only sound was the faint clinking of Kurogyari cleaning a glass behind the bar. Then, faint footsteps echoed from the hallway, growing louder with each passing second. And then he appeared out of another gate made by Kurogyari. The hero killer, Stain, stepped into the room. His intimidating presence was palpable, his blood-red scarf draped around his neck, his armor scratched and battle-worn. His eyes scanned the room, sharp and unyielding. So, Stain growled, his voice low and menacing. You're the ones who wanted to meet. Shigaraki smirked, stepping forward. Welcome, hero killer. Let's talk about changing the world. Izuku stayed seated at the bar, his green eyes darted between Shigaraki and Stain, analyzing every word, every movement. The tension in the room was palpable. Shigaraki stepped forward, his grin still in place, though it twitched with irritation. The way I see it, this world is broken, he said, scratching at his neck as if the thought physically itched. Heroes, society, all of it, it's so annoying. I want to destroy everything that irritates me. Every fake smile, every empty word, all of it. Gone. Stain's face twisted into a sneer, his sharp eyes narrowing. Destroy everything that annoys you? That's your big plan? His voice was laced with disdain. You're just a child throwing a tantrum. You have no conviction. No real goals? Shigaraki's grin vanished, replaced with a snarl. What did you say? Stain took a step forward, his presence growing even more suffocating. You're nothing but a spoiled brat. Do you even understand what it means to stand for something? To sacrifice everything for a belief? You're aimless. A parasite? Izuku leaned forward slightly, his heart pounding in his chest. How would this play out? Would Stain agree to join them, or would Shigaraki lose control entirely? You're just a self-righteous fool who thinks killing heroes makes you better than them. Shigaraki spat, his voice rising. His hands twitched, his quirk itching to act. Stain looked around. That poster, you want to datery All Might? Shigaraki chuckled. Yes, he pisses me off, so of course. You child. All Might is the only one worthy of the name hero. My goal is to destroy all the heroes who carry the name hero without means, those who use it for fame and fortune. That excludes All Might, Stain said. The room fell silent for a moment, and then Stain moved. In an instant he closed the distance between them. His blade plunged into Shigaraki's shoulder, the sickening sound of metal piercing flesh echoing through the room. Izuku's eyes widened, his breath hitching. What just happened? Shigaraki stumbled back, groaning in pain as blood began to soak his jacket. Damn it, he growled, clutching at his wounded shoulder. My wounds were just healed. I don't have a strong healer in my party, you know? Izuku's mind raced. Should I step in? Should I use my quirk? What would All for One think? But before Izuku could make a move, Shigaraki slowly raised his uninjured arm, his fingers stretching toward the blade still lodged in his shoulder. Stain's eyes narrowed, watching the movement carefully. With a crackling sound, Shigaraki's quirk activated. His fingers brushed the blade and it began to disintegrate, crumbling into dust. Stain leaped back, his movements calculated and precise, his hand already reaching for another weapon. Shigaraki straightened, blood still dripping down his arm. His grin returned, more feral than ever. You're careful, aren't you? You don't want to end up like that blade. Stain remained silent, his eyes cold and unyielding. I'm not interested in joining a club with no convictions or goals, he said, his tone flat. Shigaraki's grin faltered for a split second before he chuckled darkly. You don't get it, do you? Convictions or not, this world is heading for destruction. With or without you. Izuku stood up from his chair, slowly and deliberately, his shadow stretching across the room under the dim light. His green eyes locked onto Stain, his expression calm but his voice carrying an unsettling weight. No ideologies? You must be joking, Izuku said coldly, his tone sharp as a blade. He raised his hand, fingers curling slightly. An invisible force enveloped Stain, lifting him clean off the ground. Stain struggled, his breath caught as the pressure around his chest and throat intensified. He writhed in midair, his hand gripping at the air, searching for something to fight back. You don't know the first thing about All Might. He crushed my dreams, he murdered the one I cared about, the only one who cared about me. Wait and see, Izuku continued, his voice growing darker with every word, until we destroy this so-called hero society. Wait until we create an ideal world, one without the differences that divide us. With a flick of his wrist, Izuku released the hold, letting Stain drop to the ground with a thud. Stain landed on his hands and knees, coughing as he gasped for air. Despite the clear disadvantage he just faced, his piercing gaze never wavered. The words about All Might echoed in his head. There's no way All Might would do that. Stain wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and gritted his teeth. Your boss may act like a child, but you're still one, Stain said, his voice rough but unrelenting. Izuku stepped closer, his footfalls steady and deliberate until he was just a meter apart from the hero killer. His expression didn't falter. And yet, he said softly, I'm the one still standing. Kurogiri, who had been silently observing from behind the bar, straightened. Young Midoriya? Izuku didn't take his eyes off Stain. Kurogiri, bring him back, he ordered, his voice calm but firm. Stain glared back at Izuku, his face a mask of defiance, but he didn't make a move. As a swirling gate materialized between them, Stain rose to his feet, his movements slow but purposeful. Without another word, he stepped into the gate, his presence disappearing into the darkness. The room fell silent again, save for the faint hum of Kurogiri's portal fading away. Izuku turned back to Shigaraki, who was still sitting on the ground, his hand pressed tightly against his shoulder where Stain's blade had struck. Are you okay? Izuku asked, his tone surprisingly soft for someone who had just threatened to crush a man moments earlier. Shigaraki groaned, his voice strained. What does it look like? This cut is damn deep. Kurogiri, ever the silent observer, approached with a roll of bandages. He handed them to Izuku without a word. Izuku took them, glancing at Shigaraki's injury and then at Kurogiri. Why doesn't Master just heal him? Surely he must have noticed this was happening. Izuku thought, his fingers trembling slightly as he began unrolling the bandages. But then again, we can't rely on him forever. He knelt beside Shigaraki, carefully wrapping the bandages around the wound. The blood was warm and sticky, and Shigaraki winced, his lips curling into a grimace as Izuku tightened the bandages to staunch the bleeding. "Sorry," Izuku muttered, his voice low. "Tisik," Shigaraki hissed through gritted teeth. "Just hurry up." Despite the pain, Shigaraki didn't pull away, allowing Izuku to finish. After securing the bandage, the bleeding had stopped, though the wound still looked raw. "There," Izuku said, sitting back on his heels and wiping his hands on a nearby towel. "You're getting a little bold, Izuku," Shigaraki said suddenly, his crimson eyes locking onto him behind that hand on his face. Izuku paused. For a moment the world seemed to slow. Did he just call him by his first name? Before Izuku could fully process the moment, Shigaraki's expression twisted into a sneer. "That damn hero killer," he growled, his voice simmering with anger. "He thinks he's all that, judging me, cutting me down like I'm beneath him?" Izuku watched Shigaraki intently, his eyes narrowing. "What do you mean?" he asked cautiously, sensing something brewing. Shigaraki sat up straighter, his movements sharp despite his injury. "We'll show him. We'll show the hero killer and the world what the League of Villains can really do." Kurogiri's gaze shifted toward Shigaraki. "You have a plan, Tamura?" A wicked grin spread across Shigaraki's face, his fingers twitching against the bandages on his shoulder. "Of course I do. Stain thinks he's got principles? A code? Let's see how far those get him when everything burns." 1 hour had passed since the hero killer, Stain, had walked out of their base, and Izuku couldn't shake the tension that lingered in the air. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were gone, leaving him alone with nothing but the dull rhythm of his heartbeat and the faint crackle of distant static on the bar's old radio. The isolation didn't bother him, he was used to it by now. If anything, it gave him time to think, to plan, and to reflect on what had transpired. But tonight something felt different. Suddenly the silence was shattered. A familiar purple-black swirl of energy materialized in the room, the unmistakable portal of Kurogiri. Shigaraki stepped through first, his hand pressed tightly against his bandaged shoulder, his lips curled into a grimace. His eyes scanned the room before locking onto Izuku, who was now sitting up straighter. "Get your mask," Shigaraki said, his tone sharp and commanding. "We're going to Hosu City?" Izuku blinked, surprised by the sudden announcement. "Hosu?" he repeated, his mind racing. He knew exactly what that meant. The hero killer, Izuku had noticed that he has a pattern, 3 attacks per city. Stain had already gone after Ingenium in Hosu, which meant he was likely still there, finishing what he'd started. Excitement bubbled in Izuku's chest as he quickly stood up. "Finally, something fun," he muttered under his breath, a crooked smile forming on his face. Shigaraki didn't wait for a response, already walking toward Kurogiri, who stood silently by the portal. Izuku wasted no time, sprinting down the hallway to his room. His heart pounded as he grabbed his mask from its place on the desk. "This is it," he whispered to himself, slipping the mask over his face. When he returned to the bar, Shigaraki was leaning against the counter, his fingers twitching in agitation. Kurogiri stood beside him, as calm and composed as ever. "Are you ready?" Shigaraki asked, his voice low but charged with intent. Izuku nodded, his excitement barely contained. "Always." Kurogiri raised his hand, and the swirling portal expanded, casting an eerie glow across the room. Without another word, Shigaraki stepped through, his figure disappearing into the void. Izuku followed closely behind, his pulse quickening as the darkness enveloped him. As the 3 villains stepped out of Kurogiri's gate, they found themselves perched atop a water storage tank on a rooftop. The wind whipped around them, carrying the faint echoes of sirens and the hum of a bustling city below. Hosu City was alive, its streets packed with people, neon lights casting long shadows in the dark. Though in the alleyways it was empty. Shigaraki scratched his neck, his gaze was sharp, predatory as he scanned the city below. "Kurogiri," Shigaraki said, his voice cutting through the night air, "get the Nomu?" Izuku's eyes widened. The Nomu? His heart skipped a beat. He'd seen what a Nomu could do during the USJ attack. These weren't just tools of destruction, they were living weapons engineered for chaos. "As you please, master," Kurogiri replied, bowing slightly before opening a gate under the water tank on the rooftop. From the gate, 3 hulking Nomu emerged. One was extremely big and muscular, one had wings, and the other one looked kinda plain compared to the others. But one thing they had in common: their brains sticking out, completely exposed. Izuku had seen these in the tanks by their hideout, dozens of them. But seeing them like this sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. "Attack these insects swarming the city," Shigaraki commanded. And his words fell big. The three Nomus parted, each going a different way to locate in the city. Their grotesque forms illuminated briefly by the city lights. Their guttural growls echoed faintly even from this height. And they started attacking at random. Shigaraki smirked, his excitement barely contained. "Look at them," he said almost to himself. "Our pets are about to shake this pathetic city to its core." Izuku clenched his fists, his eyes darting between the Nomu and Shigaraki. This wasn't what he had expected. He thought they'd be directly confronting Stain, not unleashing monsters to wreak havoc. "What's the plan?" Izuku asked cautiously, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. Shigaraki turned to him, his grin widening. "Simple. We let the Noma have their fun. They'll draw out the heroes, and in the chaos, the hero killer will be forced to show himself. Stain thinks he's above us, but tonight we'll remind him that this city isn't his playground, it's ours." Izuku noticed the binoculars in Shigaraki's hands. It was clear now that Shigaraki intended to observe the carnage from a distance, his twisted satisfaction coming from watching others squirm and struggle under the weight of his destruction. As the first Nomu roared and charged into a crowded intersection, scattering civilians and drawing the attention of nearby heroes, Izuku felt the reality of the situation settle over him. This wasn't just chaos, it was a calculated move to disrupt the hero killer's work and assert the League of Villains' dominance. Shigaraki leaned against the edge of the water tank, raising the binoculars to his eyes. "Let's see how long it takes for the heroes to scramble. And let's see how Stain reacts when his precious ideology is drowned in our chaos." Izuku stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the unfolding scene below. The Nomu tore through the streets like wrecking balls, their inhuman strength and speed overwhelming the unprepared heroes who rushed to respond. The air was filled with screams, the crash of collapsing buildings, and the blaring of emergency sirens. Shigaraki's voice broke through his thoughts. "Keep your eyes open, Deku. This is what it looks like when the old world starts to crumble." Izuku nodded, his gaze never wavering. "I'm watching." A loud explosion echoed through the city, shaking the rooftops. Izuku and Shigaraki both turned sharply toward the source of the disturbance. From their perch on the water storage tank, they could see a towering inferno lighting up the dark streets below. "What the hell? Was that a hero?" Shigaraki hissed, irritation creeping into his voice. Izuku, his curiosity piqued, he reached for the binoculars in Shigaraki's hand. Adjusting the focus, he peered into the chaos below. His breath caught. "No way. It's Endeavor," he muttered, unable to hide his shock. "Endeavor?" Shigaraki snatched the binoculars out of Izuku's hands and raised them to his own eyes. His lips twisted into a scowl. "You've got to be kidding me. What's the number 2 hero doing in a city like this?" Meanwhile, down on the streets, Endeavor stood amidst the flames, his imposing figure illuminated by the roaring fire. With a single, deliberate motion, he incinerated a Nomu's head, its lifeless body collapsing into the debris. "Watch closely, my son," Endeavor bellowed, his voice carrying over the screams and chaos. "This is how a true hero gets the job done." From a short distance away, Todoroki stood frozen, watching the carnage unfold. His father's words grated against his ears, but he couldn't deny the sheer force Endeavor commanded. The flames lit up the night, painting the scene in shades of orange and red. Despite his frustration with his father, Todoroki forced himself to focus. "There's no time for family drama right now," he thought, his hands tightening into fists. The sight of the monstrous creature lying in a charred heap sent a shiver through him. This thing, it looked like the Nomo from the USJ. Maybe his brother. Or something like it. If it's as strong as the one from the USJ attack, this could go south fast. He scanned the streets, his sharp eyes darting from alley to alley, searching for other threats. His goal was clear: secure the area and protect the civilians amidst the chaos. In the back of his mind, a question lingered. Why did I choose to intern with him? Todoroki grit his teeth. Right. To beat Bakugou, to get stronger. This isn't about him being my dad, it's about learning from the number 2 hero. Endeavor's flames roared louder, drawing Todoroki's attention back to the fight. But just as he turned, another spine-chilling scream tore through the air. It was inhuman, guttural, unmistakable, the sound of another Nomu. Todoroki's heart sank. Crap. Are there more of them? He turned to his father, raising his voice to be heard over the chaos. Hey, old man. Finish this. There are more. Endeavor glanced over his shoulder, his fiery eyes narrowing as he surveyed the scene. His flames burned brighter, signaling his intent to finish the fight quickly. Todoroki swallowed hard as panic bubbled beneath his calm exterior. What are these things? They're not even human. As Endeavor finished burning the plain-looking Nomu to the ground, he turned away momentarily, confident it was defeated. But then movement caught his eye. The Nomu's burned head began to reform. No way. This thing is regenerating? Endeavor growled, his flames flaring hotter with frustration. Todoroki watched from the distance, his mind racing. He and Endeavor had come to Hosu City with a single purpose: to track down the hero killer Stain. But this wasn't Stain's style. This couldn't be his doing, it's the League's. Maybe they're working together? Todoroki muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes. But he's not flashy or chaotic like this. His thoughts were interrupted by screams echoing through the burning streets. Todoroki turned his head to see two more Nomus wreaking havoc on the city. A group of heroes was struggling to contain them. I'm going, Todoroki shouted. He sprinted toward the other Nomus, ignoring Endeavor's booming voice behind him. Wait. Shoto. Endeavor roared, still locked in combat with the regenerating Nomu. But his son was already gone, darting toward the chaos. Todoroki's heart pounded as he approached the scene. Flames and smoke filled the air, the heat oppressive even for him. He spotted a woman trying to dodge one Nomu's massive, clawed hand, her panicked voice cutting through the noise. Damn it. What are these things? She screamed as she narrowly avoided a swipe. Todoroki's eyes darted to the other heroes. They were struggling to contain the rampage, overwhelmed by the Nomus' brute strength and relentless regeneration. Manuel. We need water. One of the heroes yelled desperately, trying to extinguish a fire spreading dangerously close to a crumbling building. On it? Manuel shouted back. His movements were quick, but his voice betrayed his worry. Damn it, Tenya, where are you? We need all hands on deck. Todoroki froze for a split second, the name snapping his attention. Tenya? He muttered under his breath. Was he doing his internship with that guy? But there wasn't time to think about Ida. The chaos before him demanded immediate action. Todoroki raised his right arm, summoning a massive wave of ice. With a sharp motion he shot a giant shard at one of the Nomus. The freezing spike impaled its limbs, immobilizing it momentarily. Nice one, a hero called out, but the praise was short-lived. The Nomu's limbs snapped off and, horrifyingly, began to regenerate almost instantly. Todoroki gritted his teeth, frustration mounting. Of course, he muttered. These things regenerate just like the one from USJ. The other heroes began to notice him. Hey, isn't that Endeavor's son? One of them asked, eyes widening. Does that mean that Endeavor's here too? Another added. Todoroki didn't respond. He was focused entirely on the Nomus, already thinking of his next move. I can't waste time proving myself to them, he thought. If my ice won't stop them, maybe Endeavor's flames can. But I'm not using my fire. Not his flames. The heat from the raging fires in Hosu City licked at the edges of the rooftop where Izuku and Shigaraki stood. The chaotic scene below was mesmerizing in its destruction, the lights of the city dancing with the glow of flames. Endeavor's son is here too, Shigaraki noted, adjusting his goggles. Izuku squinted, watching as Todoroki erected another massive ice wall, freezing a Nomu entirely. Even from this distance, the tension on the battlefield was palpable. Still no sign of Stain, Shigaraki muttered, his voice laced with irritation. Maybe he's not here after all. Izuku could feel Shigaraki's frustration growing. He too began to wonder if this trip was a waste. Hey kid, you've seen Tenya Ida? You're in his class, right? Manuel yelled in Todoroki's direction, his voice barely audible over the chaos. No, I haven't, Todoroki replied quickly, his sharp gaze not leaving the frozen Nomu. Endeavor blasted over to Todoroki, landing with the force of an explosion. You finished it? Todoroki asked, his surprise evident. Of course I did, Endeavor replied with a smug grin. Did All Might really struggle against these things? Pathetic. The police have already restrained it. Todoroki gave a small nod of relief. His father might be insufferable, but his strength wasn't in question. I'm going, Todoroki called suddenly, turning on his heel. I need to find someone. Wait again? Endeavor yelled after him, irritation flaring. Damn kid is always avoiding me. Before Endeavor could say more, he was drawn back into battle as the other Nomus roared in defiance. These ones were stronger, faster. Endeavor's grin faltered for a moment as he realized the challenge ahead. Todoroki, meanwhile, slipped into an alley, his mind racing. Hosu City. The hero killer. Ingenium. It's all starting to fit together. He ran faster, his breathing steady despite the intensity of the situation. The hero killer likes to operate in small alleys. That's where I'll find Ida, if he's here. Back on the rooftop, Shigaraki squinted through his goggles. That ice kid. He's leaving the scene? Izuku leaned forward, trying to see where Todoroki was heading. An idea formed in his mind. Can I follow him? He asked suddenly. Shigaraki turned to him, visibly surprised by the request. Sure, do whatever you want, he said dismissively. Get killed, I won't care. The familiar annoyance in Shigaraki's tone didn't faze Izuku. He adjusted his hood and secured his mask. Without another word, he leaped from the rooftop. Using his quirk, Izuku lifted his feet, sort of like creating invincible platforms in the air, floating carefully from building to building. His movements were fluid, precise, and calculated. The city's noise faded as he entered the network of narrow alleys, his steps nearly soundless against the concrete. Shigaraki's figure disappeared from sight as Izuku descended further into the city's shadowed corners. His stamina had improved. He could feel it in the ease of his breathing, the strength of his stride. Todoroki is looking for something, or someone, maybe the hero killer? Izuku thought. And I'm going to find out what. The dimly lit alleys wrapped around him like a maze, the chaos of the main streets now distant murmurs. Izuku's sharp green eyes scanned every corner and every shadow. After a few minutes of weaving through the maze-like alleys, Izuku finally spotted them. There he was, the hero killer Stain. The infamous villain stood tall in the dimly lit alley, his crimson scarf fluttering slightly in the cool night breeze. His piercing eyes were locked on something ahead of him. Izuku's gaze quickly darted to the rest of the scene. Shoto Todoroki was there, his back turned toward Izuku. He stood facing Stain, his stance rigid, a clear sign of his readiness to attack. Frost swirled faintly around his right side, a telltale sign that Todoroki was already preparing to fight. But what truly caught Izuku's attention was the figure pinned under Stain's boot. Tenya Ida. He lay motionless, his body pressed to the ground by the hero killer's weight. His eyes were wide open but his body didn't move, like he was paralyzed. And just behind Ida, slumped against the cold alley wall, was another hero. Blood streaked the wall where the man sat, his head hanging limply to one side. It seems he was also paralyzed. His uniform was tattered, his body battered. Even from this distance, Izuku recognized him. Native? Izuku muttered under his breath. Native wasn't a major hero, not someone who made headlines or appeared on television often. But to Izuku, a boy who had once idolized all heroes, he was still a familiar face. Izuku leaned casually against the alley wall, watching the scene unfold with thinly veiled amusement. Stain's voice cut through the tension like a blade. And who are you supposed to be? His crimson eyes locked onto Izuku, wary but unimpressed. Todoroki turned sharply, startled by the new presence. His eyes widened. What? Before he could finish, Izuku's voice rang out, cool and mocking. What, you've already forgotten about me? That breaks my heart. Stain's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. Oh, it's you again. But now you're wearing a mask. His tone was laced with irritation. It's you from the USJ attack. Todoroki exclaimed, his mind racing as he glanced between Stain and the masked figure. His grip on the situation was slipping by the second. Are you working with the League of Villains? He demanded, turning back to Stain. Of course not, Stain scoffed, his disdain for the League evident. I'm not as lousy as those wannabes. They have no convictions, no true purpose. Just chaos for the sake of it. Stain continued, so why are you here? Shouldn't you be where all the commotion is? Todoroki's confusion deepened, but before he could press further, Izuku spoke again, his voice light, almost playful. Why am I here, you ask? Shouldn't I have a bit of fun? We've got to take risks every now and then, don't we? Todoroki's stomach churned. He was caught in the middle of two villains, both dangerous, both unpredictable. He had to think quickly. His eyes darted to Ida, still prone under Stain's boot, and to Native, still out and bleeding. He clenched his fists. What should I do? Izuku took a step forward, his focus now entirely on Todoroki. Say Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki flinched at the sound of his name, a reaction Izuku didn't miss. Why won't you use your fire? With that, you might be able to save your friend over there. Todoroki's eyes widened. How did this masked villain know about his fire? Then it hit him. The sports festival. Damn it. Uh. Izuku tilted his head, feigning curiosity. I'm quite curious, you know. That's none of your business, Todoroki snapped. His voice was firm, but his stance betrayed the unease coursing through him. You're not getting my father's fire? Ah, so that's it, Izuku mused. You don't want to use the quirk you inherited from your father. What, you have some sort of grudge against him? Todoroki gritted his teeth, his frustration bubbling to the surface. His feet shifted slightly as he adjusted his stance, readying himself for a fight. Stain, meanwhile, hadn't moved, but his sharp eyes were fixed on Izuku. He wasn't underestimating him, not after what he'd seen at the bar. Stain's objective was clear: eliminate Izuku first. The masked boy was the most dangerous wild card in this encounter. Izuku, for his part, seemed unconcerned. His focus returned to Todoroki. I wonder, he said with a smirk behind his mask. What's holding you back? Fear? Pride? Or maybe, you just can't bear the thought of being like him? Todoroki's jaw tightened. The air around his right side grew colder, frost beginning to creep up his arm as he prepared to strike. Stain shifted slightly, his boot pressing harder against Ida. The faint movement caught Todoroki's eye, and his eyes flared in response. Ida is paralyzed, Todoroki muttered under his breath, glancing at his classmate. That must be your quirk, he said to Stain. Izuku tilted his head, intrigued. He hadn't seen Stain's abilities in action yet. Oh, that's new information. In an instant, Shoto Todoroki reacted to the brewing chaos. He spun around, slamming his foot into the ground as a massive wall of ice erupted between him and Izuku. The cold barrier shimmered in the dim light, cutting off any immediate threat from behind. Simultaneously, Shoto unleashed a sharp wave of piercing ice at Stain, aiming to incapacitate the hero killer before he could make another move. But Stain wasn't one to be caught off guard. He twisted his body, dodging the ice with unnerving precision, and leaped, his weapons gleaming in the dim light. He didn't aim for Shoto. Instead, he vaulted directly over the ice wall, his trajectory set toward Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened. The ice wall obscured his vision, and he barely registered Stain's approach until it was too late. The hero killer's blades came down with terrifying speed, forcing Izuku to dodge at the last second. The attack narrowly missed his vital points, but the edge of one blade caught his mask, slicing clean through it. The mask fell to the ground, revealing Izuku's face. A thin line of blood appeared on his cheek, a small cut from the strike. Stain landed deftly on the ground, a predatory grin curling across his lips. He noticed the blood almost immediately, a single droplet staining the tip of his blade. Without hesitation he licked it. The effect was instant. Izuku's arms dropped lifelessly to his sides, and his legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed onto the ground, his face exposed save for the shadow cast by his hood. His mask lay discarded by his side. Izuku mumbled, his voice weak and unsteady. His mind raced as he struggled to make sense of what had just happened. Was it my blood? He thought. He licked his blade. But how did he get my blood? The realization hit him like a truck. The cut on my cheek. Damn it. His muscles refused to obey him. No matter how much he willed himself to move, his body remained frozen in place. Panic began to creep in. He couldn't use his quirk yet without his hands or fingers guiding it. There was no certainty if he could ever use telekinesis with his mind only. How long does this last? Izuku's thoughts spiraled. I can't let them see me like this. My face is completely exposed. Only my hood is left to hide me. The hero killer sliced through the ice wall with ease, revealing Ida moving on the ground. You're free now, Stain muttered under his breath, glancing at Ida's twitching fingers. Ida, can you move? Shoto whispered urgently. Yes, Ida replied, his voice trembling. He raised himself up, his arm was cut. But he could still fight. Don't let him lick your blood. Easier said than done, Shoto muttered grimly, his frost-coated hand raised defensively. Together, Shoto and Ida stood side by side, their gazes fixed on the hero killer. The tension in the air was palpable. Beyond the shattered ice wall, they caught sight of the fallen masked villain. His body was motionless, his mask discarded, but the hood's shadow obscured his face. The two of them adjusted their stances, readying themselves to face the hero killer. Meanwhile, Izuku lay paralyzed on the ground, his frustration mounting. Damn it all, he thought. I was being careless. I'm still a weakling, I need to fight. The fight erupted in the tight confines of the alleyway, with Todoroki and Ida moving in tandem. The icy remnants of Todoroki's previous attack still lingered on the ground, crackling faintly underfoot. Stain, ever agile, darted between their strikes, his blades glinting in the faint light. Ida charged first, his powerful reciproburst propelling him forward like a cannonball. His leg shot out in a precise kick aimed at Stain's torso. The kick triggered the pain in Ida's shoulder and he let out a groan. "Ida, stay focused," Todoroki called out, already following up with a jagged wave of ice aimed directly at Stain's feet. The frosty surge threatened to encase the hero killer, but Stain leapt onto the alley wall, using his momentum to rebound toward Todoroki with alarming speed. Shoto's eyes widened as the hero killer closed the distance. He barely had time to react before Stain's blade grazed his arm, leaving a shallow but painful cut. "Tis," Shoto hissed, stumbling back. He felt the sting of the wound and instinctively tried to assess how deep it was. Stain grinned wickedly, flicking the blood off his blade in one smooth motion. "One more drop is all I need," he sneered, moving to lick the blade. But Ida was faster. With a shout, he lunged forward, his hand smacking the blade clean out of Stain's grip. The weapon clattered against the alley wall, skidding out of reach. "You're not paralyzing anyone else tonight?" Ida growled, planting himself firmly between Stain and Todoroki. His blue engines roared to life, sparks flying as he braced for another charge. Stain, undeterred, drew another blade from his belt. "You're persistent. Admirable but futile," he said, his tone mocking. He shifted his stance, preparing for another round. Meanwhile, on the ground, Izuku lay paralyzed, his body refusing to obey him. His breathing was shallow, but his eyes darted around, taking in every moment of the fight. His frustration burned inside him like a fire. "Damn it, move!" Izuku screamed internally. "That damn hero killer, how could he paralyze someone like me?" His gaze locked onto Stain, who seemed to be gaining the upper hand despite Ida and Todoroki's best efforts. Izuku's thoughts stopped as an idea struck him. He focused his mind on Stain, visualizing his body, his movements, and the space around him. Slowly, he felt the faint stirrings of his quirk, though his body remained immobile. "Come on. Just a little more," Izuku muttered under his breath, barely audible. Stain was mid-strike, lunging at Ida, when his body suddenly jerked upward. "What the?" Stain barked, his arms flailing as he was lifted off the ground. He turned his head sharply, searching for the source. Izuku's eyes glowed faintly with effort, his mind straining against the invisible weight of his quirk. His breath was labored, his body shaking from the sheer force of his concentration. "How are you able to use your quirk?" Stain demanded, his voice edged with disbelief. "Shouldn't you need your hands for that?" Izuku's lips curved into a weak smirk. "Guess not," he replied, his voice raspy but defiant. Todoroki and Ida exchanged a brief glance, realizing the opportunity they had. "Ida now!" Todoroki shouted, already forming a massive block of ice in his hands. Ida roared as he charged forward, his engines propelling him with a burst of speed. He delivered a bone-crushing kick to Stain's midsection, sending him flying backward, straight into Todoroki's waiting ice. With a powerful motion, Todoroki slammed the ice down, encasing Stain's legs and arms in an unbreakable prison of frost. The hero killer was knocked out by the fight. "It's over," Todoroki said, his breath visible in the chilly air. Ida was sitting on the ground, exhausted from the fight, his wounds were fresh. Native still couldn't get up. Not due to the paralysis but because of his wounds. Izuku, still lying on the ground, felt the strain on his mind lessen as Stain's resistance stopped. His body tingled, the paralyzing effect finally wearing off. Slowly he began to move, first wiggling his fingers then his arms. With a grunt of effort, Izuku pushed himself to his feet. He cracked his knuckles one by one, the sound echoing faintly in the alley. "Damn," Izuku muttered, rolling his shoulders. "His quirk is really annoying." He turned his gaze toward Ida and Todoroki, his expression unreadable. "This isn't over," he thought. Izuku stood still for a moment, his silhouette cast against the dim light of the alley. The moonlight illuminated his face just enough to give a glimpse of the exhaustion carved into his features. His wide, almost feral eyes locked onto Todoroki's, unblinking, like a predator sizing up its prey. Todoroki's breath hitched slightly, though he wouldn't admit it. The eerie darkness under his eyes, combined with the fresh cut on his cheek, made him look almost otherworldly. His hoodie was covering his head and despite his apparent fatigue, his smirk carried a confidence that sent chills down Todoroki's spine. "Yo. Seem our age," Todoroki finally said, trying to maintain his composure. His voice was steady but his stance betrayed his unease. Yet you act so tough like you're above everyone. Izuku's smirk only widened, his teeth glinting slightly in the dim light. He tilted his head, mockingly curious. Our age? Maybe. He took a slow, deliberate step forward. But being the same age doesn't mean much, does it? What matters is strength, and right now I think you're starting to realize where we stand. Todoroki responded, You're nothing but a villain. And villains always fall. Izuku laughed softly, the sound low and unnerving. Oh, Todoroki, don't flatter yourself. If I wanted to take you down, I wouldn't waste time talking. His eyes flicked to Ida, who was slowly trying to rise from the ground after being battered by Stain earlier. Izuku's smirk softened, turning almost playful. Speaking of which, careful, Ida, Todoroki warned, stepping protectively in front of his injured classmate. This guy's quirk is dangerous. He can lift everything in any. Before Todoroki could finish, Izuku raised his hand, and in an instant Ida was lifted off the ground. It was becoming a classic move for him, efficient, effective, and perfectly demoralizing. Ida struggled midair, his arms and legs thrashing as he tried to regain control. Put me down? Ida shouted, but his voice cracked with frustration. Izuku tilted his head, his smirk still plastered across his face. Why should I? You're easier to deal with up there. Ida's thrashing grew more desperate. Why would you use your quirk on Stain earlier? Don't you have the same goals? Hurting people, killing them, what's the difference between you two? For the first time, Izuku's expression shifted slightly. His eyes widened for a brief moment, but the smile never left his face. Same goals? He repeated, his tone sharp yet amused. He let out a breathy laugh, his fingers twitching as he adjusted Ida's position midair. No. Don't lump me in with him. Izuku's voice dropped, colder now. I may hurt people, but I do it for a better society. A big difference between him and me is the fact that he admires All Might while I want him dead. And I used my quirk on him because he pissed me off. His gaze hardened as he looked directly at Ida. And now, so do you? You crazy bastard. Todoroki shouted, the cold breeze formed around his right arm again as he readied himself to attack. Izuku's focus shifted to Todoroki and his smirk returned. Careful, Shoto, he said mockingly. You wouldn't want to make me angry. Or. He guided his hand fast to the right, slamming Ida into the wall with a sickening thud. Ida's armor cracked under the force, the sound echoing through the narrow alley. He slid down the wall, crumpling to the ground in a heap. Ida? Todoroki yelled, panic lacing his voice. Ida groaned weakly, struggling to push himself up. He wasn't unconscious, but he was barely able to move. Izuku stared down at him for a moment before raising his hand again, pointing it directly at the injured boy. I could break his whole body in an instant, Izuku said casually as if stating a fact. Todoroki gritted his teeth, his fists clenching. Was he bluffing? The way Izuku's eyes glinted suggested otherwise. Use your flames on me, Todoroki, Izuku taunted, his voice low and challenging. Block my vision. Burn me. Come on, show me what you've got. Todoroki's heart pounded in his chest. He didn't know if Izuku was toying with them or if he was truly unhinged. Ida groaned from where he lay, struggling to push himself off the ground. His armor was cracked and blood seeped from the cut on his shoulder. The only way you can protect your friend and defeat me is to use your full power, Todoroki? Izuku's voice reverberated through the alley, his intensity cutting through the tension like a blade. Todoroki kept his distance, his breath steadying as he analyzed Izuku's every movement. Why are you so desperate for me to use my flames? He demanded, his tone sharp but curious. Izuku took a slow, deliberate step forward, his expression twisting into one of exasperation and mockery. Why I want your flames? He repeated, his voice dripping with disdain. You've got to be kidding me. You were born with a great quirk, too in fact. And you don't even have the decency to fight me with your full power? Todoroki's jaw clenched, his fists curling tightly at his sides. I won't use my old man's quirk. Never, he snapped. His voice was steady, but his conviction wavered under Izuku's piercing gaze. I'll show him I can become strong without it. Izuku's eyes narrowed and for the first time, his smirk faltered. The mocking amusement vanished, replaced with raw, unfiltered rage. It's yours, he roared, his voice echoing off the walls of the alley. Your quirk, not his. The force behind Izuku's words hit Todoroki like a punch to the gut. He froze, the fiery glow around his left side flickering as memories surged through his mind. He could hear Izuku's words echoing in his head. But they weren't just Izuku's words, were they? No. A voice from the past rose to the surface, clear as day. All might, Todoroki thought, his eyes widening as the memory crystallized. It was a live interview he had watched as a kid. Yes, you might inherit a quirk from your parents, All Might had said, his larger-than-life presence filling the screen. But remember, kids, it's your ability. And what you make of it, that's what counts. Todoroki's breathing quickened as the words sank in. All these years he'd been trying to reject his father, to spite him by denying half of his own power. But, it wasn't his father's power, was it? It was his. His flames, his ice. His quirk. Izuku's eyes glinted with something between satisfaction and madness as he watched realization dawn on Todoroki's face. Come on, Izuku said, his voice low and taunting now. Stop holding back. Show me your flames. Show me what you're made of. Todoroki's flames erupted without warning, a massive wave of heat and light flooding the alley. The air around them shimmered, and Izuku shielded his eyes for a split second, his grin splitting his face as he took in the sight. Yes, yes. Izuku shouted, his voice filled with exhilaration. Come at me with all you've got. The flames grew higher, hotter, more intense than anything Todoroki had ever unleashed before. The alley was bathed in orange and red, the heat radiating outward in waves. Ida, still struggling to his feet, had to shield himself. From the sheer force of it, did native who was barely holding consciousness, his adrenaline had worn off. Todoroki stepped forward, his eyes burning just as brightly as the fire engulfing his left side. You wanted my flames? He said, his voice steady and resolute. Fine. You'll get them. Izuku's grin widened as he braced himself. Finally, he muttered, his voice almost giddy. Now, let's see what you're really made of, Todoroki. The air in the alley grew heavier as Todoroki stepped forward, flames roaring from his left side while frost formed along his right. Izuku stood firm, the debris around him levitating ominously. His eyes gleamed with determination, though his breathing was still uneven from his earlier exertion. Let's see how far those flames will take you, Todoroki, Izuku said, smirking through the exhaustion that threatened to creep into his body. His hand twitched, and a large chunk of concrete lifted from the ground, hovering above Todoroki for a split second before Izuku launched it like a missile. Todoroki rolled to the side, avoiding the projectile with inches to spare. He countered immediately, a jet of flames streaking toward Izuku. The fire hit the wall behind him as Izuku narrowly dodged, pushing himself into the air with a telekinetic burst. Izuku hovered briefly before directing shards of broken glass and rubble toward Todoroki. The shards spun like blades, slicing through the air with terrifying precision. Todoroki raised a wall of ice. Some shards managed to cut Todoroki, while other pieces shattering harmlessly against the ice wall. He retaliated with a flaming whip of fire, forcing Izuku to dive to the ground. You can't keep dodging forever. Todoroki yelled, flames licking the alley walls. I don't need to. Izuku shot back, thrusting his hands forward. A garbage dumpster flew across the alley, slamming into Todoroki and pushing him into the wall. The impact knocked the breath out of Todoroki, but his flames surged instinctively, melting the metal around him. He stumbled forward, his flames burning hotter than before. Ida, still crumpled on the ground, watched the battle in wide-eyed disbelief. Todoroki, be careful, he muttered weakly, clutching his side. Izuku lunged forward, telekinetically hurling himself at Todoroki. He aimed a powerful kick, but Todoroki blocked it with a burst of ice that exploded beneath Izuku's feet, sending him tumbling backward. Got you? Todoroki yelled as he unleashed a concentrated blast of fire, forcing Izuku to raise a telekinetic shield. Pushing the flames away from him like an invisible barrier, and Izuku gritted his teeth as the heat intensified. You're good, Izuku admitted, his voice strained, but not good enough. With a shout, he dropped the barrier and pushed his quirk to its limit, lifting Todoroki into the air and slamming him into the ground. Todoroki groaned but quickly retaliated, freezing the ground beneath Izuku, causing him to slip. Before Izuku could recover, Todoroki closed the gap, unleashing a torrent of flames directly at him. Izuku raised his hands trying to push the fire away with telekinesis, but the force was too much. The flames engulfed him and he was sent flying backward, crashing into a wall. Izuku slumped to the ground, his breath shallow. Damn it, he muttered, clutching his side. Todoroki approached cautiously, his flames still burning. It's over, he said, though his voice carried a hint of exhaustion. But before either of them could react, the sound of cracking ice echoed through the alley. What the? Todoroki spun around just as Stain broke free from his frozen prison. His movements were sluggish, but his eyes burned with murderous intent. "You think a little ice is enough to hold me?" Stain growled, his katana in hand. Izuku pushed himself up slightly, glaring at Stain. "You again?" Stain's gaze shifted between Todoroki and the battered Izuku. "You're both pathetic," he spat, taking a step forward. Before anyone could act, a shadow passed over the alley, followed by a powerful gust of wind. "There you are." Endeavor's booming voice shattered the tension as he descended, flames blazing around him. He had been chasing the flying Nomu overhead but had caught sight of the chaos below. "And is that?" Endeavor's eyes narrowed, locking onto Stain. "The hero killer?" Todoroki's flames flickered for a moment as he froze, glancing at his father. The Nomu dropped to the alley. "Oh no you don't!" Endeavor let out a giant fire burst from above the Nomu. "Finally I got you, you annoying flying!" Endeavor grabbed the Nomu's head and activated his flames while they were still in the air. They were so hot that the flames turned blue, something Endeavor rarely does. The Nomu fell to the ground, his head completely burned and black. It seems it was unconscious. The regeneration barely did its thing. Endeavor landed with a resounding thud, his towering presence dominating the alley. "Shoto," he said, his voice heavy with authority. "What are you doing here?" Todoroki's fists tightened, but before he could respond, Stain lunged at Todoroki, his blade gleaming in the flickering light of the alley. But before he could reach him, a massive wall of fire erupted between them, forcing the hero killer to skid to a halt. "Surrender, hero killer," Endeavor commanded, landing heavily in the alleyway. His flames roared around him, casting an intimidating glow that swallowed the shadows. His sharp eyes locked onto Stain. "You've caused enough trouble, but it ends here." Stain smirked, unfazed by the number 2 hero's arrival. "So, another fake hero joins the fight. You're no better than them. Your flame burns only for yourself." Endeavor didn't respond with words, he attacked. A massive wave of fire surged towards Stain, the heat so intense that even Todoroki and Ida felt it from where they stood. Stain dodged, his movements quick and precise, weaving through the inferno as he closed the distance between himself and Endeavor. The hero killer slashed upward, aiming for Endeavor's chest, but the pro-hero countered by grabbing the blade mid-swing with a hand engulfed in flames. The steel glowed red-hot under Endeavor's grip, and Stain was forced to release it. "You think you can take me with that pitiful speed?" Endeavor snarled, delivering a powerful flame-infused punch to Stain's side. The hero killer was sent flying into the alley wall, coughing from the impact but still standing. Stain wiped blood from his mouth and sneered. "Your power may be great but your heart is weak. That's why you'll never inspire true change." Endeavor didn't waste time arguing. He unleashed another barrage of fire, creating a vortex that surrounded Stain on all sides. The hero killer tried to leap out of it, but Endeavor anticipated the move, slamming him back down with a fiery strike. "You talk too much," Endeavor growled, pinning Stain to the ground with his flames. "You're done." Stain struggled, his movements slowing as the heat sapped his strength. He was way too injured from the fight before. "It doesn't matter. You false heroes will never understand." His words faded as his consciousness slipped away. Meanwhile, Izuku, still leaning against the wall, watched the battle with narrowed eyes. He clenched his fists. "This is getting out of hand. I need to leave before he turns his attention to me." He glanced at Todoroki and Ida. Todoroki was exhausted, his flames dimming slightly, while Ida struggled to sit up. Izuku's mind raced. He couldn't take another fight in his condition. Reaching into his pocket, Izuku pulled out a small phone. With trembling fingers he tapped a button, activating a secure line. "Get me out of here," he muttered. Just as Endeavor turned to look at him, his fiery gaze narrowing, a swirling purple mist began to form around Izuku's feet. "No you don't." Endeavor roared, flames surging as he lunged toward Izuku. But it was too late. The portal enveloped Izuku and the fallen Nomu completely, and they disappeared just as Endeavor's hand swiped through the air where Izuku had been standing. The alley was silent for a moment, save for the crackling of lingering flames. "Damn it!" Endeavor growled, his fists igniting in frustration. He turned back to Todoroki. "What the hell happened, Shoto?" But Todoroki didn't respond immediately. His gaze was fixed on where Izuku had disappeared, his mind replaying the villain's words. "It's your quirk, not his." Endeavor glanced around the ruined alley, his flames dimming as he assessed the aftermath. The air was thick with the smell of scorched debris and blood. "Let's go to the street," he said, his voice sharp and commanding. "Shoto, can you carry him?" He pointed at Native, the unconscious hero slumped against the wall. Todoroki nodded, though his exhaustion was evident. I can manage. He moved toward Native, carefully lifting the injured hero over his shoulder. And you, Endeavor said, turning to Ida, who was still leaning heavily against the wall. Can you walk alone or do you need help? Ida pushed himself upright, one hand gripping the wall for support. His armor was shattered, and his legs trembled from both injury and exhaustion, but his resolve hadn't wavered. I can walk. I'll manage, he said through gritted teeth. Good, Endeavor replied. He turned his attention to Stain, now unconscious and bound in ice. With a single motion, he hoisted the hero killer onto his shoulder like a sack of flour. Let's move before anything else shows up. The three made their way to the street, the quiet of the night broken only by the distant sounds of sirens. Todoroki kept a steady pace despite the weight of Native, his mind swirling with the events of the night. Ida staggered behind, one hand pressed against the wall for balance, his thoughts equally turbulent. Endeavor led the way, his eyes scanning the dark streets for any remaining threats. He glanced back at his son. You used your flames, have you finally abandoned your rebellion? He noted, his tone unreadable. Todoroki hesitated, his grip tightening on Native. Don't fool yourself, I haven't forgotten anything or forgiven anyone. Endeavor didn't respond immediately, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, pride. As they reached the edge of the street, emergency vehicles began to arrive, their lights bathing the scene in red and blue. Pro-heroes and police officers spilled out, quickly taking control of the area. An officer approached Endeavor. We'll take it from here, sir. Is that the hero killer? Yes, Endeavor said, dumping Stain unceremoniously onto the ground. Secure him before he wakes up. And get medical attention for the injured heroes? The officer nodded, signaling for a team to move in. Todoroki carefully lowered Native onto a stretcher, stepping back as paramedics began to work. Ida, now sitting against the curb, watched the chaos unfold with a heavy heart. Endeavor's gaze fell on his son once more. We'll talk later, Shoto, he said before turning to assist the authorities. A doctor came walking up to them. You two seem very injured, please let me take you two to the hospital. Todoroki exhaled, exhaustion finally catching up to him. He glanced at Ida, who gave him a weak but determined nod. The night had ended, but the weight of their actions, and the words of the masked villain, would linger long after. Izuku got sucked through the swirling portal, away from Endeavor, the hero killer and the two students. Izuku was immediately greeted by the familiar dim glow of the League's bar. The acrid smell of smoke and scorched flesh hung in the air, no doubt coming from the burned Nomu lying limply on the floor, its chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Kurogiri took only some seconds to secure Izuku and Shigaraki's safety. After that he used a portal in which he and the wounded Nomu went. Izuku figured Kurogiri would bring him to the doctor. Shigaraki leaned against the counter, arms crossed, his gaze landed on Izuku, his crimson eyes flicking down to the broken mask in Izuku's hand. So, he began, voice low and casual, did you have your fun? Izuku grinned, a calm satisfaction radiating from his exhausted frame. I did, he replied simply, tossing the shattered mask onto the counter. At that moment he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he managed to make Todoroki use his flames. Kurogiri entered the bar again through his gate, this time without a Nomu. Izuku turned toward Kurogiri. Thanks for pulling me out of there. I wasn't done, but it would have gotten messy if Endeavor had focused on me. Kurogiri inclined his head slightly. I did what was necessary. Shigaraki wanted you to remain in the field, but I deemed it a risk to the League. Really? Izuku asked, glancing at Shigaraki with mock surprise. Shigaraki chuckled, his lips curling into a crooked grin. I thought it'd be fun to leave you to fend for yourself, but Kurogiri has a soft spot for you apparently. Izuku shook his head with a smile. Good to know someone here has a sense of responsibility. Shigaraki's laugh was short and sharp, and the room fell into a brief silence. Izuku knew Shigaraki didn't mean to leave him in that alley, the face he had said it all. Izuku walked over to one of the stools and sat down, resting his elbows on the counter. Shigaraki stood next to him. Now, he said, his voice tinged with anticipation, let's wait for the news to start. I can't wait to see what they say about Hosu. About us? Izuku got excited hearing that, in fact wondering how much of an impact their attack had made on the land. Shigaraki leaned back, resting his weight against the bar. You broke your mask, he said suddenly, his tone shifting to something more serious. Did anyone see your face? Izuku hesitated for a moment. Maybe. My hood stayed on though and the shadows helped. My mom always said my hair was a dead giveaway, Big and curly, easy to spot. And messy, Shigaraki added with a dry chuckle. "Ha yeah," Izuku said, running a hand through his hair absent-mindedly. "But unless someone got a really good look, I don't think they'll be able to piece anything together." Shigaraki hummed in thought, then waved it off. "Just be careful. We can't have your pretty face plastered all over the news just yet." Izuku smirked. "Don't worry." The room fell quiet again. After a moment, Izuku stood and disappeared into his room. When he returned, he held a well-worn notebook, its edges frayed from constant use. "Ha, seriously?" Shigaraki groaned as soon as he saw it. "More notes? You just got back." "Yes," Izuku said firmly, flipping the notebook open and grabbing a pen. "I got a first-hand look at Stain's quirk in action, and I can't let that information go to waste." "And Todoroki's flames?" "Todoroki's flames, he finally used them?" Shigaraki repeated, his curiosity piqued. "Yeah," Izuku said, scribbling furiously. "Turns out he resents his father. That's why he doesn't like using his fire quirk. He inherited it from Endeavor." Shigaraki snorted. "How childish. Refusing to use something that could make you stronger just because you don't like your old man?" Izuku smirked at Shigaraki's comment as he flipped open his notebook and began jotting down notes. "He might be childish, but it makes him predictable," Izuku replied. "His hesitation to use his flames was a weakness I could exploit. I pushed him and he finally used them. Now I know what his full power looks like." Shigaraki leaned back in his chair, resting his elbows on the bar. "And are his flames impressive?" "They are," Izuku admitted, his pen moving rapidly across the page. "He's incredibly powerful. I wonder how powerful that will be when he combines his ice and fire. But he's still holding back emotionally." Shigaraki chuckled softly. "Heroes and their emotions. Always getting in their own way." Izuku paused in his writing, glancing up. "Maybe. But emotions can be a tool too. I used Todoroki's resentment against him tonight." He tapped his pen against the notebook. "It worked. That's what matters." Kurogiri stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "Izuku, you should be cautious. Heroes may be predictable, but underestimating their bonds with one another is dangerous. That's where they find their strength." Izuku tilted his head, considering Kurogiri's words. "You're right. But that's why I'm studying them. Their strengths, their weaknesses, their quirks. I'll know them better than they know themselves. When the time comes, their bonds won't save them." Kurogiri replied at that. "Don't you think you've helped him? By pushing him to overcome his weakness, you may have made him stronger. Now he'll be more powerful, wielding both his flames and his ice." Izuku paused, his pen hovering over the page of his notebook. His gaze fell to the scribbled notes in front of him, and he tapped the pen lightly against the paper. "You may be right," he admitted after a moment. "But at least now I know what he's capable of. And honestly, I just couldn't stand the sight of him locking away that power. He was born with an incredible ability, he should use it." Shigaraki let out a low growl, his red eyes narrowing. "Yeah, until he uses it against us," he snapped, his voice dripping with disdain. Izuku closed the notebook and leaned back in his chair, his green eyes sharp and determined. "That won't happen," he said firmly, meeting Shigaraki's gaze. "I'll get stronger. Strong enough that even if he tries to use his flames and ice against us, it won't matter." Shigaraki tilted his head, studying Izuku for a long moment. Then with a scoff he leaned back, crossing his arms. "You've got guts, kid, I'll give you that. But don't get too cocky. Those heroes, they're not going to hold back forever." "I don't want them to hold back," Izuku replied with a small, dangerous smile. "I want them to come at me with everything they've got. That's the only way I'll grow." Kurogiri's golden eyes flickered faintly as he observed the two of them. "Ambition can be a double-edged sword, young Midoriya. Just remember, power alone isn't enough to win a war. Strategy, timing, and alliances, they all play a part." Izuku nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I understand that. And I'll keep learning, keep growing. I'm not just after power. I'm after something bigger." Shigaraki let out a dry laugh. "Something bigger, huh? Well, don't get yourself killed chasing it." Izuku smirked, his confidence unwavering. "I won't. I've got too much left to do." The street buzzed with activity as the police surrounded Stain, his body restrained and his weapons confiscated. Heroes stood nearby, battered and bruised but relieved. Todoroki and Ida leaned against a wall, a doctor talked to them. Their injuries making every breath heavy. The scene seemed to be winding down. Then it happened. Stain's eyes snapped open, sharp and wild. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Before anyone could react, his hand darted to a hidden knife strapped to his thigh, the one they had missed in their haste. With precision and speed he severed the ropes binding his wrists. The officers nearest to him shouted in alarm, but Stain was already moving. In a single leap he was at the stretcher-carrying native. "Stop him!" someone yelled, but their voices were drowned by the sound of metal scraping. Stain toppled the stretcher, sending Native's limp body sprawling onto the ground. Before anyone could intervene, Stain planted his boot on Native's chest, holding him down. "Everything I do," Stain began, his voice low and cold, "is to create a stronger society." The street went silent. Heroes and officers alike stood frozen, caught in the weight of his words. Then in one swift motion, Stain raised his knife and drove it into Native's skull. "No?" Todoroki's voice broke the silence, but it was too late. The sound of the blade-piercing bone echoed through the street. Gasps erupted from the crowd as blood pooled beneath Native. "Everyone prepare," a woman's voice shouted, snapping the heroes out of their shock. "We've got a fight on our hands." Endeavor stepped forward, flames roaring to life around him, ready to strike. But before he could attack, Stain turned to face the crowd. His mask slipped from his face, revealing his disfigured features. A collective shudder passed through the crowd. His face was grotesque, his nose a jagged scar, his bloodshot eyes burning with zeal. He looked more like a specter than a man, a symbol of madness and conviction. "You false heroes?" Stain's voice rose, his words laced with fury. "I will make this right. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites." The sheer force of his presence froze everyone in place. Even the most seasoned heroes found themselves unable to move, their bodies locked in place by the intensity of his aura. Stain raised his blade, pointing it at the crowd. "Hero. I will reclaim that word," he roared. "Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes." His voice echoed through the streets, his presence suffocating. Everyone thought the same thing. Move, move, but their bodies refused. Todoroki's breath hitched. His mind raced, replaying Stain's words and the horrifying image of Native's death. Ida, too, was paralyzed, his legs trembling as he leaned against the wall for support. Suddenly Stain's body swayed. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Silence filled the street once more. It was over. For a long moment no one moved. The heroes and officers stared at Stain's limp body, unsure if it was truly safe. Todoroki sank to his knees, his mind spinning. Beside him Ida clutched his arm, his body trembling. They both stared at Stain, their faces pale and their hearts heavy with the weight of his words. Time passed and Izuku and Shigaraki slept a bit in their rooms. While the sun was rising and it was morning, they were both eating breakfast, eyes focused on the TV. The TV, which had been playing a dull drama up until now, finally ended and a news report showed. A stern-faced reporter appeared on the screen, her tone serious and urgent. Multiple attacks were reported across the city, and it is suspected that the League of Villains is behind the assault. Shigaraki's attention snapped to the screen as the image shifted to blurry aerial footage. It showed 3 figures standing on a water tank: Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Izuku. Just as the shot zoomed in, the camera caught the moment Izuku leapt into action. "What?" Shigaraki growled, his fingers twitching. "They caught us on camera? Damn helicopters." Izuku, seated calmly at the bar, smirked faintly. "No, this is perfect," he said, his voice steady. "They need to fear us. Let them know we were there." The reporter's voice continued as the screen displayed images of destroyed streets and buildings. Among the chaos, several Nomus were unleashed, attacking both civilians and heroes. Reports confirmed that 2 of the creatures were apprehended, but one managed to escape. The individuals seen on the water tank, believed to be associated with the League of Villains, are still at large. Shigaraki's lips twisted into a sinister grin. "Yes," he hissed. "That's exactly what I want to hear. Though it's a damn shame we lost 2 Nomus." The segment shifted again, now focusing on the hero killer. The reporter's tone grew even graver. In addition to the League's involvement, the infamous hero killer, Stain, was also active in Hosu. He nearly took the life of the pro-hero native before being subdued. Witnesses report that 2 students from UA High School were also involved in the confrontation, though Endeavor ultimately stepped in to secure the victory. Izuku straightened in his seat, his expression darkening. "What?" he muttered. "The students did most of the damage?" He frowned, the wheels in his mind turning. Why wouldn't they mention that, he wondered. Is it because they're kids? Or are they deliberately covering it up? Shigaraki, noticing Izuku's reaction, chuckled. Doesn't it sting when the truth gets twisted? Welcome to the hero world. They'll spin whatever story they need to keep the people in line. Izuku didn't reply immediately, his green eyes narrowing. If that's how they play it, he said finally, his voice low, then we'll just have to make sure they can't ignore us next time. Kurogiri, who had been quietly observing, added, the more the public sees of us, the harder it will be for them to hide the truth. This is only the beginning. Izuku leaned back, crossing his arms as the news report ended. Good, he said simply, his tone cold. Next time we'll leave a mark they can't erase. Suddenly the bar door creaked open. A man with round glasses, a gap in his smile, and a cigarette balanced between his lips strolled in, exuding an air of calm confidence. Izuku looked up from his notebook and Shigaraki glanced toward the newcomer. Ah, Shigaraki, the man said smoothly, smoke curling from his lips. Good to see you. I've been keeping up with the news. Hi, Jiren, Shigaraki replied, his voice laced with casual disdain, though he didn't seem particularly surprised by the man's arrival. Jiren's gaze shifted to Izuku. With a knowing smirk, he walked over and extended a hand. And who do we have here? We haven't officially met yet. Name's Jiren. I work as a scout for the League of Villains. Though I'm associated with Shigaraki and the big boss, I've been hearing a lot about you. Izuku hesitated for a moment before standing up and shaking his hand. Midoriya, he said simply. A pleasure, Jiren replied, plopping himself into the seat next to Shigaraki. He exhaled a puff of smoke and leaned forward. Have you two seen the video about Stain? Shigaraki narrowed his eyes, while Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Video? They both asked in unison. Jiren grinned and pulled out his phone. Yeah, it's been making the rounds online. People keep uploading it and it keeps getting taken down just as fast. Here, let me show you. He tapped on the screen and a grainy video began to play. It was taken from the Hosu streets, likely filmed by a bystander. Stain stood over Native's lifeless body, his knife still dripping with blood. His voice rang out, fierce and resolute, as he delivered his chilling speech about false heroes and reclaiming the word hero. The aura he emanated even through the video was suffocating. Izuku's eyes widened as he watched, and even Shigaraki tensed, his fingers twitching near his face. This all happened after I left? Izuku muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Looks like it, Shigaraki replied, his tone tight with irritation. He clenched his fist, the memory of Stain's defiance clearly still fresh. That guy. He pisses me off. No, you're not seeing the bigger picture, Jiren said, leaning back with a sly grin. He gestured to the phone. This is great. Everyone's talking about Stain, and because of that video they think he was working with the League of Villains. Shigaraki growled, glaring at the screen. He wasn't working with us. Jiren shrugged. Doesn't matter. Perception is everything. Thanks to this, you've got every lowlife and wannabe villain thinking Stain's ideology is tied to yours. And the best part? He took a long drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. The strong ones, the ones with real potential, they're going to come crawling to you. Izuku frowned slightly, his analytical mind processing the implications. So, this is recruitment by association? Exactly, Jiren said with a wink. Stain is inspiring a lot of people. Villains with ideals, villains who actually believe in something. They'll see this and think you're the real deal. A movement, not just chaos. And that kind of following? That's power. Shigaraki's frown softened into a contemplative smirk, his fingers tapping against the bar counter. Let them come. They'll either prove themselves useful or die trying. Izuku didn't say anything but glanced at the screen again, watching Stain's unrelenting glare. His thoughts churned. If villains like him are drawn here, how will I measure up? Looks like things are about to get interesting, Jiren said, pocketing his phone. And from what I've seen of you, Midoriya, I'd say you're already making waves. Izuku gave a small nod, a flicker of a grin crossing his lips. I guess we'll see. The internships had come to an end, and all the first-year students were finally back in class. The atmosphere in the room buzzed with energy as everyone exchanged stories about their experiences. Todoroki leaned against his desk, his injuries minimal enough that he'd been able to finish his final internship days under Endeavor's relentless supervision. His expression was calm but distant. Meanwhile, Ida sat at his desk, his arms supported by a sling. He had to spend the final internship days in the hospital. The permanent damage to his arm was a stark reminder of the events in Hosu. He also had some minor injuries caused by the masked villain, like a mild concussion from being slammed at the wall. Though Ida was feeling better now and as a class representative, he definitely needed to attend the lessons. Ida focused on rehabilitating his legs and building strength where he could. The door slid open with a sharp clatter as Katsuki entered, his scowl as intense as ever. "Hey, Bakugo," Kirishima called out, jogging up to him. "How was your internship with Best Jeanist?" "Useless," Katsuki growled, dropping into his seat. "Every damn day it was nothing but lectures about how heroes should act. No real fights, no real action. Just a giant headache." Kirishima chuckled nervously, imagining Katsuki sitting through endless lessons on etiquette and hero aesthetics. He didn't envy him one bit. All around the room, students eagerly shared their own experiences, filling the air with excitement. "Seems like we all had such different experiences," Jaira remarked, her tone thoughtful. "It's crazy how much can change in just a week. If you're talking about who changed the most, it's definitely Todoroki and Ida," Tsuyu observed, her voice soft but steady. The mention of their names drew attention. Ida sat upright, adjusting his glasses, while Todoroki shifted slightly but remained silent. "Yeah, the hero killer incident," Mina said, her tone tinged with concern. "You guys went through a lot. I'm so glad you're okay." "When I saw the news, I couldn't believe it," Momo added, her face filled with genuine worry. "I was terrified for you both. Good thing Endeavor showed up in time to save the day, huh?" Kirishima chimed in, his optimism cutting through the tense moment. Todoroki hesitated. The room fell quiet as all eyes turned to him. Ida managed a small, polite smile. "Yes," he said simply, "he saved us." But both of their minds wandered back to the hospital room. The chief of police in Hosu had visited them personally. His expression was grave as he explained the legal implications of their actions. "You know it's illegal for individuals without hero licenses to engage in combat or cause injury," he had said, his voice firm yet understanding. It had been their combined efforts, their injuries inflicted on Stain, that ultimately led to his collapse. By all accounts, Todoroki and Ida had defeated the hero killer. But the public couldn't know that. To maintain the law and protect their futures, the narrative had been rewritten. The official story was that Endeavor had brought Stain down. Even now, Todoroki's mind lingered on the hero killer's words, on the intensity of his beliefs. The moment Stain had collapsed replayed in his head over and over. He glanced at Ida, whose smile didn't quite reach his eyes. They both carried the weight of what had happened, but there was nothing they could say about it. Not to their classmates, not to anyone. The League of Villains were also involved, right? Uraraka asked carefully, her wide eyes scanning her classmates. "Yeah," Denki nodded. "I saw it on the news. That shot of the three of them standing on that water tank? Those were definitely the same ones from the USJ attack," Kirishima added, leaning forward in his chair. "The hand guy, the warp guy, and the one wearing a mask." A loud bang erupted in the classroom as Katsuki slammed his hand on his desk while he stood up, his red eyes blazing with fury. "Those damn League bastards. I swear if I find out who they are, I'll blow them to pieces." "All right." Kirishima let out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Todoroki's voice cut through the tension. "Actually, Ida and I encountered that masked guy." Ida's head snapped toward Todoroki, his eyes wide with alarm. "Todoroki," he hissed in a low voice, a clear warning. But the damage was already done. Every head in the classroom turned toward Todoroki, curiosity and tension hanging in the air. "You did?" Momo leaned forward, her usually composed tone tinged with concern. "How so?" Even Bakugo's fiery gaze shifted to Todoroki, a rare occurrence that seemed to charge the atmosphere further. Todoroki hesitated for a moment, his hand gripping the edge of his desk. "When Ida and I encountered the hero killer, that masked guy showed up as well. Luckily, he left before he could do any serious damage." Katsuki's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes. "You let the bastard get away?" "Our focus was on Stain," Todoroki replied evenly, his voice calm but firm. "He was unconscious, and before we could restrain him, he woke up and escaped through the warp guy's portal." Ida stiffened beside him, his gaze fixed firmly on his desk. He didn't dare look up, knowing full well that Todoroki had left out critical details. Details that could reveal the true extent of their encounter with the masked villain and the injuries Ida had sustained because of him. "But we did manage to get a peek at his face," Ida interjected, attempting to steer the conversation. The room fell silent as every pair of eyes locked onto him. "Really?" Hagakure's disembodied voice piped up. "What did he look like?" Ida adjusted his glasses, his movements deliberate as if trying to buy time. "Big, round eyes," he stated, his voice steady despite the weight of the room's collective attention. They were filled with hatred, entirely focused on a goal. But at the same time they looked tired. He had dark circles under his eyes, like he hadn't slept in days, Todoroki continued. No to mention he looked like he was our age. Ida finished. A hushed silence fell over the room. That's it? Zero finally asked, breaking the quiet. Yes, Ida replied. His hoodie cast shadows over his face and it was dark. We could barely see anything beyond his eyes. Todoroki sat quietly, his mind drifting back to the fight. He remembered the firelight illuminating the villain, casting fleeting glimpses of his features. If only he had paid more attention to his face instead of grappling with the shock of using his fire and winning the fight. From the doorway, Aizawa's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Did you tell the police? The class flinched collectively, immediately straightening in their seats as Aizawa's presence loomed over them. It was a reflex born of respect, and perhaps a little fear for their strict teacher. Ida answered quickly, we did, but they said there wasn't enough information to act on. Aizawa crossed his arms, his sharp gaze scanning the room. This information is limited, but it could prove useful. I'm glad you're both fine for the most part at least. With that, he strode toward his desk, signaling the start of the lesson. Katsuki stared down at his hands, which rested on his desk, trembling slightly. His heart pounded in his chest as Ida's words echoed in his mind. Big round eyes. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Big round eyes like Deku's, Izuku's. A sudden wave of nausea washed over him. His stomach churned violently, and before he could stop himself, he slapped a hand over his mouth and bolted from the classroom. Bakugou? Kirishima called after him. The rest of the class exchanged confused glances, but no one dared to speak. Katsuki barely made it to the restroom before the contents of his stomach came surging up. He fell to his knees in front of the toilet, gripping the edges of the bowl as he retched violently. His breathing was ragged, sweat dripping down his face as he struggled to catch his breath. His entire body trembled as flashes of Izuku's face played on a loop in his mind. Big round eyes. Big round eyes that used to watch him since he was a child, up until last year. The image of Izuku as a child, smiling up at him with wide, innocent eyes, was seared into his memory. Another wave of nausea hit him and he vomited again, his chest heaving with the effort. Small tears prickled at the corners of his eyes. They didn't run, and they didn't form from sadness, but from the sheer physical and emotional toll of the moment. The restroom door creaked open. Bakugo, came Aizawa's low, measured voice. Are you all right? Katsuki huffed, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Why, I'm fine, he muttered, his voice hoarse. Can I come in? Aizawa asked. Aizawa stood by the stall door waiting for a response, but none came. He sighed, his usual tired expression softening slightly. I'm coming in, he said firmly, pushing the door open. Katsuki sat hunched over the toilet, his breathing still uneven, sweat dripping down his face. His usual fiery demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Aizawa crouched down to Katsuki's level, keeping his distance but making sure he was in the boy's line of sight. You don't look fine, Bakugo, Aizawa said, his voice calm but direct. Katsuki wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, avoiding eye contact. I said, I'm fine, all right? His voice was shaky, lacking its usual bite. Aizawa leaned back slightly, giving him space. Fine or not, you ran out of the classroom like you saw a ghost. And judging by the state you're in, something's eating at you. Katsuki clenched his fists, his palms pressing into his knees as if to ground himself. It's nothing. Just stomach problems or something. Bakugou, Aizawa said, his tone sharpening slightly, you're not the type to get rattled over nothing. What's going on? Katsuki's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding together. He hated this, feeling exposed, vulnerable. But Aizawa's steady gaze felt like it could see right through him. A heavy silence lingered in the restroom. Aizawa let out a soft sigh, standing up and dusting off his pants. Go to my office, he said in a calm but firm tone. Take some time to rest and collect yourself. After my class, I'll come check on you. He placed a hand on Katsuki's shoulder briefly before stepping back. There was no need for more words. Aizawa could recognize when a student needed space, and Bakugo wasn't the type to appreciate hovering. As Aizawa walked away, his expression remained neutral, but a faint glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. He saw shades of himself in Bakugou, stubborn, always insisting everything was fine, even when it clearly wasn't. Sometimes, the best thing you could do was let someone breathe, let them process the storm inside before attempting to talk. The restroom door opened and closed, leaving Katsuki alone once more. Still crouched on the cold tile floor, he closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. His breathing, once erratic and shaky, began to even out. Each inhale felt a little steadier, a little calmer, though the knot in his chest refused to fully loosen. After a few moments, he shifted, pressing his hands against his knees to push himself upright. His legs wobbled slightly, but he steadied himself. Katsuki flushed the toilet without looking back, his hand trembling slightly as he reached for the lever. Staggering toward the sink, he turned on the tap and let the water run for a moment, watching it swirl down the drain. Then he cupped his hands under the stream, filling them with cold water before bringing it to his lips. The water was crisp and refreshing, cutting through the sour taste in his mouth. He splashed his face next, letting the chill of the water wake him up. Droplets clung to his bangs and dripped down his neck, but he didn't bother to dry off. As he stared at his reflection in the mirror, his own eyes stared back, hardened and sharp, yet haunted. For a brief moment he could almost see Izuku's reflection beside his, wide-eyed and smiling like when they were kids. Katsuki clenched his jaw, forcing himself to look away. Aizawa's words rang in his head as he left the restroom. "Go to my office, get yourself time to rest." His first instinct was to ignore the advice. He didn't need rest. He didn't need to be coddled. He just needed to get his act together and move on. But the thought of returning to the classroom made his stomach churn all over again. He imagined the stares, the questions, the whispers. No. He couldn't face that, not right now. So, begrudgingly, he headed for Aizawa's office. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets, his head low as he walked. The hallways were quiet, the distant hum of voices from other classrooms muffled behind closed doors. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of his thoughts dragging him down. When he reached the office, he hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the doorknob. He let out a sharp exhale through his nose and turned the handle, stepping inside. The room was sparsely decorated, just as he expected. A desk cluttered with papers, a few chairs and a couch against the wall. The blinds were half closed, casting slanted shadows across the room. Katsuki closed the door behind him and sank onto the couch, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. He stared at the floor, his thoughts swirling. The memory of Izuku wouldn't leave him. The way he had always looked up at him, brimming with admiration and determination, no matter how cruel he'd been. The same eyes that had followed him since they were kids. Katsuki leaned back against the couch, staring at the ceiling as he tried to push the image away. But it lingered, haunting him, making his chest ache in a way he didn't understand. Despite himself, Bakugo felt his body start to relax slightly. The quiet of the office, the absence of prying eyes, and the weight of exhaustion all worked together to pull him toward rest. He closed his eyes just for a moment, telling himself he'd only sit there until the lesson ended. The quiet ticking of a clock on the wall was the only sound Katsuki could hear as he lay sprawled on the couch in Aizawa's office. He had his eyes shut tight, not quite asleep but deliberately tuning out the world around him. The distant murmur of students outside the office barely registered. He needed this moment of stillness, even if his mind refused to let him rest fully. Then the faint click of the doorknob turning broke through the silence. Katsuki's eyes snapped open, his body tensing reflexively as the door creaked open. He pushed himself up into a sitting position, muscles still tight with lingering stress. "Hey kid," Aizawa greeted, stepping inside with his usual calm demeanor. He closed the door softly behind him. Katsuki flinched slightly, not realizing how much time had passed or that Aizawa would return so soon. "You didn't take anything to drink?" Aizawa asked, glancing briefly at the untouched water dispenser in the corner of the room. His tone was neutral, almost casual, but it carried a faint note of concern. Katsuki hesitated before replying, his voice subdued. "Water's fine." Aizawa gave a small nod and crossed the room. He grabbed a clean glass and filled it with water from the dispenser. As the water poured, he placed a pot into the coffee machine on his desk. The low hum of the machine starting up filled the room, the sound oddly grounding in its normalcy. The coffee machine gurgled as it began brewing. Aizawa walked back to Katsuki and handed him the glass of water. "Here," he said simply. "Thanks," Katsuki mumbled, taking the glass but not drinking from it immediately. He stared at the water for a moment, as if it might hold some answers he couldn't find in himself. Aizawa returned to the machine, waiting as it filled his mug with coffee. The faint, rich aroma spread through the room, a comforting contrast to the tension hanging in the air. When his coffee was ready, Aizawa carried the steaming mug over and sat down next to Katsuki on the couch. He didn't speak right away, giving Katsuki time to breathe. He simply cradled the mug in his hands, watching the boy with a steady, unreadable gaze. Aizawa asked a question, simple yet direct. "So what happened?" His tone was calm, patient, the kind of voice that could either pull an answer from someone or let them sit in silence as long as they needed. Katsuki stared at the floor, his hands wrapped around the glass of water Aizawa had given him. His knuckles were white from the grip, as if holding onto the glass might keep him steady. He knew there was no avoiding the conversation now. Aizawa wasn't the type to let something like this slide. The silence between them stretched, heavy and oppressive. Katsuki's thoughts churned like a storm, but he couldn't form words. He clenched his jaw, biting back the urge to brush the whole thing off. It was clear. Aizawa already knew the truth, that he didn't vomit from food poisoning or because he might be sick. Aizawa shifted slightly, leaning closer but keeping his tone gentle. I haven't known you for long, he began, his voice low but steady, but I can tell you're not the type to open up to someone easily. Katsuki stiffened at the words, his body tense as if resisting the truth. And that's fine, Aizawa continued, placing a hand lightly on Katsuki's back. The touch was firm but not invasive, a grounding presence rather than a demand. But sometimes it's easier to deal with this stuff if you don't carry it all by yourself. Katsuki's breath hitched, but he didn't move. He didn't shrug off the hand or pull away. Instead, he stayed frozen, his head bowed and eyes locked on the untouched water in his hands. The silence returned, louder than before, but this time it felt different. It wasn't a wall, it was a space Aizawa had opened, waiting patiently for Katsuki to step into it. It's just, Katsuki began, his voice low and uneven. He exhaled sharply, trying to steady himself. When Ida and Todoroki were talking about that villain, about his eyes, it reminded me of someone I used to know. Aizawa tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable but attentive. Someone you used to know? Katsuki nodded, his jaw tightening as he avoided Aizawa's gaze. Yeah, I have a friend. At least he was when we were kids. The word friend felt foreign on his tongue, like it didn't belong to him anymore. He pressed his thumb and forefinger against his eyes, rubbing at his tear ducts as if trying to force back the sting of tears. But it didn't work. He had these big eyes, Katsuki continued, his voice breaking slightly. Always full of hope. Always dreaming about being a hero no matter what anyone said. Aizawa's gaze softened as he watched Katsuki wrestle with his emotions. You said that. Has he passed away? The question hit like a punch to the gut, and Katsuki's breath caught in his throat. He nodded slowly, unable to meet Aizawa's eyes. Yeah. The tears he'd been trying to suppress finally broke free, trailing silently down his cheeks. They weren't the angry, frustrated tears he was used to. These were different, heavier, filled with a sorrow he hadn't let himself fully feel until now. Aizawa placed a hand on Katsuki's back, a steady and grounding gesture. His voice was calm but carried a weight of concern. What happened? Katsuki inhaled sharply, his shoulders trembling as he tried to keep his composure. It's my fault, he whispered. It's all my fault. The confession hung in the air like a blade poised to drop. Aizawa's brow furrowed, but he didn't interrupt. He waited, giving Katsuki the time he needed to speak. We used to be childhood friends, Katsuki began again, his voice shaky but gaining strength as he pushed through the pain. We grew up in the same neighborhood. Our moms were friends, so we were always together. He was annoying as hell, always following me around and obsessing over heroes. Katsuki's hands clenched tightly into fists, his nails digging into his palms. But then we got older and I started acting like a complete bastard. He didn't have a quirk and I bullied him for it. I called him useless, worthless. I tore him down every chance I got. The tears were flowing freely now and Katsuki made no effort to stop them. He stared blankly at the floor, his voice breaking with every word. Last year, he continued, his tone barely above a whisper, I told him to kill himself. And he did. Katsuki's head snapped up, his red, tear-filled eyes locking onto Aizawa's for the first time. He followed my words. I drove him to that point, to that rooftop. I'm the reason he's dead. I'm a goddamn murderer. The room grew oppressively still, the air thick with the weight of Katsuki's confession. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, allowing the boy's words to echo in the silence. Aizawa's face was uncharacteristically expressive. His usual stoic demeanor replaced by a deep sadness that mirrored Katsuki's pain. Katsuki's breathing was shallow, and the tears that had begun to fall now ran freely down his face, though he refused to wipe them away. Aizawa took a long, deliberate sip of his coffee, as if buying himself time to form a response. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm and steady, carrying no judgment. You're not a murderer, Bakugo, he said, his tone firm but gentle. Katsuki flinched at the words, his fists clenching tightly against his knees. "You don't get it," he muttered. "You didn't see how I treated him. How I pushed him down over and over again. I told him he was worthless. That he'd never be anything. I'd even beat him down with my own quirk and hands." Aizawa set his mug down on the small table beside him and turned his full attention to Katsuki. His hand remained on the boy's back, steady and grounding. "I'm not saying you didn't make mistakes," Aizawa said. "You did. Big ones. And those words, those actions, they leave scars. But blaming yourself entirely for someone's death? That's not fair to either of you." Katsuki shook his head, his breathing ragged as he tried to find the right words. "But I told him to do it and then he did. How can that not be my fault?" Aizawa sighed, leaning back slightly on the couch. "People make choices, Bakugo. Sometimes those choices are influenced by the people around them, but ultimately they're their own. You were a kid, a stupid, reckless kid, who didn't understand the weight of your words. That doesn't make you a murderer. It makes you human." Katsuki stayed silent, his shoulders trembling slightly as he processed Aizawa's words. He hated how they made sense, how they poked at the carefully constructed wall of guilt he'd built around himself. "You said he was your friend," Aizawa continued after a moment. "Even if you drifted apart, even if you hurt him, there was still a bond there. I can see it in how much this is eating you up inside. And if he were here now, if he could see you like this, do you think he'd want you to carry all this guilt alone?" The question hung in the air and Katsuki's chest tightened. The image of Izuku flashed in his mind again, his wide, hopeful eyes, the way they used to light up whenever Katsuki tried something new with his quirk. "I don't know," Katsuki finally muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He thought back at Izuku's final words. "This is what you wanted, right?" Those were the last damn words Katsuki received from Izuku, when he was laying on the ground, bloodied and broken. "I don't know what he'd want," Katsuki finished. Aizawa's gaze softened. "Then think about it. Not just the guilt but everything. The good, the bad, all of it. And ask yourself, what do you want to do now? How can you take what happened and use it to make yourself better?" Katsuki looked up at Aizawa, his eyes red and swollen but burning with a glimmer of determination. I don't know yet," he admitted. "But I don't want to feel like this anymore. I don't want to keep running away from it." Aizawa nodded. "You can't bring him back," he said gently. "But you can honor him by becoming the kind of hero he would have believed in. The kind of person he deserved to have in his life." Katsuki nodded. A silence followed afterwards. "When I was in my second year at UA, Aizawa began, his tone softer than usual, I had this friend. His name was Oboro Shirakumo." A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Me, present Mike, and Oboro, we were inseparable," he continued. "You could say Oboro was the sun in our lives. He had this way of lighting up every room he walked into, no matter how dark it felt. We dreamed big back then, you know? The three of us opening a hero agency together. We were going to make a real difference." Katsuki lifted his head slightly, his red eyes glancing at Aizawa, catching a glimpse of something rare, a vulnerability his teacher almost never displayed. Aizawa's smile faded as he continued, his voice dropping even lower. "But then, one day during an internship, there was an accident. A building collapsed." He paused, his fingers gripping his coffee mug a little tighter. Oboro was trapped underneath the rubble. Crush. And just like that he was gone. A heavy sigh escaped Aizawa, the sound carrying years of pain and reflection. "After that I couldn't stop blaming myself. If only we hadn't taken that internship. If only I had been faster, stronger, smarter. I ran through every possible what-if in my head, over and over." Katsuki's breathing hitched as he listened, his own guilt mirrored in Aizawa's words. "For years," Aizawa admitted, "I carried that weight. I thought it was my fault he was gone. And even now," he hesitated, his voice catching slightly. "Even now there are days I regret it. Days I wonder what might have been if things had gone differently." He shifted slightly, turning to Katsuki and placing a steady hand on his back. His touch was firm but comforting, grounding Katsuki in the moment. "But you know what I've learned after all this time?" Aizawa said, his voice calm but resolute. "Blaming yourself doesn't change anything. It doesn't bring them back. It doesn't make the pain go away. All it does is eat you up inside until there's nothing left." Katsuki's grip on his glass loosened as Aizawa's words settled over him, hitting harder than anything he'd expected. He didn't respond, but the tension in his shoulders softened slightly under Aizawa's hand. His hand gave Katsuki's back a brief, reassuring pat. For what it's worth, you're not alone in this. If you ever need to talk, or even just sit in silence, you know where to find me." Katsuki swallowed hard, his throat tight. He wasn't sure if he was ready to forgive himself or even take the next step, but for the first time in a long while he felt like maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to face it all on his own. "Thank you," Katsuki muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Aizawa gave a small nod, not pressing any further. The silence that followed wasn't awkward or heavy, it was comforting, almost a relief after the emotional storm that had just passed. The distant sound of the bell rang, signaling the end of the break. Aizawa stood, stretching his shoulders slightly before glancing back at Katsuki. "Well, that's our cue. Decide for yourself if you want to join the next class," Aizawa said with his usual calm demeanor, though there was a trace of encouragement in his tone. Katsuki pushed himself up from the couch, brushing off his pants. "I will," he replied firmly. Aizawa smiled, just barely, his lips pressed together but the gesture still genuine. He was glad to see Katsuki regaining his composure. The pair entered the classroom just as the other students began filtering back in from the cafeteria, their chatter filling the space. Katsuki walked to his desk, his usual confident stride back, though a keen observer might notice a faint calmness lingering in his expression. Before he could sit down, Kirishima approached him, his bright smile tinged with concern. "Bakugou, you all right?" Katsuki grinned, a rare softness in his demeanor. "Yeah, just an upset stomach," he said, his tone unusually light. Kirishima blinked, momentarily stunned. Normally, Katsuki would have snapped back with something like, "Of course I'm fine, you spiky-haired idiot." But this was different. Kirishima chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. "Well, I'm glad you're back now." "Of course, you spiky-haired idiot," Katsuki quipped, the familiar edge in his voice returning, but it was accompanied by an almost imperceptible smirk. Kirishima grinned broadly, playing along. "Oh, I was starting to worry about you. You hadn't called me that yet?" Right, Katsuki muttered, waving him off, but there was a faint warmth to his words. The classroom settled as everyone took their seats. Aizawa stepped to the front, his tired eyes scanning the room before he began the lesson. Katsuki sat back in his chair, arms crossed, ready to focus. For the first time in a while, his mind felt quiet. "In 2 weeks, summer vacation will begin," Aizawa announced, his voice calm but firm. "But before that, you'll face both a written and practical exam. Passing both is mandatory to proceed to your second year." The students exchanged glances, already whispering about the rumors swirling in the halls about the practical test. They knew this was coming. "What's it gonna be?" Kaminari asked, leaning over toward Kirishima. "I heard someone say robots, maybe?" Kirishima guessed. "Let's just hope it's not something worse," Jairu muttered. Aizawa's gaze silenced the murmurs. "Focus on your studies for now. The details will be revealed soon enough." 1 week later. The written exams had passed with decent results for the class, but now came the real challenge, the practical exam. Excitement and nerves filled the air as Class 1A gathered on the training grounds, all clad in their hero costumes. Aizawa stood before them with his usual unbothered demeanor. "Today you'll face UA teachers in battle. Your goal? Either immobilize your opponent or reach the designated escape point. Teamwork is crucial. Victory is not guaranteed." The students' reactions were immediate. "Wait, teachers!" Kaminari exclaimed, his jaw dropping. "Sounds fun," Katsuki grinned, clenching his fists. Aizawa smirked slightly. "If you lose, you will not be joining the summer training camp. The matchups are posted. Read them and prepare yourselves. We'll begin shortly." The students all stared at Aizawa. How were they supposed to relax now? Match 1. Kirishima and Sato vs. Cementos. Kirishima and Sato charged at Cementos with a straightforward plan. Kirishima would block with his hardened body while Sato used his enhanced strength to break through Cementos's barriers. But Cementos had experience and control on his side. Every time they made progress, another wall of cement appeared to block their path. "This isn't working," Sato shouted as he punched through yet another wall. "We can't give up," Kirishima replied, but even he could feel his hardened form starting to weaken. Eventually they were overwhelmed, trapped in an unbreakable dome of cement. Cementos declared the match over. Match 2. Tokoyami and Azui vs. Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm created multiple clones, surrounding Tokoyami and Azui. But the duo had a solid strategy. "Dark Shadow, take out the clones," Tokoyami commanded. Dark Shadow tore through the duplicates, clearing a path. Meanwhile, Azui used her agility and tongue to navigate the battlefield, keeping ectoplasm off balance. After that, a giant ectoplasm clone captured both Tokoyami and Azui. Luckily, due to Azui's stomach, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow could put cuffs around ectoplasm. Victory? Ectoplasm acknowledged with a proud nod. Match 3, Ida and Ojiro vs Power Loader. Speed and precision were the key for Ida and Ojiro as they faced Power Loader in a rugged terrain filled with traps. Stay close to me, Ojiro. I'll clear the way, Ida called out. Activating Reciproburst. Power Loader's machines tried to trap them, but Ojiro used his tail to deflect projectiles while Ida dashed ahead. Working together, they managed to disable Power Loader's machines and reach the escape point. Match 4, Momo and Todoroki vs Aizawa. Facing Aizawa was no small feat, especially since his erasure quirk nullified Todoroki's powers. We need to keep our distance, Momo whispered, creating smoke bombs to obscure Aizawa's vision. Todoroki nodded, using his natural combat skills to act as a distraction while Momo devised a plan. She created a weighted net, which Todoroki threw with precision, temporarily binding Aizawa. The two were able to capture Aizawa, securing their win. Match 5, Uraraka and Aoyama vs 13. 13's black hole quirk was a major challenge, but Uraraka and Aoyama combined their abilities effectively. Aoyama, keep her distracted, Uraraka called out as she maneuvered through the battlefield. Aoyama fired his laser, forcing 13 to focus on dodging. Uraraka used the opening to float herself toward the escape point, tapping Aoyama to float him as well. Together they reached the finish line. Match 6, Kaminari and Njna vs Nizu. Nizu's strategic mind completely outmatched Kaminari and Mineta. Every trap they set or attack they planned was countered before they even realized it. Why is he so smart? Kaminari yelled in frustration as another obstacle blocked their path. In the end, there was no way for them to capture Nizu or even escape the place, their efforts futile against Nizu's intellect. Match 7, Jiru and Koda vs Present Mic. Present Mic's sound waves made the battlefield chaotic, but Jiru and Koda worked in harmony. As Koda summoned insects, Jiru used her earphone jacks to pinpoint Present Mic's position and counter his attacks. Eventually they overwhelmed him and secured their victory. Match 8, Mineta and Zero vs Midnight. Mineta's quick thinking gave him the edge in this match. While Zero was caught off guard by Midnight's quirk, Mineta used his sticky balls to trap Midnight. Though Mineta succeeded, Zero was disqualified for succumbing to Midnight's sleep-inducing quirk. Match 9, Katsuki and Shinso vs All Might. Katsuki and Shinso stood side by side, staring up at All Might, whose larger-than-life presence was as intimidating as ever. All Might. Katsuki growled. This is insane. All Might smiled, declaring striking a pose. He knew about Shinso's quirk, so he couldn't say anything. As the match began, Katsuki charged headfirst, using his explosions to keep All Might occupied. Don't hold back, Katsuki yelled as he dodged a massive punch. Shinso hung back, analyzing the battlefield. Bakugou, we can't win by just fighting him head-on. I'll go for the exit. Fine, just move it, Katsuki barked, throwing himself into the fight with everything he had. Shinso sprinted toward the escape point, but All Might wasn't so easily distracted. With a single leap, he intercepted Shinso's path. Not so fast. All Might boomed, but Katsuki was ready. Die, Katsuki yelled, unleashing a massive explosion that knocked All Might off balance. Shinso used the opening to keep running, his breathing ragged as he pushed himself to the limit. Katsuki continued to fight, but All Might's strength was overwhelming. Just as All Might was about to land a finishing blow, Katsuki smirked. You're too late. Shinso crossed the finish line, securing their victory. As the matches ended, the students regrouped, some triumphant, others battered but determined to improve. Katsuki sat on the ground, nursing an injury but grinning nonetheless. That was awesome, he muttered to himself. Shinso approached him, offering a hand. You good? Like hell I'm not, Katsuki replied, grabbing Shinso's hand to pull himself up. All Might watched from afar, smiling proudly. They've grown so much already. As the day drew to a close, Aizawa addressed the class, his calm, monotone voice cutting through the lingering fatigue. Everyone will be going to the training camp, he announced, glancing around at the tired but attentive faces. However, those of you who failed the practical exam will be taking extra lessons during the camp. So don't think of this as a free ride. The room fell silent for a moment as the news sank in. He tricked us, Kaminari muttered. Extra lessons? Mineta groaned. Why can't we just leave them behind? Someone was definitely overconfident by the fact that he passed and some classmates didn't. Despite the exhaustion of everyone, there was a palpable sense of relief among the students who had failed. The idea of being excluded from the training camp had weighed heavily on their minds, and now they could relax at least a little. Guess we're all in this together, Kirishima said with a grin, clapping Shiro on the back. Extra lessons or not, we're gonna have an awesome time at camp. Speak for yourself, Shiro replied, still wincing at the thought of Midnight's quirk. Aizawa didn't wait for the chatter to die down. With that, the week is over. Rest up. Summer vacation officially starts now, but don't forget what's waiting for you at the camp. The bell rang, signaling the end of the day. The students slowly filed out of the room, their exhaustion from the exams replaced by a mix of excitement and dread for what was to come. Though tired, they couldn't help but feel a spark of anticipation for the training camp and the challenges that awaited them there. Izuku sat hunched over on a bar stool in the dimly lit hideout, his eyes glued to his phone, scrolling intently through the endless stream of articles about Stain. His finger flicked the screen up and down with precision, the glowing device illuminating his face in the otherwise gloomy room. Shigaraki, sitting a few feet away, shot him a glare. The obsessive look on Izuku's face had been irritating him for the past hour. What the hell are you doing? Shigaraki finally snapped. Reading articles about Stain, Izuku replied flatly, his gaze never leaving the phone. Shigaraki groaned loudly, tossing his controller onto the couch. Stain really? All I ever hear is Stain this and Stain that. It's seriously pissing me off. He's not the goddamn Messiah. Izuku, sensing the tension, sighed and locked his phone, finally breaking his focus. Right. Sorry. Shigaraki stood, brushing non-existent dust off his hoodie. I'm going for a walk. Sitting here is making me want to burn this whole building down. Can I join you? Izuku asked, standing up as well. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. Two guys in hoodies wandering around together? You want people to call the cops on us for looking suspicious? Izuku smirked faintly. Oh, whatever. I'll just grab myself a wig. Shigaraki let out a dry laugh. A wig, huh? Sure, I'd like to see that on you. You'd look ridiculous. There's no way you'd fit all that hair of yours under one anyway. He added with a chuckle, gesturing vaguely at Izuku's messy green curls. Izuku laughed too, a rare sound these days. We'll see. Kurojiiri, ever the enabler, appeared from behind the bar. If you two are going out, don't draw too much attention to yourselves. He opened a swirling portal, leading them out to a narrow alley. The alley was dimly lit, with the distant sound of traffic buzzing in the background. Shigaraki pulled his hood up and Izuku followed suit, though his mop of green hair peeked out slightly from the edges. As they stepped out onto the bustling street near a shopping center, Izuku blinked at the sheer number of people. The shopping mall? Really? This place is packed. You want a wig, don't you? Shigaraki said smugly. Where else are you going to find one? Izuku sighed but didn't argue. Together they pushed their way into the shopping mall. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices, clinking bags, and the faint hum of music playing over the mall speakers. The two villains walked side by side, hoods up, trying to blend in, though their stiff and calculated movements only made them stand out more. As they passed through the crowded walkway, Izuku let his hand graze against a man's back pocket. His quirk activated subtly, pulling the wallet free without the man noticing. He flipped it open, glancing down as they walked. Got myself some money, Izuku muttered under his breath, grinning. Shigaraki glanced over and sneered. You sneaky bastard. And here you are talking about making the world a better place. A better place for us, Izuku shot back, pocketing the wallet. He thumbed through the stack of cash inside, raising an eyebrow at the small fortune he'd just acquired. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Right? Shigaraki snorted. Now go get yourself a cute wig. The two stepped into the first wig shop they saw, a small store with walls covered in shelves of brightly colored wigs displayed in neat rows. Some were tucked inside plastic bags, while others were styled on mannequin heads. Shigaraki immediately grabbed a long dark blue wig and held it out toward Izuku with a smirk. Try this. Izuku glanced at the wig, his expression deadpan. You've got to be kidding me. Wear it yourself. Come on, Shigaraki teased. Why not dress up as a girl? At least then you'd finally hide that mess of green hair you've got. Fine. Just this once, Izuku grumbled, snatching the wig. He approached the shop owner, his voice low and avoiding eye contact. Can I try this one on? The shop owner, an older woman with a bemused expression, nodded. Sure thing, sweetie. The fitting rooms are in the back. There's a mirror in there too. Izuku quickly made his way to the fitting rooms, Shigaraki following closely, trying, and failing, not to laugh. "Let's see how ridiculous you look," Shigaraki cackled as Izuku opened the plastic bag and pulled out a hair net. Izuku grimaced as he wrestled his thick curls into the net, eventually managing to flatten them enough to fit the wig on top. When he finally adjusted the long blue hair over his head, Shigaraki burst out laughing. "You look absolutely ridiculous," Shigaraki said, doubling over. Even Izuku couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at himself in the mirror. The wig's long bangs fell into his eyes, obscuring most of his face. His broad shoulders and stern posture made it impossible for him to pass as anyone other than a guy in a bad disguise. "These bangs are perfect," Izuku muttered, tugging them into place. "They cover half my face. I'll wear this wig for today, alright?" "Great. We'll be the cutest couple in the mall," Shigaraki teased. "Want to grab some makeup while we're at it?" "Haha. Very funny," Izuku replied with a smirk. "Don't forget I'm still a minor." Izuku approached the cashier with the wig still on, pulling cash from the stolen wallet. "I'll take this," he muttered, lowering his voice even more than usual. "That'll be 3,000 yen, the shop owner said, clearly trying to stifle a laugh. Izuku handed over the money without a word. "Have a great day," she called after them, her voice laced with amusement. Izuku and Shigaraki exited the shop, blending back into the crowded mall. Izuku adjusted the wig once more, trying to ignore Shigaraki's laughter as they continued their walk. "You should keep that wig forever," Shigaraki teased. "You're really pulling off the look." "Shut up," Izuku muttered, though a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Izuku and Shigaraki continued walking through the crowded mall, the sea of people buzzing around them. Izuku, still feeling self-conscious about the wig, adjusted it once more, glad that it covered most of his face. He kept his eyes down, focusing on the ground as they moved through the aisles. Shigaraki, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, his hood pulled up low over his face, his hands jammed into his pockets. He casually walked beside Izuku, his eyes scanning the stores and the people around them. They passed a shop with a display of hero killer merchandise, and two middle schoolers walked by, whispering excitedly. "Wow, they sell hero killer stuff here," one of them said. "Damn, that's badass," the other added. Izuku couldn't help but overhear and felt a wave of irritation building up in his chest. Shigaraki too seemed to react to the mention of Stain. "Why is everyone so obsessed with the hero killer?" "I don't get it," Shigaraki muttered, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Izuku listened as Shigaraki voiced his thoughts. His lips curled into a tight smile. "What is it he has that we don't? In the end we're the same, right? We destroy things we dislike. What do you think, Midoriya?" Izuku thought about it for a moment, the words sinking in. The heat of their frustration made it easy to understand what Shigaraki was implying. He took a slow breath before responding. "Based on that video, I'd say it's the statement Stain made. He said the heroes only do it for fame and fortune. I think a lot of people agree with him on that." Shigaraki gave him a sidelong glance, a knowing look crossing his face. "Then why are these morons able to smile thoughtlessly without a care in the world?" Izuku's gaze turned outward, his eyes narrowing as he watched the crowd. His thoughts simmered with anger. "All Might," he muttered quietly, almost to himself. "It's All Might's fault. He's the reason everyone thinks they're safe." Shigaraki's expression darkened. "All Might. Yeah, that's right. He's the problem." Izuku's lips twitched upward in a grim smile. "If we destroy him, we'll be able to show just how fragile this world really is." The excitement between them was palpable now, an electric charge in the air. It wasn't just talk anymore. The idea of bringing down the symbol of peace felt like something more. They could feel the energy building within them. Suddenly, a loud voice broke through their moment of exhilaration. "Kirishima. Where are you going?" Izuku's mind snapped back to the present, his thoughts scattering. He recognized that name, Kirishima. He turned his head, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. "Crap, UA students are here," Izuku mumbled under his breath, his grip tightening on his hoodie. Shigaraki chuckled, a malicious smirk creeping onto his face. "Really? They're like insects getting in the way." Izuku's eyes darted around the mall, trying to spot where they might be. Sure enough, he saw a few familiar faces. Tenya Ida, Achiko Uraraka, and Shoto Todoroki were scattered throughout the mall, none of them seeming to recognize him. The rest of Class 1A was also there, though they were more spread out. Izuku's heart skipped a beat when he didn't see one particular person. He quickly scanned the area again, his breath hitching in his chest. "No Kaken?" Izuku muttered to himself, his gaze shifting nervously across the mall. "Let's go," Izuku mumbled, his voice low as he kept his head down, the blue bangs from the wig brushing against his head. What was that? Shigaraki asked, the irritation in his tone evident. I said let's go, Izuku repeated, his voice firmer this time, though he still avoided eye contact. Shigaraki sighed dramatically, throwing his hands into his hoodie pockets. Right, my mood is instantly drained just standing in the presence of these wannabe heroes. His crimson eyes swept over the bustling crowd in the mall, filled with families and groups of teenagers laughing and chatting without a care in the world. Let's get out of here before I do something that gets us more attention than we need. The two slipped out of the shopping mall, they kept their heads down, blending into the crowd as they navigated toward a quieter exit. The further they got from the bright lights and noise of the mall, the darker and quieter it became. Finally, they stepped into a narrow alleyway, where the sounds of the city dulled to a distant hum. As they stopped in the shadowed alley, Shigaraki let out a low, exasperated grunt. Well, now what? Are we just going to sulk here all day? Izuku hesitated for a moment, staring down at the cracked pavement beneath their feet. Then he spoke, his voice quiet but deliberate. There's something I want to show you. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. Show me? What? Some secret stash of hero memorabilia you forgot to burn. Izuku ignored the jab, his fingers already tapping away at his phone. He sent a quick message to Kurogiri, and within seconds the familiar swirling mist of a portal appeared at the end of the alley. Follow me, Izuku said, stepping into the portal without waiting for a response. Shigaraki huffed but followed, stepping into the swirling void. When they emerged, the air was different, cooler, quieter, and heavy with an eerie stillness. The faint rustle of leaves was the only sound, and the ground beneath their feet was damp and soft. Shigaraki looked around, taking in their new surroundings. They were at the edge of a graveyard, the rows of headstones stretching endlessly in every direction. A graveyard? Shigaraki muttered, his tone laced with irritation. You've got to be kidding me? Izuku didn't respond immediately. Instead, he began walking down the narrow path between the graves, his pace steady but deliberate. Shigaraki followed reluctantly, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Seriously, what's the point of dragging me here? Shigaraki asked, his voice cutting through the stillness. I don't exactly care about sentimental trips down memory lane. Izuku stopped briefly to glance back at him, his green eyes shadowed beneath the edge of his hood. Just follow me. You'll understand soon enough. Shigaraki rolled his eyes but said nothing, continuing to follow. The further they walked, the newer the graves became. It was clear they were heading to the farthest edge of the cemetery. Finally, Izuku stopped. They had reached a secluded corner of the graveyard, hidden beneath the shade of a large, gnarled tree. In front of them stood a simple headstone, unremarkable yet heavy with meaning. Shigaraki stepped closer, his crimson eyes narrowing as he read the inscription. Midoriya Izuku. Born, July 15th XXXX, died, April 6th XXXX. Beloved son and friend. May he rest in peace. Shigaraki's eyebrows lifted in surprise before his lips curled into a sardonic grin. So, you're officially dead, huh? He let out a low chuckle, crossing his arms. They even gave you a gravestone. How quaint. Izuku remained silent, staring down at the headstone. His hands were clenched at his sides, trembling faintly. I found out a while back, Izuku said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. They didn't even have a body, they buried nothing underneath here. Shigaraki tilted his head, his expression unreadable. So that's the reason you need to hide yourself, because you're actually supposed to be dead. Izuku's jaw tightened, his breath coming in shaky exhales. Finally he looked up, his green eyes burning with a mix of anger and bitterness. So what happened really? Shigaraki asked, his voice quieter than usual as his crimson eyes darted between Izuku and the gravestone. Izuku didn't answer immediately. His gaze was fixed on the grave next to his own, a smaller, simpler headstone with the name Izuku Midoriya etched into the weathered stone. Shigaraki followed his gaze and frowned. Izuku Midoriya. Is she your mother? Yeah, Izuku muttered, his voice barely audible. Shigaraki blinked, slightly caught off guard by the raw emotion in Izuku's voice. He didn't say anything, waiting for Izuku to continue. She died by the person I used to admire most, All Might. Izuku said, his tone flat but heavy with pain. I had to find out for myself. I saw her being carried into an ambulance, with an iron pipe in her chest. It was the aftermath of a battle between All Might and some villains. Izuku continued, she was the only person who ever cared about me, and she was gone. He clenched his fists, his shoulders trembling slightly as the weight of his memories bore down on him. My life was already a mess. People teased me, mocked me, bullied me every single day. Kaken, my classmates, strangers, everyone. All because I had no quirk. And after my mother died, there was nothing left. No one left. I wanted it all to end, so I killed myself. Shigaraki's eyes widened, his lips parting slightly in shock. He hadn't expected that. For a moment he didn't know what to say, his usual snark absent. Izuku continued, his voice hollow. But the master and the doctor, they found me. Saved me. Gave me a second chance. I don't even know if I'm grateful for it. Some days it still feels like I died back then. Shigaraki's grip on his own hoodie tightened as he processed Izuku's words. He wasn't used to dealing with this kind of emotional weight. He thrived on destruction, chaos, and anger, not grief. And yet, he found himself oddly compelled to respond. Well, he said, his voice gruff, the person you were before is dead now, isn't he? That weak, bullied kid who couldn't fight back? He's gone. You're not him anymore. Izuku finally looked up, his green eyes dark with emotion. You're right, he said, a bitter smile curling on his lips. I'm not. That version of me, the one who believed in heroes, who wanted to be like All Might. I'm now someone who sees the truth. About heroes. About All Might. About this entire broken system. That person they buried was a lie, and I'll never go back to being him. Shigaraki nodded, his grin returning, though it was less mocking than usual. Good. You're better off without him. You've got a purpose now. A real one. The two stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their shared understanding hanging in the air. Then Shigaraki clapped a hand on Izuku's shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts. Come on, Shigaraki said, his voice lighter now. This place is depressing. Let's go wreak some havoc or something. That always cheers me up. Izuku let out a soft laugh, shaking his head. Yeah, let's get out of here. Izuku and Shigaraki left the graveyard in utter silence, the air heavy with unspoken thoughts. The faint rustle of leaves and the crunch of gravel beneath their feet were the only sounds as they made their way to the alley where Kurogiri's portal would pick them up. Neither of them said a word. When they finally stepped through the swirling darkness of the portal, they emerged back at the familiar, dimly lit bar. The musty scent of old wood and alcohol greeted them, a strange kind of comfort after the emotional weight of the graveyard. Izuku sank into his usual spot at the corner of the bar, pulling his notebook out of his backpack. Shigaraki, on the other hand, flopped down onto one of the bar stools, grabbing a handheld gaming console from behind the counter. Kurogiri was in his usual place, methodically cleaning glasses with a precision that almost seemed robotic. For the next hour, the room was relatively quiet, save for the soft scribble of Izuku's pencil and the occasional frustrated muttering from Shigaraki as he battled whatever virtual enemy was giving him trouble. Izuku's notebook was open to a page filled with intricate diagrams and notes. Some were about heroes, detailed sketches of their costumes, their quirks, and their known strategies. Others were about students from UA, faces and names carefully paired with abilities and observations. His mind was a machine, constantly analyzing and connecting dots. The quiet hum of their routine was broken when the door creaked open. Izuku looked away from his notebook, his green eyes flicking toward the entrance. Jiren stepped inside. Behind him were two unfamiliar figures. Shigaraki immediately stood up, his game forgotten as he tucked the console into his hoodie pocket. There was an air of anticipation in his movements, as if he had been expecting this. These are the two I mentioned, Jiren said, his tone casual but confident. They're interested in joining? Izuku blinked. New members? He felt a twinge of surprise. Up until now, it had just been him, Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the occasional presence of the doctor, the master, and the Nomus. But those last figures always felt distant. The thought of having others join their ranks felt strange. His gaze shifted to the newcomers. The girl looked young, possibly Izuku's age or maybe a little older. She wore her blonde hair in two buns, framing her face in a way that gave her an almost innocent appearance. She was dressed in a school uniform, her pleated skirt and brown jacket giving her the look of an average, harmless student. But there was a glint in her eyes, something sharp and unhinged that set her apart from any ordinary girl. The guy was a stark contrast. He looked older, his body scarred and burned in ways that made him almost painful to look at. Spiky black hair framed his face, which was marred by jagged scars and skin that looked like it had been carelessly stapled back together. His arms, face and part of his shoulders were similarly disfigured, though most of it was hidden beneath his clothes. He exuded an aura of quiet menace, as if he carried a storm just beneath the surface. The girl was the first to speak. I'm Toga. Himiko Toga, she said brightly, her voice a strange mix of cheerful and deranged. I want to join your club because I heard Mr. Staney was part of it too. I want to be like Mr. Staney, I want to kill Mr. Staney. Her voice rose into a giggle that sent chills down Izuku's spine. Damn, the burned guy muttered, his voice low and gravelly. You really set me up with a psycho, huh? She might be a psycho, but at least she knows how to introduce herself, Shigaraki said, crossing his arms. He turned his attention to the man. Well, speak up. What's your name? The guy sighed, clearly uninterested in playing along. For now, I'll go by Dabi. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. No. I want your real name. Dabi stared at him, unblinking. I'll tell you when you need to know it. Right now, I'm focused on following Stain's ideals, by killing false heroes. Shigaraki scoffed, rolling his eyes. Stain this, stain that. Give me a break. At that moment, Izuku stood up from his corner. A smile broke across his face, a rare expression that softened his usually serious features. New people, he thought. People who'll fight on my side. He approached the pair with an outstretched hand. Hi. My name is Midoriya, he said warmly, his voice polite and earnest. It's a pleasure to meet you. Dabi stared at Izuku's hand, his blue eyes scrutinizing him. After a long pause, he reached out and gave it a firm shake. Seems like you're the only normal one in this little club, Dabi said with a smirk. Izuku chuckled softly before turning to Toga. Pleasure meeting you too, Himiko, he said with the same enthusiasm. Toga's eyes locked onto his, her cheeks flushing pink as she stared at him with an unsettling intensity. Yes. Call me Toga, she chirped, her voice high-pitched and giddy. Shigaraki watched the interaction with mild annoyance. Well, I'm Tamura Shigaraki, now that we've all introduced ourselves, he said. Let me show you the plan for our next attack. Izuku's smile faltered. Next attack? He thought. Why hadn't he heard about this before? 4 days before. All Might sat in his office, his weary eyes scanning through the news articles on his phone. The screen was filled with stories about the hero killer and the growing threat of the League of Villains. His thoughts were consumed by the alarming rise of these dangerous individuals. The weight of his declining powers was becoming more evident by the day. His once vibrant form now felt frail and weak, a shadow of his former self. Every headline about the growing chaos in the world of heroes made him question how much longer he could continue in his role. Suddenly his phone rang, the ringtone jarring in the otherwise quiet office. His heart skipped a beat. He recognized the caller immediately. Gran Torino. All Might's body tensed, but he forced himself to calm down. His old mentor, the one who had helped shape him into the hero he had become. All Might stood up, his hands gripping the edge of his desk as he answered the call. Hello, sir, he exclaimed, his voice a little louder than he intended. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, a reminder of his weakened state. He wiped it away quickly, trying to mask his fragility. No need to be so formal and tense, I can hear it through the phone, came the gravelly voice of Gran Torino, his tone both sharp and reassuring. How have you been, Tashinori? All Might's nerves tightened. He hated to show weakness, especially to someone like Gran Torino, but the truth was he hadn't spoken to his mentor in a while. And with the state of the world, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He took a deep breath, trying to sound steady. I've been fine, but my powers are definitely weakening. It's just I haven't spoken to you in a while, so I'm nervous. Gran Torino's voice softened, though there was an undercurrent of concern. Right. You've seen the news. This is getting out of hand. All Might's shoulders sagged slightly, the weight of it all pressing on him. He sank into the couch in his office, leaning back as he let out a long sigh. Yeah, things are getting worse. I don't know how much longer I can keep up with this. I've spoken to Tsukachi, Gran Torino continued, his voice lower now, carrying the weight of a troubling realization. All for one, he may be back. All Might's blood ran cold at the mention of that name. The man who had been his greatest enemy. The man who had taken everything from him. His youth, his strength, his mentor, and the one who had twisted so many lives in his wake. All for one had been in hiding, biding his time, but if he truly was back, it would be catastrophic. It has to be him. He's hiding in the shadows, using the League of Villains as his pawns, All Might muttered, his grip tightening on the edge of the couch. He's waiting for the right moment to strike. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. The weight of their words lingered in the air like an unspeakable truth. Finally, Gran Torino's voice broke through the stillness. Have you still not found your successor yet? UA is full of great candidates. You've been watching the students closely, haven't you? All Might let out a weary sigh. The decision had been weighing on him for a while now. He knew his time was limited, and the thought of passing on one for all to another was not one he could take lightly. I think I know who to choose. Actually, I've made up my mind. I've waited long enough. Gran Torino chuckled softly, though there was a hint of understanding in his tone. I know it's hard to let go of one for all and one day retire out of nowhere to let go of your title. But now it's best to find someone youthful, someone who can wield one for all at its best. All Might frowned, a deep crease forming on his forehead as he thought of the boy he had observed. Right, sir. I will talk to him today. I'm curious to see who you've chosen, Gran Torino said, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Bring him to me one day. I will, All Might replied, a small but genuine smile forming on his face. Thank you, sir. After a few more exchanged words, All Might hung up the phone and leaned back, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The air in the office felt heavier now, as though the decision had already begun to take root in his mind. He opened his notebook, flipping through the pages filled with notes on potential successors. His eyes scanned the list of candidates. First years, barely any experience in the hero course. Their bodies weren't even close to being as trained as the third years. All Might sighed, flipping past them. Bakugou Katsuki, he muttered under his breath. He'd been watching the explosive student. Strong willpower, a powerful quirk. But his overconfident personality, it would be a liability. All Might knew it. Then there was Todoroki, the son of Endeavor. Talented beyond measure, but, no. There was something about him that didn't sit right with All Might. He needed someone who had more than just raw talent. He moved on to the second years. That page was blank. They were fine, but no one who really stood out. That left the third years. All Might paused as he turned the page. These students had real potential and he'd been observing them closely. Some names stood out more than others, but there was one name that was obvious. Even Principal Nizu had recommended him. Mirio Togata. All Might's heart warmed a little as he thought about Mirio. The boy's quirk permeation was incredible. It allowed him to phase through solid objects, making him virtually invincible. But it wasn't easy to master. It took immense willpower and dedication. And Mirio had it in spades. He was strong, he was kind-hearted, and he had a sense of humor that reminded All Might of himself when he was younger. All Might had already talked to Mirio during one of his lessons. His hero name was Lemillion, because he wanted to save 1,000,000 people. The symbol of his unwavering resolve and hope. A smile tugged at the corner of All Might's mouth. Yes, it's gotta be him. Later that afternoon the bell rang, signaling the end of another school day at UA. Students filtered out of their classrooms, chatting excitedly about their plans for the evening. Principal Nizu's voice suddenly echoed over the PA system, cutting through the buzz of students. Mirio Togata from Class 1B, please report to Office 5.03. Mirio's footsteps stopped in the hallway as he stared at the speaker. What could they possibly want from him? As Mirio walked past his classmates, the sound of Nijiru's voice reached his ears. Hey. Have you done something to upset the teachers? Come on, you've got to tell me. Nijiru grinned mischievously, always the curious one. Tamaki, ever the quiet and serious one, sighed. Hato, leave him be. Mirio flashed them both a wide grin. Who knows, but I've gotta go, he said dramatically, his trademark cheerful energy in full force. There was a brief silence before Nijiru burst out laughing. Man, that was supremely unfunny, wasn't it? Mirio added with a nervous laugh, trying to shake off the awkwardness. Tamaki just sighed again, clearly unimpressed. Just go, Mirio, he muttered, rolling his eyes. Mirio gave a thumbs up. See you? We'll train together during the vacation. He called as he jogged down the hallway toward the office. As he approached the door marked 5.03, he paused for a moment. The nameplate caught his attention. All Might. His heart skipped a beat. All Might wants to talk to me? He thought, a mixture of excitement and nerves bubbling in his chest. He wasn't sure what to expect, but his respect for the hero was immense, and now here he was about to walk into his office. Mirio knocked on the door, his hand feeling heavier than usual. He swallowed hard and waited for the response. Come in. The familiar voice on the other side of the door made Mirio's heart race. He turned the handle and stepped inside. The office was cozy, 2 couches with a table filled the room, there was a small sink, a desk, some storage closets, but what struck Mirio the most was the towering figure standing near the window. All Might, the symbol of peace, the hero who had inspired an entire generation, was standing with his back turned, staring out at the view. The sight of the man who had saved so many lives, who had been a beacon of justice, made Mirio's stomach flutter. As the door clicked shut behind him, All Might turned around, his warm smile spreading across his face. "Young Togata, I'm glad you could come," he greeted, his voice as energetic as ever. The same smile that had lifted so many people's spirits was now directed at Mirio, making him feel both nervous and honored. Mirio had met All Might before in passing, and had shared a brief conversation about his quirk and hero name. But being in the same room with the #1 hero alone felt surreal. A nervous laugh escaped Mirio's lips. "Yeah, what do you want me for?" he asked, trying to make light of the situation. All Might's smile never faltered. "Sit down, young Mirio. Want some tea?" he offered. "Sure," Mirio replied, taking a seat on the couch that faced All Might's desk. His mind was still racing, but he had no idea what to expect. He was too focused on the moment to guess at what All Might say. All Might poured the tea into a cup with practiced ease, then set the teapot aside. He sat down on the couch across from Mirio, his posture calm and collected, though there was an air of something more serious about him. He placed the tea on the table between them and took a deep breath. "Young Mirio," All Might began, his voice suddenly low and solemn, "I need to tell you something. It will come as a shock. It may be a lot to take in all at once." His usual energetic demeanor seemed to drop for a moment, replaced with a gravity that Mirio had never seen before. Mirio nodded, though his stomach nodded with curiosity and unease. "Right, sir." "All right." To begin, All Might let out a heavy sigh before something extraordinary happened. In the blink of an eye, the muscular larger-than-life figure that Mirio had come to know and admire disappeared. All Might's frame shrank, his body seeming to deflate, leaving only a frail, skeletal version of the hero standing in front of him. Mirio's jaw dropped as he stared in shock, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. His mind raced to make sense of the transformation. As All Might shifted from his towering, muscular form to his true, frail self, a pang of memory struck him. For a moment, his thoughts drifted to the first time someone outside his circle had ever seen him in this state, a quirkless boy with bright green eyes, full of awe and desperation. That boy had idolized him, even in his weakest moment. But that boy was gone now. Dead. All Might had seen the ambulance incident on the news. He'd wondered why the boy even fell of a building in the first place. He remembered the death of his mother as well, partly his fault. It haunted him even now, though he tried so hard to bury it. The pain wasn't just from failure, it was guilt. Guilt that part of their fate was his fault. He clenched his fists tightly, his skeletal fingers trembling with suppressed emotion. "You should have done more. You should have saved them," a voice in his mind whispered. But then he closed his eyes and drew in a slow, shaky breath. "Enough of that," All Might thought. "You've already gotten over it." He repeated the thought like a mantra, forcing himself to focus on the present. This moment wasn't about his failures. It was about ensuring that his successor wouldn't repeat them. The boy with the green eyes may have been gone, but Mirio Togata was here. And Mirio represented hope. With a heavy sigh, All Might opened his eyes, his resolve hardening. He wouldn't let the past hold him back now. This was about the future, about a brighter world, about finding someone who could succeed where he had faltered. "All Might?" Mirio whispered, eyes wide. His heart pounded in his chest as he looked at the man who had always been invincible in his eyes, now reduced to a shadow of his former self. All Might chuckled softly, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "You see, young Mirio, I flex my muscles to become muscular. This is my true form." He gestured to his now emaciated body, a walking skeleton in place of the towering hero Mirio had admired for so long. Mirio was speechless. His mind struggled to process this new reality. I don't know what to say. I show you this because I believe you can succeed me," All Might continued, his voice steady despite his weakened state. "You have the willpower, the strength, and the ideals to carry on my legacy." Mirio stared at All Might, still in shock. "Sir, All Might let out a low chuckle, though his smile was tinged with sadness. He lifted his shirt to reveal a gruesome injury, an enormous scar running across his side, the result of a battle that Mirio could only imagine. The sight of the injury made Mirio feel a deep sense of discomfort. "This injury," All Might explained, his voice softening, "I got it in a big fight 5 years ago. There are no public records of the battle, but it's the reason why my powers have weakened. I can only maintain my muscular form for about 3 hours now, and it keeps decreasing." Mirio's eyes widened, and his breath caught in his throat. The implications of All Might's words were staggering. The hero he had looked up to for so long had been fighting with the burden of this injury all along. It explains so much about his absence from the pro-hero scene. So that's why you haven't been all that active as a pro-hero anymore, Mirio murmured. I figured it was because you're a teacher now, but you spend all your energy maintaining your form during school hours. All Might nodded, his face serious. That's right. But it's not just about that. There's something much bigger at play here. You've heard about the League of Villains, haven't you? Mirio's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the infamous group. Yeah, I've heard of them. We believe there's a mastermind behind them, All Might said gravely. The one who gave me this injury. The one I thought I had defeated 5 years ago. But he's back, hiding in the shadows. His name is All for One. Mirio's eyes widened in disbelief. All for One? He had heard whispers about this villain, but the reality of facing such a threat was something entirely different. Why are you telling me all of this, sir? Mirio asked, his voice barely above a whisper. All Might's gaze softened and he sighed deeply. My quirk, One for All. I wasn't born with it. It was passed down to me from someone else. And the truth is, it originated from All for One. It's a quirk made to defeat him. And it has been passed down through generations, growing stronger with each successor. Mirio's eyes widened even further. Is that even possible? All Might nodded, his eyes dark with the weight of the story he was about to tell. It is possible. I failed to defeat All for One the first time we fought. But this time we must be prepared. The quirk has been passed down, and now it's time for the next wielder. All Might leaned forward, his intense gaze fixed on Mirio. Mirio, you are the top student at this school. You have the heart, the passion, and the drive to be a hero. You have the strength to carry on my legacy. For the first time in the conversation, All Might's body swelled with power as he returned to his muscular form. He stood tall before Mirio, radiating the same aura of confidence that had made him a symbol of hope for so long. I've chosen you to become my successor, All Might said with a powerful, unwavering voice. And I hereby offer you my quirk, One for All. The weight of the moment hung heavy in the air. A long silence followed, broken only by the faint ticking of a clock in the corner. Mirio Togata sat frozen in his seat, his wide blue eyes fixed on the man before him. He tried to process what he had just heard, but his thoughts were a chaotic swirl of disbelief, awe, and an overwhelming sense of responsibility. After what felt like an eternity, Mirio stood up. He matched All Might's gaze, his jaw tightening as tears began to form in the corners of his eyes. If it means I'll have the power to defeat that villain, he said, his voice trembling but resolute, and if I can save the world doing so, I'll gladly accept it. All Might's lips curled into a wide grin, a spark of pride in his eyes. That's exactly what I thought you'd say. Mirio sniffled, quickly wiping away the tears. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself as the gravity of the moment settled over him. The reality of inheriting the power of the mightiest hero alive. It was a lot to take in. But then doubt crept into his mind. Mirio glanced down at his hands and then back up at All Might. Sir, I don't even know how I'm supposed to explain this to anyone. How do I suddenly tell my classmates that I have a completely different power than I did before? They'll never believe me. All Might crossed his arms, his grin faltering slightly as he considered the question. Right? I suppose I hadn't thought about that in depth. Keeping One for All a secret is crucial, not just for your safety but for society's stability. If the wrong people found out. Mirio nodded, his expression serious. I understand, sir. But that still leaves the question, what do I tell them? Perhaps. All Might's brow furrowed in thought. You could say it's an extension of your quirk, something you unlocked with training or through a quirk specialist? Mirio blinked, then let out a nervous laugh. What? No one would believe that. My quirk makes me intangible and now I'm suddenly super strong too? That's not how quirks work, sir. All Might sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. We'll figure it out, young Togata. The important thing is that you're willing to take this step. Are you sure about this? There's no turning back once you inherit One for All. The gravity of the question made Mirio pause. He swallowed hard, his resolve firming. Yes, sir. I'm sure. I'll do whatever it takes to uphold your legacy and protect this world. All Might's grin returned and he reached up, pulling a single strand of golden hair from his head. He held it out to Mirio. Mirio stared at it, confused. What's this? Eat this, All Might said matter-of-factly. Mirio blinked, his lips twitching upward in disbelief. Then he broke into a fit of laughter. What? Your hair? You've got to be kidding me. Are you pulling a prank on me right now? All Might let out a small chuckle, anticipating the reaction. I know it sounds absurd, but to inherit One for All, you need to ingest my DNA. That's how the quirk is passed down. Mirio's laughter faded as he realized All Might wasn't joking. His expression turned serious again. Oh, I see. Well, here goes nothing. He took the golden strand from All Might's hand, holding it up as if it were some sacred artifact. With a final gulp of resolve, he popped it into his mouth and swallowed. The minutes that followed were spent discussing the intricacies of One for All. Mirio sat on the couch, occasionally sipping the tea All Might had made for him, while the former symbol of peace explained the quirk's origins, its purpose, and the heavy burden it carried. How are you feeling? All Might asked, his sharp eyes watching for any signs of discomfort. Mirio leaned back, one hand resting on his stomach. Honestly? I don't feel any different. I thought maybe I'd suddenly get a power-up or something. All Might chuckled. The quirk has to assimilate into your body first. You may not feel the effects immediately, but once it activates, you'll know. Mirio frowned slightly, glancing at his hands again. So, you still have your quirk right now? Yes, All Might said, his tone softening. I still have the embers of One for All burning within me, but those embers will fade over time. Eventually the power will be yours and yours alone. Mirio's gaze softened, the enormity of the situation settling over him once more. You've done so much for this world, sir. I can't imagine how hard it is to pass this on, knowing you'll lose it. All Might smiled wistfully. It's not easy, young Togata. But I've come to terms with it. My time is limited and the world needs a new symbol of peace. Someone strong, selfless, and unwavering in their ideals. He placed a hand on Mirio's shoulder. And I believe that someone is you. Mirio's heart swelled with determination. I won't let you down, sir. I promise. All Might leaned back, his grin returning. I know you won't. Now let's prepare you for what's to come. They spent the rest of the evening strategizing, discussing ways to train Mirio's body to handle the immense power of One for All. Mirio didn't yet feel the quirk within him. All Might, will you make up with Sir Night-Eye? Mirio asked suddenly, breaking the flow of their conversation. The question caught All Might off guard, his sharp blue eyes widening slightly. He hadn't expected the topic to come up so abruptly, though deep down, he knew it was inevitable. After all, Mirio did his work study under Night-Eye, the man who had once been All Might's trusted sidekick, and one of his closest friends. All Might let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping as he rubbed the back of his neck. He hesitated, his voice trailing off. He didn't want to admit it, but the thought of confronting Night-Eye again felt overwhelming. Their falling out had been bitter, leaving scars that hadn't yet healed. I suppose the time will come eventually, All Might said at last, though his voice lacked conviction. Just, not now. Mirio's usual bright expression dimmed slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. Right, sir, he said with a nod. But after a moment he leaned forward, his tone soft but insistent. Just so you know, he really misses you. He just doesn't say it, but I can tell. All Might raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Oh? What makes you think that? Mirio smiled, a fond chuckle escaping him. I catch him watching old clips of you all the time. He tries to act like he's doing something else, but he's totally glued to the screen. He even quotes your old catchphrases under his breath sometimes. A low chuckle rumbled from All Might's chest, his skeletal form shaking slightly with amusement. Is that so? He said with a wistful smile. He could easily picture Night-Eye doing just that. After all, the man had always been a die-hard fanboy, even before they'd started working together. Mirio nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. He won't admit it, but he really admires you, still does. I think he regrets how things ended between you two. All Might's smile faltered as the weight of those words sank in. He leaned back in his seat, staring off into the distance. Memories of his time with Night-Eye flooded his mind. Memories of their camaraderie, their shared mission, and their eventual clash over All Might's refusal to heed Night-Eye's warnings about his reckless hero work. I've thought about reaching out, All Might admitted after a long silence. But, it's complicated. The way we left things, there are wounds that time hasn't fully healed. Mirio frowned slightly but didn't push further. He could see the conflict in All Might's expression, the way his features tightened as if he were wrestling with old emotions. Sir, if I can say one thing, I think Night-Eye would be glad to hear from you no matter what. He might not show it, but he's always believed in you. Mirio's voice was gentle, yet there was an earnestness in his words that made All Might pause. After a moment, All Might let out another sigh, this one tinged with resignation. You're a good man, Togata. I'll think about it. Mirio smiled again, his usual cheer returning. That's all I ask, sir. Mirio had left the room, They exchanged contact numbers, and so planned training sessions during the summer vacation. All Might had found his successor, and so far, he hadn't regretted his decision for a single moment. Of course, he doubted he ever would. Mirio Togata embodied everything All Might valued in a hero: strength, determination, and an unyielding desire to save others with a smile. It had taken months of observation and careful thought, but in the end, choosing Mirio felt like the obvious path. Now came the hard part: training him, guiding him, and preparing him to wield One for All to its fullest potential. All Might knew that the weight of this power wasn't something that could be handed over lightly. It wasn't just about strength or even skill, it was about heart, resilience, and a deep sense of responsibility. Sitting in his office, All Might leaned back in his couch, staring at the ceiling. A part of him still marveled at how naturally Mirio had accepted the truth of One for All. Most people would have balked at the idea of inheriting a power so immense, but Mirio had stood firm, his eyes filled with determination. That moment had reassured All Might that he'd made the right choice. Still, the road ahead would be challenging. One for All wasn't a gift, it was a burden, one that demanded everything from its wielder. And Mirio, for all his strength and confidence, would need to learn how to harness it without letting it consume him. This is just the beginning, All Might muttered to himself. The air in the training room was heavy with the scent of sweat and faint traces of antiseptic. The faint hum of machinery filled the background, an ever-present reminder of the strange, almost clinical atmosphere the League of Villains maintained despite the chaos they sowed. Izuku Midoriya stood in the center of the room, his shirt drenched from the intense workout he had been putting himself through. His emerald eyes glowed faintly in the light, brimming with both exhaustion and determination. Sitting at a nearby table, Dr. Garaki observed him keenly, his sharp eyes betraying his fascination. The doctor was a man of peculiar habits, always carrying that leather medical case of his, always pushing Izuku's body and quirk to its limits. Today, like many days before, Garaki had insisted on checking Izuku's vitals mid-training. Izuku had long since stopped questioning why. He had learned that if the master and the doctor wanted something, he would do it. "Stop for a moment," Garaki commanded, his raspy voice cutting through the room like a scalpel. Izuku halted mid-motion, panting, his muscles twitching with residual energy. The doctor shuffled over, holding a monitor in one hand and a notepad in the other. "You're pushing yourself hard," the doctor muttered as he attached small devices to Izuku's arms and neck to measure his pulse and neural activity. "That's good, but we don't want to break you, do we?" Izuku shook his head. "No, sir." Garaki chuckled softly. "Good. Now tell me, how has your body been holding up? Any unusual pain or strain when using your quirk?" Izuku tilted his head, his expression thoughtful as he caught his breath. "Not really," he admitted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Actually, recently I was able to use my quirk without relying on my hands as guidance. I didn't have to point or gesture at all." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "But it only happened once. During the Hosu incident. I couldn't replicate it after that." The doctor's eyes gleamed with interest. "Oh, fascinating." He tapped his pen against the notepad thoughtfully. "It's unfortunate you couldn't repeat the feat, but it's a promising sign. Your control is evolving quicker than I anticipated." Izuku allowed himself a small, hesitant smile. "It's all thanks to you and the master," he said earnestly. Garaki raised a brow. "And your willpower," he added, the faintest hint of admiration in his tone. The boy's smile widened just a fraction. Despite the dark path he now walked, moments like these made him feel valued. The doctor and the master were enigmas, men who knew more about the world than anyone else Izuku had ever met. They were terrifying, powerful, and utterly inscrutable. Yet they had given him a place in this world, a reason to keep moving forward. Shigaraki was improving too, Izuku thought. Their relationship had grown stronger in recent weeks. The older villain barely threw tantrums like a child, he no longer seemed to resent Izuku's presence. They were starting to trust one another at least somewhat. But even so, it was the doctor and the master who had saved him, who had plucked him out of despair and reshaped him. Garaki snapped his case shut, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. "Well," the doctor said briskly, standing up. "Your body is holding up remarkably well. Better than expected, considering you were quirkless most of your life. Keep training. I've done my part for now." He reached out and patted Izuku lightly on the head, an almost fatherly gesture that felt foreign but oddly comforting. Then, without another word, the doctor left the room, his footsteps fading into the distance. Izuku nodded silently to himself and turned back to his training. He pushed his limits because he had no other choice. He would become stronger, sharper. You had to. Meanwhile, in a darker, more secluded part of the League's hideout, Garaki entered a room where all for one awaited. The room was cavernous, its shadows swallowing most of the dim light that flickered from a single overhead bulb. "The boy is growing," Garaki announced, his voice echoing slightly. "A lot quicker than I anticipated." All for one, seated in a high-backed chair, turned his head slightly toward the doctor. Though his face was obscured, his tone betrayed a sense of satisfaction. "And his body? Is it holding up under the strain?" "At first, I feared the toll would be too great," Garaki admitted. "A quirk like this, it's no small thing to bear, especially for someone who spent most of his life without one. But it seems I underestimated his potential." All for one's lips curled into a faint grin. "Good. It's as I expected. That quirk filled the hole in his body. But..." He leaned forward slightly, his presence suddenly suffocating. "He still has a long way to go. What we've seen so far is merely the beginning. This quirk hasn't even begun to reach its full potential. But I must admit," he added, his tone softening, "I'm pleased. My son continues to surprise me." Garaki nodded in agreement. He has always been an exceptional thinker. Even as a child, he had a knack for analyzing quirks, breaking them down to understand how they worked. It's a skill he used for others back then. But now, the doctor smiled faintly. Now he uses it for himself? All for one chuckled lowly, a deep and resonant sound that sent shivers down the spine. "Yes. He is a work in progress, but one with limitless potential. I look forward to seeing just how far he will go." Garaki adjusted his glasses, his own smile widening. "As do I." The two men sat in silence for a moment, both lost in their own thoughts about the boy they had taken under their wing. Their ultimate weapon, their prodigy. And in the training room, oblivious to their discussion, Izuku Midoriya continued to push himself harder, sweat dripping onto the cold floor as his quirk crackled faintly around him. He would make them proud. He would make himself indispensable. The training session had left Izuku drained but oddly satisfied. His body was sore, his muscles trembling from exertion, but he welcomed the sensation. It meant he was growing stronger. After a long, scalding shower, he changed into a clean hoodie, one of the few gifts he had ever received. Kurogiri had given it to him, a dark green hoodie with subtle black accents. It wasn't much, but it was practical and comfortable. He caught his reflection in the mirror as he slipped it on, noting the faint cut that had marred his cheek during the fight in Hosu had already healed. Izuku approached Kurogiri in the hallway, his voice quiet but firm. "Can you take me back to the bar? I'm done for today." Kurogiri nodded, his ever-present calm demeanor giving nothing away. The mist-like warp gate opened in front of him, swirling with its signature mix of black and purple energy. Izuku stepped through without hesitation, expecting to be deposited back in the familiar, dimly lit bar where he and Shigaraki lived. But as he emerged on the other side, Izuku realized immediately that he wasn't where he thought he'd be. The room was large, with a long, intimidating table at its center. The air felt heavier here, almost oppressive, as though secrets had seeped into the walls over years. Around the table sat a collection of people, some familiar, some entirely new. Izuku's gaze darted around, taking stock of the faces. Jiren, the shady broker, leaned back lazily in his chair, puffing on a cigarette. Shigaraki stood at the far end of the room, his hands in his pockets, his red eyes fixed on Izuku with mild annoyance. Kurogiri moved to stand beside him, his swirling mist filling the space around him. Two others were sitting nearby, and Izuku immediately recognized them as the new recruits who had joined the league just yesterday. Himiko Toga, with her ever-present grin and unsettlingly bright eyes, waved enthusiastically at him from her seat. Beside her sat Dabi, his scarred skin and unreadable expression making him an imposing presence even when he said nothing. But there were others, people Izuku didn't recognize. A hulking man with wild blonde hair and piercing eyes was the first to speak, his deep voice cutting through the quiet. "Who's this?" he demanded, his gaze fixed on Izuku like a predator sizing up its prey. "Another member," Shigaraki answered flatly, his tone carrying the slightest hint of irritation, as though the question annoyed him. The giant man grunted, clearly unimpressed, but said nothing more. From across the table, a man with a sleek black and gray mask leaned forward, resting his chin on steepled fingers. "He's late." "How rude," the man said, his voice carrying a playful lilt. "What an edgy entrance, though." Izuku blinked at him, his expression blank but his mind racing. What a weirdo, he thought, though he kept the observation to himself. His thoughts spiraled. Where am I? What meeting have I just walked into? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? The room felt charged as though something big was being planned. Was this about the attack Shigaraki had hinted at the other day? "Hi Izuku," Toga suddenly shouted, her voice cutting through his internal confusion. She waved at him enthusiastically from across the table, her eyes practically sparkling with excitement. Izuku waved back stiffly, his movements awkward and uncertain. She was so loud and her energy was almost too much to handle. "Come sit," Dabi said, his deep, gravelly voice carrying an edge of authority. "You're part of this, right?" Izuku hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "Right," he replied quickly, trying to mask his unease as he made his way to the only empty chair at the table. Once seated, he looked around again, feeling out of place. His palms rested on the table, his fingers lightly tapping against the wood as he waited for someone to explain what was going on. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were still standing, commanding the room's attention without trying. The tension in the air grew as Shigaraki began to speak, his voice sharp and commanding. "So," he began, his red eyes scanning the group, "next week, we'll get the intel on the training camp location. That's when we make our move." Izuku froze. "Training camp?" His mind raced as Shigaraki continued. "We'll abduct the kid," Shigaraki said casually, as though he were describing something as mundane as ordering takeout. "Once we have him, we'll force him to join us. He won't have a choice." The room was silent for a moment as the weight of Shigaraki's words sank in. Izuku, however, felt his confusion grow. What kid, he wondered? What training camp? He didn't dare speak up to ask. Instead, he kept his expression neutral, his eyes flicking between the others at the table. The new recruits didn't seem surprised. Toga was grinning, practically bouncing in her seat, while Dabi remained impassive, his chin resting on his hand. The blonde giant looked bored, and the masked man was already fiddling with something on the table. Izuku glanced at Jiren, hoping for some kind of clarification, but the broker offered nothing more than a knowing smirk. Shigaraki continued outlining the plan, his tone detached yet filled with an underlying malice. As he spoke, Izuku's thoughts spiraled. Who is this kid and why are they so important? Why wasn't I told about this plan before now? He clenched his fists under the table, forcing himself to stay calm. He couldn't show uncertainty here, not in front of the others. If Shigaraki had brought him into this meeting, it meant he was expected to play a role. And if there was one thing Izuku had learned since joining the league, it was that failure wasn't an option. It seemed Izuku had arrived at the tail end of the meeting. Villains were dispersing, stepping through Kurogiri's portals one by one, vanishing to wherever they'd come from. The room grew quieter with every departure, though the tension lingering in the air remained palpable. By the time the last portal closed, only a handful of people remained. Shigaraki stood at the head of the table, his posture impatient as ever. Kurogiri hovered behind him, an ever-present shadow of calm efficiency. Near the center of the table sat three others, a lizard-looking man with green, scaly skin and purple hair, Toga, and the quiet man with the split-colored mask. Off to the side leaned Dabi, his posture casual but his gaze sharp as he observed Izuku. The lizard-like man broke the silence first. "Guess I'll hang around for a bit," he said, his voice a strange mix of gruff and good-natured. "Better get to know you, leader." Shigaraki groaned, dragging his nails lightly against his neck in a way that made everyone tense. "Don't bother. I won't be here long." The lizard man turned his attention to Izuku, his yellow eyes glinting with curiosity. "And who's this? You missed introductions." Izuku stiffened under the sudden scrutiny, caught off guard. I'm Izuku Midoriya." His voice wavered slightly, though he quickly straightened himself. "No villain name?" the lizard man asked, tilting his head. You should think about that. Call me Spinner." Izuku nodded, fumbling for a response. "Right. Nice to meet you, Spinner." Spinner's attention shifted back to the group, seemingly uninterested in pressing the conversation further. Izuku's mind raced. A villain name? I guess I'll have to come up with one soon. Lot seems to have one. Before he could think further, the masked man chimed in, his voice energetic but erratic. "Call me Twice." Izuku smiled slightly, relieved by the lighter tone. "Got it, Twice." He hesitated before turning to Kurogiri. Kurogiri, could you get me my notebook?" Kurogiri didn't miss a beat. A portal opened beside Izuku, and out fell his familiar notebook and a pen. He caught them quickly, flipping the notebook open to a blank page. Izuku looked around the room, his eyes bright with curiosity. "Would you all mind telling me your quirks?" Dabi raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk. "What are you gonna do? Take notes on us?" Izuku nodded earnestly, not picking up on the sarcasm. That drew a chuckle from Spinner and Twice, though Dabi's smirk faded into something more guarded. "I'll go first," Toga exclaimed, her cheeks pink with excitement. She leaned forward, her hands clasped together. "I can transform into someone if I drink their blood. The more I drink, the longer I can look like them." Izuku scribbled furiously in his notebook, his pen darting across the page. He glanced up briefly, smiling. "That's so cool." Toga giggled, clearly pleased by the reaction. Izuku's gaze shifted to Twice. "What about you?" Twice straightened up, his voice turning dramatic. "I can make clones of anyone and anything. That includes making clones of my clones. The catch: I need exact measurements to make them work, and they're not as strong as the originals. Oh, and I don't make clones of myself anymore, got it?" Izuku nodded as he jotted down notes, muttering to himself. "So you can basically create an army from one person. That's incredible." Twice grinned behind his mask. "Yeah, I guess so." Spinner was next. He leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed. "My quirk's called Gecko. It gives me traits like a gecko so I can stick to walls and climb just about anything." "That's so handy," Izuku said, his admiration genuine. Finally, his gaze landed on Dabi, the last one in the room whose quirk he didn't know. Dabi sighed, clearly reluctant, but he lifted a hand and ignited a small flame in his palm. The fire burned blue, its heat palpable even from where Izuku was standing. "I make flames," Dabi said flatly, extinguishing the fire as quickly as it had appeared. Izuku tilted his head, his pen hovering over the page. "Flames?" he mumbled to himself, almost inaudibly. "More flames?" Dabi's eyes narrowed. "What was that?" "Oh, nothing," Izuku said quickly, waving a hand. "I've just fought someone with a flame quirk recently. That's all." "Well, it's not exactly a rare quirk," Dabi replied, though his tone was cold. "You'll see plenty of flame users if you live long enough." Izuku nodded, then hesitated before asking, "But yours are blue. That means they burn hotter, right? Does that explain your burn scars?" The question hung in the air for a moment, and the room seemed to grow a little tenser. Dabi's lips curled into a sharp grin, though his eyes were hard. "You're a creep, you know that? What are you gonna do with those notes? Figure out our weaknesses?" Izuku didn't respond, his expression unreadable. Dabi clicked his tongue, pushing himself off the table. "Whatever. I'm out of here. See you next time, nerd." With his hands in his pockets, he stepped through Kurogiri's portal without another word. The room was quiet for a moment after Dabi's departure. Spinner broke the silence with a chuckle. "Don't let him get to you. He's been like that the whole meeting." Izuku nodded absently, his focus already shifting back to his notes. He flipped through the pages, glancing over the observations he'd made about quirks since joining the league. His notebook was quickly becoming his most prized possession. A detailed, personal database on quirks, strategies, and anything else he thought might be useful. Toga leaned forward suddenly, her head tilted as she tried to peer at his notes. "You're so serious, Izuku. What are you writing about me? Is it something cute?" Izuku flushed, quickly flipping the notebook shut. "It's not like that." Toga pouted, but the playful sparkle in her eyes remained. "Ah, you're no fun." Twice laughed, his voice fluctuating between upbeat and oddly somber. "Kid's got a brain on him, though. We need more thinkers around here. Keeps things balanced." Spinner nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I respect that. Most people wouldn't take the time to study something like quirks. It's different." Izuku hesitated, unsure how to respond. He wasn't used to praise and certainly not from people like them. I want to be prepared. Knowing everything I can about quirks could make a difference in a fight." "That's smart," Spinner said with a nod of approval. Toga chirped. "I think Izuku's super cool. He's smart and cute, don't you think so, Twice?" Twice raised a hand, his tone light. "I think he's creepy. Wait, no, I think he's brilliant. Ugh, I can't decide." Izuku felt his cheeks grow warm again, and he quickly busied himself with organizing his notebook to avoid their gazes. Shigaraki, who had been silent for most of the exchange, finally spoke up, his voice cutting through the chatter like a blade. "Enough with the small talk. We don't have time for this." The room quieted immediately, all eyes turning to their leader. "Kurogiri," Shigaraki said, his red eyes narrowing slightly, "prepare the warp gate." "I'm done here." Kurogiri nodded and opened another portal, his mist swirling ominously as it expanded. Shigaraki turned to leave, his movements deliberate and unhurried. The room was quiet once the last portal closed and everyone left. Izuku, Shigaraki, and Kurogiri were back in the dimly lit bar. A faint hum of the refrigerators in the back were the only sounds filling the space. Izuku sat down at one of the stools, his notebook still open in front of him, but his thoughts were far from focused on his notes. The silence stretched on for a few moments until Izuku broke it. His voice was quiet but curious. "So, what's the plan?" Shigaraki leaned against the counter, scratching his neck absent-mindedly. His red eyes flicked toward Izuku through the hand on his face, scrutinizing him for a moment before he finally spoke. "I hadn't discussed this with you yet, but—" He paused, letting the weight of his next words settle. "Next week we're going to attack Class 1A during their training camp. During the attack we'll abduct Katsuki Bakugou." Izuku's head snapped up, his eyes wide in disbelief. Katsuki Bakugou? His heart pounded in his chest as the name echoed in his mind. He couldn't have heard that right, there was no way. He stared at Shigaraki, searching his face for any sign that he might be joking. But Shigaraki wasn't the type to joke about something like this. The memory of what Shigaraki had said during the meeting came rushing back to him, and will force him to join the league. Izuku's thoughts spiraled. He could barely wrap his mind around the idea of Kaken of all people, being dragged into something like this. "You want him to join our forces?" Izuku asked, his voice a mix of incredulity and anger. Shigaraki sighed, his expression showing mild irritation as though he'd expected this reaction. "I know you have a history with him," he said, his tone slow and deliberate, "but judging by his attitude, it's clear he has the potential to be a great villain. He has a fiery temper, a thirst for power, and a drive that could make him one of the strongest in our ranks." Izuku chuckled, though it wasn't a sound of amusement. It was bitter, almost mocking, and his face twisted into a dissatisfied grimace. "Kaken? A villain?" he thought. "There's no way. Kaken would never join the league. He's got his mind set on one thing and one thing only, becoming a hero. A hero for fame, for fortune, for himself." Shigaraki raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Izuku's silence. Izuku grinned, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Sure thing," he said, his gaze dropping to the counter. Shigaraki frowned, watching Izuku closely. He could see the boy was holding back something, some kind of storm brewing behind his calm demeanor. "I don't think you get it," Shigaraki said after a moment. "I'm not asking your permission. This is happening. You can either help us bring him in or stay out of the way." Izuku didn't respond immediately. Instead his mind raced. Shigaraki's plan was ridiculous. There was no way Kaken would ever betray his dream of becoming a hero. He was too stubborn, too proud. But that wasn't what bothered Izuku the most. What unsettled him was the thought of Kaken being in his world, the world of villains. Kaken didn't belong here, he didn't deserve the attention from the master, Dr. Shigaraki and Kurogiri. The same attention Izuku gets. Then an idea struck him. It was risky, dangerous even, but it could work. If they were all focused on capturing Kaken alive, he could use the chaos to his advantage. He'd catch Kaken himself. And then, a slow grin spread across Izuku's face, one that wasn't entirely friendly. His head turned toward Shigaraki, his green eyes glinting with something dark, something almost predatory. "You know what?" Izuku said, his voice calm but laced with a sinister undertone. "That idea might not be so bad after all." Shigaraki froze, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Izuku. Something about the boy's expression sent a chill down his spine. The way Izuku's smile lingered, the slight tilt of his head, the glint in his eyes, it was unnerving. "You're such a weirdo," Shigaraki muttered under his breath, turning away to retreat to his room. Izuku stayed at the counter, his grin fading as his expression hardened into something unreadable. His mind churned with plans, possibilities, and outcomes. He didn't know exactly how he'd handle Kaken, but one thing was clear. This attack wasn't just about the League's mission anymore. It was personal. Katsuki stirred awake as the first rays of morning light peeked through the edges of his window blinds. His room was still, save for the soft hum of the ceiling fan and the faint chirping of birds outside. It was the last day of summer vacation, and tomorrow marked the beginning of the training camp, another step forward on his path to becoming the #1 hero. Despite the looming challenges, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement in his chest. This was his journey, his future, and he intended to face it head-on. A sharp knock on his door broke through his thoughts. "Katsuki, are you up?" His mother's voice called from the hallway, brisk and familiar. "Yeah," Katsuki sighed heavily, dragging a hand through his messy blonde hair. His voice carried the usual gruffness, though it lacked its typical bite this morning. The door creaked open, and Mitsuki strode into the room with the ease and authority only a mother could possess. She moved straight to the window, yanking the curtains open without hesitation. Bright sunlight spilled into the room, illuminating the scattered clothes on the floor and the posters of pro-heroes plastered on the walls. Katsuki winced at the sudden glare, shielding his eyes with his forearm. "Don't act like a vampire," Mitsuki chided as she flung the window open, letting in a burst of fresh air. The scent of blooming summer flowers mingled with the warmth of the sunlit breeze. She turned to face him, hands on her hips. "I'm heading out to visit Inko and Izuku today. Want to come along?" Her words hung in the air and Katsuki's stomach twisted. His mother's tone was casual, but the mention of their graves hit him like a blow to the chest. 9 months. That's how long it had been since the funeral, and he hadn't visited them once since then. He'd avoided it, convincing himself that he didn't need to go, that he couldn't face it. But after his recent conversation with Aizawa-sensei, something had shifted in his mind. The guilt was still there, it always would be. Katsuki blamed himself for what had happened to Izuku. He carried the weight of it like a scar that refused to fade. But Aizawa's words echoed in his head. The past can't be changed, but the future was still unwritten. Katsuki couldn't undo what had happened, but he could move forward, one step at a time. He sat up on his bed, his movements deliberate, as though he were physically shaking off the weight of his hesitation. "I'll go later. By myself," he said quietly, his voice uncharacteristically soft. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow, surprised by his response. "You sure? I'm not trying to push you or anything." "I said I'll go," Katsuki repeated, more firmly this time. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and stood up, stretching his arms above his head. His joints popped and he rolled his shoulders, trying to shake off the tension that had settled there overnight. Mitsuki watched him for a moment, her sharp eyes softening. She wasn't one to pry, but she knew her son well enough to see that this wasn't an easy decision for him. Still, she respected it. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "All right then. If that's what you want." She turned to leave but paused in the doorway. "Oh, I picked up some fresh bread this morning. It's on the kitchen counter if you're hungry." With that, she left the room, closing the door softly behind her. Katsuki stood there for a moment, staring at the now closed door. The sunlight streaming into his room felt warmer, heavier somehow. He rubbed the back of his neck, letting out a slow breath. Today he would face the graves. He would face them alone. Because no matter how much it hurt, he knew he couldn't keep running from the past. Izuku was gone and there was no bringing him back. But Katsuki was still here and he owed it to himself, and to Izuku, to move forward. The sun hung high in the sky, its warmth tempered by a light breeze that ruffled the leaves on the trees. Katsuki didn't bother telling his mom he was leaving, she'd probably guess where he was headed anyway. Sliding his phone into his pocket, he stepped out the front door, letting it close softly behind him. The walk to the graveyard was quiet. The streets of their neighborhood were familiar and peaceful, lined with neatly trimmed hedges and children's bicycles leaning against fences. Yet, Katsuki's mind was far from the present. He knew exactly where he was going, the route etched into his memory like a scar. The graveyard was situated in a quiet, friendly neighborhood, a place where people came to find solace. Despite its serene appearance, it was deceptively large, with winding paths shaded by towering oak trees. Katsuki had only been there once, but the memories of that day were sharp and unforgiving, burned into his mind like the embers of a dying flame. As he reached the entrance, he slowed his pace, his heart pounding in his chest. His palms felt clammy and for a moment he considered turning back. But no, he had come this far and he wouldn't run away now. He clenched his fists, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The gates creaked slightly as he pushed them open, the sound echoing in the stillness. The path ahead was lined with neatly arranged gravestones, their surfaces weathered yet well-maintained. Katsuki's boots crunched against the gravel as he walked, his gaze fixed straight ahead. He remembered the last time he had been here, the day of the funeral. It had been cold and rainy, the kind of weather that seemed to seep into your bones. Detective Tsukachi had taken charge of the arrangements, alongside Katsuki's parents. Aside from Inko, there hadn't been much to bury, there were no remains of Izuku's body. Everything had been burned away in the fire. But they had created a gravestone for him anyway, a marker for a boy who deserved to be remembered, even if he was no longer whole. The funeral itself had been a somber affair, with few in attendance. Katsuki recalled the small crowd that had gathered. Surprisingly, the principal of their middle school came, a handful of police officers, Detective Tsukachi, some of Inko's colleagues who had been close friends of hers, and of course him and his parents. The atmosphere had been heavy, the rain masking the tears of those who couldn't hold back their grief. Katsuki, however, had kept his head down the entire time, his eyes fixed on the wet ground. He hadn't dared to look at the faces of those around him, nor at the gravestone itself. Guilt gnawed at him like a relentless predator, and he had buried it deep within, refusing to let it show. But now here he was, walking those same paths again. This time he wasn't here to avoid the truth, he was here to face it. As he rounded the corner, the familiar sight of two adjacent gravestones came into view. One bore the name Izuku Midoriya, etched delicately into the stone, surrounded by carvings of flowers. The other, simpler and smaller, read Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki stopped a few feet away, his breath hitching in his throat. For a moment he just stood there, frozen, as if crossing that invisible line would shatter something inside him. His chest tightened, the weight of his guilt pressing down harder than ever. Slowly he stepped forward, his boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. He crouched down in front of Izuku's gravestone, his hands resting on his knees. For the first time he allowed himself to really look at it, to let the reality of it sink in. He started, his voice hoarse. The words caught in his throat and he clenched his jaw, his nails digging into his palms. I'm sorry, he finally managed, the words barely a whisper. His shoulders trembled as he stared at the name carved into the stone. I should have been better. I should have. His voice broke and he squeezed his eyes shut, refusing to let the tears fall. The memories came flooding back. The years of torment he had put Izuku through, the way he had pushed him away, even when Izuku had reached out to him with nothing but kindness. And then that final moment, the fight, the fire, the screams. I know it's too late, he muttered, his voice shaking. But I swear I'll make it right. Somehow. I will become someone you can look up to. The wind rustled the leaves above him, carrying with it the faint scent of summer. Katsuki didn't know if he believed in spirits or the afterlife, but he hoped that somehow Izuku could hear him. After a long moment he stood up, his legs feeling heavy. He turned his gaze to Inko's gravestone, bowing his head slightly in respect. Something caught his eye, a small bouquet of flowers carefully placed between the two gravestones. The blooms were vibrant despite the heat of the day, a mix of daisies and marigolds arranged with quiet care. He recognized the effort immediately. His mother. She must brought them here earlier. Katsuki's gaze lingered on the flowers, his chest tightening. Mitsuki wasn't the sentimental type, she rarely expressed her feelings outright, but this simple act said more than words ever could. The flowers were fresh, the stems trimmed neatly, their placement precise. She had chosen them deliberately, just as she chose every word she spoke to him this morning. Katsuki's eyes lingered on the graves one last time, the sunlight casting long shadows over the names etched into the stone. I'll come back, he said quietly, his voice steady now. I don't know when, but I will. And when I do, maybe I'll have something better to say. As he walked back toward the entrance, his steps felt lighter, though the weight in his chest remained. This wasn't closure, not yet. But it was a start. And for now that was enough. The shrill sound of his alarm clock jolted Katsuki Bakugo awake. He groaned, slamming a hand down on the clock to silence it before sitting up in his bed. Today was the day, the start of the summer training camp. He had packed his suitcase the night before, filling it with the essentials, training clothes, toiletries, and a few snacks stashed in a side pocket, not that he planned to share. Katsuki was ready. After a quick breakfast of toast and eggs, he grabbed his suitcase and headed out, his face set in its usual scowl. The morning air was crisp and fresh, carrying the hum of activity as people bustled about. Katsuki made his way to UA, his mind already racing with thoughts about the camp. He wasn't sure what exactly to expect, but he knew it would be intense. And that was just the way he liked it. When he reached the school entrance, two large buses were parked out front, and the area buzzed with energy. Students from both Class 1A and 1B were gathered, chatting excitedly and shuffling their luggage around. Bakugo. Good morning, a loud, familiar voice called out. Katsuki turned to see Eijiro Kirishima jogging toward him, his red spiky hair unmistakable. The guy was always too cheerful for his own good. Morning, Katsuki mumbled, his voice low and gruff. Kirishima grinned, clearly unfazed by Katsuki's usual demeanor. You ready for this? Training camp's gonna be awesome. Before Katsuki could respond, another voice chimed in, this one even louder. Hey guys. Denki Kaminari appeared seemingly out of nowhere, slinging an arm around both Katsuki and Kirishima's shoulders. Man, I can't wait to see what kind of stuff they're gonna put us through. Katsuki bristled, shoving Kaminari's arm off with a glare. Shut it, Sparky. You two didn't pass the exam, so how the hell are you this excited? Harsh. Kaminari replied, feigning a wounded look. I'm just glad they let me tag along after all. Yes, same here, Kirishima added with a grin. I can't wait to get stronger with you guys. Katsuki didn't bother responding, his eyes narrowing as he glanced around at the other students. Everyone seemed fired up, ready for whatever challenges awaited them. The teachers soon emerged from the school entrance, led by Aizawa, who clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, listen up. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter like a knife. Line up by your seat numbers and board the buses. No wasting time. The students quickly followed his instructions, forming orderly lines before climbing aboard the buses. Katsuki took a seat near the back, throwing his bag onto the overhead rack before settling in. The ride was uneventful at first, filled with chatter, laughter, and the occasional argument about snacks or seating arrangements. Katsuki ignored most of it, staring out the window as the city faded into rolling hills and dense forests. After what felt like hours, the bus finally came to a stop. Katsuki looked out the window, expecting to see cabins or training facilities. Instead, they were parked on a rocky platform at the top of a mountain, with no sign of the camp in sight. And Class 1B was also not there. Finally, Minetta's shrill voice cut through the air as he scrambled out of the bus. Move. I gotta pee. The students filed out, stretching their legs and looking around in confusion. Where's the camp? Mina Ashido asked, her pink skin glinting in the sunlight as she shielded her eyes with one hand. Before anyone could answer, two new figures appeared at the edge of the platform. They were dressed in colorful costumes that instantly gave away their identities. Welcome, students, said a cheerful voice. It belonged to Mandalay, one of the wild pussycats. Beside her stood Pixie Bob, her blonde hair tied in playful buns. The two pro heroes were members of a well-known hero team specializing in mountain rescues. Oh, great, Katsuki muttered under his breath. He recognized them but didn't bother hiding his disdain. What are these small fries doing here? Mandalay stepped forward, her expression calm but commanding. You didn't think we'd let you ride all the way to the camp without a little warm-up, did you? The students groaned, realizing what was coming. Next to Mandalay stood a child, a boy with a red cap. Katsuki barely spared the kid a glance, his attention drawn back to Pixie Bob, who clapped her hands together. All right, time to get started, she said excitedly. Without warning, she slammed her palms onto the ground. The earth trembled beneath them before collapsing in a wave, sending the students tumbling down the mountainside. What the hell? Katsuki roared as he slid down the rocky slope, trying to maintain his balance. When they finally landed, the ground beneath them shifted again. Massive creatures made of mud and rock emerged, their hulking forms towering over the students. Pixie Bob's quirk, someone shouted. Mandalay's voice echoed in their heads, her telepathic quirk delivering a message loud and clear. If you're not at the campsite by 6, you won't get any dinner. Exhausted from the ride but unwilling to back down, the students scrambled to their feet, determination flaring in their eyes. Katsuki cracked his knuckles, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Fine by me, he growled. Let's see what these damn things are made of. With that, the group plunged into the forest, ready to face the challenges ahead. The path to the training camp had officially begun. Hours later, the students finally broke through the dense forest, stumbling into the clearing that marked the training camp. The sight of the campsite was a relief. It was simple but functional, a stark contrast to the chaos they had just endured. Katsuki stood at the edge of the group, arms crossed as he surveyed the scene. His body ached from the trek, but he didn't let it show. Around him, the other students were collapsing onto the grass, panting and groaning in exhaustion. Finally, Mina Ashido exclaimed, lying flat on the ground. I thought we'd be stuck in that forest forever. I can't feel my legs, Kaminari added, dropping onto the grass beside her. Quit whining, idiots, Katsuki growled, though even he couldn't deny the relief of being out of the forest. At the front of the clearing, the wild pussycat stood waiting. Mandalay greeted the group with a warm smile, while Pixie Bob looked as energetic as ever, clearly unfazed by the hours of torment she had just inflicted. Congratulations, everyone, Mandalay called out, clapping her hands. You made it before 6. That means you get to eat dinner? The announcement was met with a collective cheer, even from Katsuki, though his response was more of a grunt than anything else. Pixie Bob gestured toward the dining hall, where plates of food had already been set out. Steaming rice, grilled fish and meat, and an assortment of vegetables. Go ahead and dig in. This is the last time we will prepare something like this for you. The students of Class 1A wasted no time. They shuffled toward the tables, grabbing plates and collapsing onto benches. Katsuki grabbed his plate without a word and sat at the far end of one table, away from the noise. Kirishima joined him, plopping down with his own plate piled high. "Man, that was brutal," he said, grinning despite the exhaustion in his voice. "But it feels good, you know? Like we actually accomplished something." "Tisi," Katsuki muttered, shoving a piece of fish into his mouth. He wasn't interested in small talk, but he didn't stop Kirishima from sitting next to him either. The dining hall had emptied out after dinner, and the students made their way toward the rooms where they would sleep for the duration of the camp. The air was still thick with the lingering aroma of grilled fish and rice, and a calm silence hung over the camp as night began to settle in. Katsuki carried his luggage into the room marked for the boys, his movements brisk and impatient. He dropped his suitcase unceremoniously at the foot of his bed and sat down, stretching out his arms and cracking his neck. Around him the other boys unpacked their things, their chatter filling the room. "Man, those mud monsters were no joke," Shiro said, collapsing onto his bed. "I feel like I've been hit by a truck." "Quit whining," Katsuki snapped, though his tone lacked its usual venom. He was tired too, but he wasn't about to admit it. Aoyama, meanwhile, had been uncharacteristically quiet since arriving. He set his suitcase down neatly beside his bed, glancing nervously around the room as if searching for an excuse to leave. "Luckily there's a hot spring here, I can't wait to get in," Kirishima cheered. Everyone was getting ready to go into the hot spring, though Aoyama made his way out. "Where are you going? You're not gonna join the hot springs?" Kirishima asked, looking up from his duffel bag. I'm just going to the restroom for a bit," Aoyama replied quickly, flashing a dazzling smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Without waiting for a response, he left the cabin and headed for the restroom down the hall. Inside the restroom, Aoyama closed the stall door behind him and sat down, his hands trembling slightly as he reached into his back pocket and pulled out his phone. The glow of the screen illuminated his face, and for a moment he just stared at it, his heart pounding in his chest. "I have to do this," he thought, though the very idea filled him with dread. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he opened the messaging app, his thumb hovering over the screen. To an unknown number with no name and no history, he typed out a single message. Location: UA Training Camp. The message felt heavier than any he'd sent before, as if the weight of betrayal was pressing down on his shoulders. He did this before though, giving information to the League. Aoyama gulped, his stomach churning. He didn't want to do this, not again, but he knew the consequences of disobedience. His thumb hovered over the send button, hesitating for just a moment longer. Then with a deep breath he tapped it. The message sent, and as soon as it did, the app erased all evidence of the contact, leaving nothing but a blank screen. Aoyama lowered his phone and stared at the ground, his head bowed. His heart sank further, the guilt eating away at him like a parasite. He knew what was coming. He always knew. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening made him flinch. His entire body tensed as footsteps echoed through the restroom. "Calm down," he told himself. "Act normal." The footsteps grew closer and then the faucet turned on. Aoyama hesitated, but after a moment he opened the stall door. Standing by the sink was Ida, shirtless and with a towel wrapped around his waist. He was washing his hands, his usual stoic demeanor softened by the steam from the hot springs that drifted faintly into the hallway. Ida glanced up when he saw Aoyama emerge. "Ah, Aoyama," he said, his voice warm. "You're going in the hot spring too, I see. It's important to relax your muscles after such a strenuous day." Aoyama forced a smile, one of his trademark confident grins. "Oui," he replied, though his voice wavered slightly. Ida tilted his head, his sharp eyes catching the subtle unease in Aoyama's posture. "Are you all right? You seem distracted." Aoyama quickly straightened up, brushing his hair back with a flourish. "Non, I'm simply tired from the journey. But the hot springs will do wonders for me, n'est-ce pas?" Ida smiled, nodding in agreement. "Absolutely. You'll feel like a new person afterward." With that, Ida turned and left, heading toward the springs. Aoyama remained frozen for a moment, his forced smile slipping as soon as the door closed behind Ida. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, his normally vibrant eyes dull with guilt. "A new person," he whispered to himself bitterly. If only it were that easy. Taking a deep breath, he splashed cold water on his face, trying to steel himself for what lay ahead. Izuku Midoriya and Shigaraki Tamura sat at the bar, their expressions fixed in a shared mix of impatience and cold anticipation. The bar itself was littered with faint scorch marks and scratches, evidence of their many restless days of planning and frustration. Behind the counter, Kurojiri stood as stoic as ever, methodically polishing a glass. His presence was almost calming, but it did little to ease the tension between the two seated villains. Shigaraki slouched in his chair, his body language radiating irritation. His fingers tapped a relentless rhythm on the armrest, the sound sharp and grating in the otherwise silent room. His crimson eyes flickered to the dark television screen mounted on the wall. "Another damn waiting game," he muttered, his voice rough. "If we don't get that location soon, we're wasting time." Izuku sat beside him, his posture relaxed but his gaze sharp and calculating. He had changed so much in the past year, the hopeful, bright-eyed boy he once was replaced by someone colder, more methodical. His fingers absent-mindedly traced a faint green glow along the edge of the bar, a subtle sign of his ever-growing control over his quirk. "It's coming," Izuku said quietly, his voice steady. "That little traitor will deliver." Shigaraki huffed, leaning forward and resting his chin on his palm. "It better come soon. I'm tired of sitting around waiting. Those heroes need to be reminded who's in control." Izuku didn't respond, his focus shifting to the faint static beginning to flicker on the TV screen. A moment later, a crackling sound came from the TV. "Master," Izuku murmured, his voice low and reverent, tinged with a mix of respect and anticipation. All for One's voice was calm but powerful, filling the room effortlessly. "Tamura, Izuku," he began, his tone carrying the weight of authority. "The location of the training camp has been sent. Get ready." Shigaraki's lips curled into a sinister grin, his fingers twitching eagerly. "So, the little rat did what he was supposed to," he said, his voice laced with cruel satisfaction. Izuku's green eyes gleamed with an unsettling light, though his expression remained composed. "It appears so," he replied, his tone even. "He knows what's at stake. It's not surprising he delivered." All for One continued, his voice unwavering. "The training camp is in a secluded forest, away from any immediate reinforcements. The students will be exhausted from their journey, and their guard will be down. This is your opportunity to strike." Shigaraki leaned forward, his grin widening. "Finally," he said, his voice filled with malice. "It's time to remind those wannabe heroes what real power looks like." All for One's voice turned colder. "Remember, this is more than an opportunity to create chaos. It is a chance to weaken their spirit and dismantle the foundation of their hope. Do not squander it." "I won't," Shigaraki assured him, his tone firm. Izuku stepped closer to the screen, his hands resting lightly on the edge of the bar. "We'll make sure they understand. Their safety was always an illusion. I'll see to it myself." All for One's image flickered for a moment. "Good. Take the Nomu with you. Use them strategically. Do not waste time or resources once your objectives are met. Eraserhead and the other teachers will likely intervene. Be prepared for resistance, but do not allow it to delay your mission." The screen went dark, leaving the room in heavy silence. Shigaraki stood first, brushing his coat off and cracking his neck. "You heard him," he said, his grin sharp and wild. "Time to inform our Vanguard Action Squad. Let's tear that camp apart." Izuku followed suit, his movements deliberate and precise. "Yeah," he said, his voice colder now. "We'll teach those students what happens when they play hero. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Villain Deku Had Telekinesis Quirk. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout-out to Lindyxwo for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on Archive of Our Own for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to What If Deku 2.0 for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.